Side 7. She thought about Mandy's last words. Was that what Mandy had told the police? That Mr. Gerard had treated her, Blackie, like a proper bastard? But of course she had. Why should Mandy keep quiet about anything that had happened at Innocent House? Mandy, who was the outsider, who had arrived long after the series of practical jokes had begun, who could take a detached, almost pleasurable interest in all the excitement, secure in the knowledge of her own innocence, unmoved by personal affections, untouched by personal loyalties. Mandy, whose sharp little eyes missed nothing, would have been a gift to the police. And she had been with them a long time, nearly an hour. Longer, surely, than her importance in the firm could justify. Once more, and fruitlessly, since nothing now could be changed, Blackie thought over her own interview. She hadn't been among the first to be called. She had had time to prepare herself, to think about what she would say. And she had thought about it. Fear had sharpened her mind. It had taken place in Miss Claudia's office, and only 2 of the police had been there, the woman detective inspector and a sergeant. Somehow she had expected to see Commander Dalgliesh, and his absence had disconcerted her, so that she had answered the first questions, uncertain whether the interview had really begun, and half expecting him to come in at the door. She was surprised, too, that the interview wasn't being tape-recorded. The police almost always did that in the detective series, which were her cousin's favourite viewing at Weaver's cottage. But perhaps that came later, when they had a prime suspect, and were questioning him or her under caution. And then, of course, she would have a lawyer present. Now she was alone. This time there had been no caution, no suggestion that this was anything but an informal preliminary chat. The woman detective inspector had asked most of the questions, while the sergeant had made notes. But he had intervened from time to time without deferring to his senior officer, and with a quiet assurance which suggested to her that they were used to working together. Both had been very polite, almost gentle with her, but she hadn't been deceived. They were still interrogators, and even their formal expressions of sympathy, their gentleness, were part of their technique. She was surprised, looking back on it now, how she had known this, and known them for the enemies they were, even in the tumult of her fear. They had begun by asking simple, preliminary questions about her length of service in the firm, the method of locking the premises at night, the people who had keys and could control the burglar alarms, the general shape of her day, even her arrangements for lunch. Answering them, she had begun to feel more at ease, even while she knew that they were designed for just that purpose. Then Detective Inspector Miskin had said, "You worked for Mr. Henry Peverell for 27 years until he died, then transferred to Mr. Etienne when he took over as chairman and managing director in January this year. That must have been a difficult change for you and for the firm." She was expecting that. She had her answer ready. "It was different, of course. I had worked for old Mr. Peverell for so long that, naturally, he confided in me. Mr. Gerard was younger and had different methods of working. I had to adapt to a different personality. Every PA does that when she gets a change of boss." "You were happy to work for Mr. Etienne? You liked him?" This was the sergeant, uncompromising dark eyes compelling her own. She said, "I respected him." "That's not quite the same thing. You can't always like your boss. I think I was getting used to him." "And he to you? What about the rest of the firm? He was making changes, wasn't he? Change always causes some pain, particularly in a long-established organization. We know that at the Yard. Weren't there sackings, threats of sackings, a possible move downriver to new premises, the proposal to sell Innocent House?" She had said, "You'll have to ask Miss Claudia. Mr. Gerard didn't discuss house policy with me." "Unlike Mr. Peverell. The change from confidant to ordinary secretary can't have been agreeable." She didn't reply. Then Inspector Miskin leaned forward and said confidingly, almost as if they were girls together, ready to share a feminine secret, "Tell us about the snake. Tell us about Hissing Sid." So she had told them how the snake had been brought into the office about 5 years previously at Christmas by a temporary shorthand typist, whose name and address no one could now remember. She had left it behind after the Christmas party, and it hadn't been discovered until 6 months later, stuffed into the back of the drawer of her desk. Blackie had used it to wind round the handles of the door between her office and that of Mr. Peverell. He liked the door to be kept ajar, so that he could call for her when he wanted her. Mr. Peverell had never liked using the telephone. Hissing Sid had become something of a house mascot, taken on the river outing in the summer and to the Christmas party. But she no longer used the snake to keep the door ajar. Mr. Etienne preferred it closed. The sergeant asked, "Where was the snake usually kept?" "Usually curled on top of the left-hand filing cabinet. Sometimes it would be hung or curled round one of the handles." "Tell us what happened yesterday. Mr. Etienne objected, didn't he, to seeing the snake in the office?" She said, trying to keep her voice calm, "He came out of his room and saw Hissing Sid drooping from the handle of the top filing cabinet. He thought it looked inappropriate in an office and told me to get rid of it." "And what did you do?" "I put it in my top right-hand drawer." Detective Inspector Miskin said, "This is very important, Miss Blackett, and I'm sure you're intelligent enough to know why. Who was in the office when you put the snake into the drawer?" "Only Mandy Price, who shares the office with me, Mr. Dauncey, and Miss Claudia. Afterwards she went with her brother into his office. Mr. Dauncey gave Mandy a letter to type, then left." "And no one else?" "No one else in the room, but I expect some of the people who were mentioned what had happened. I don't think Mandy would have kept quiet. And anyone looking for the snake would probably have thought of my right-hand drawer. I mean, that was the natural place to put the snake." "And you didn't think of throwing it away?" Thinking back on it, she knew now that she had reacted too forcibly to the suggestion, that there had been in her voice a note of angry resentment. "Get rid of Hissing Sid?" "No, why should I? Mr. Peverell used to like the snake. He found it amusing. It wasn't doing any harm in the office. After all, my office isn't a place where the public normally come. I just put it in the top drawer. I thought perhaps I might take it home." They had asked about the earlier visit of Esme Carling and her insistence on seeing Mr. Etienne. She realized that someone must have talked, that none of this was new to them, so she told the truth, or as much of the truth as she could bear to speak. "Mrs. Carling isn't one of our easiest authors, and she was extremely angry. I think her agent had told her that Mr. Etienne didn't wish to publish her latest book. She was insistent on seeing him, but I had to explain that he was in the partners' meeting, and that it was impossible to disturb them. She retaliated by being extremely offensive about Mr. Peverell and our confidential relationship. I think she thought that I exerted too much influence in the firm." "Did she threaten to come back and see Mr. Etienne later in the day?" "No, nothing like that. Of course, she might have insisted on staying until the meeting was over, but she had a signing at a bookshop in Cambridge." "Which was, of course, cancelled by a fax from this office sent at 12:30. Did you send that fax, Miss Blackett?" She stared straight into the grey eyes. "No, I didn't." "Do you know who did send it?" "I have no idea. It was during our usual lunch hour. I was in the kitchen heating up a Marks and Spencer's packet of spaghetti bolognese for my lunch. People were in and out all the time. I can't remember where anyone was at 12:30 precisely. I only know I wasn't in the office." "And your office wasn't locked?" "Of course not. We never lock offices during the day." And so it had gone on. Questions about the previous practical jokes. Questions about when she had left the office the previous night, her journey home, the time she had arrived, how she had spent the evening. None of that was difficult. Eventually Detective Inspector Miskin had brought the interview to an end, but with no sense that it had really finished. When it was over, Blackie had found that her legs were trembling, and she had had to grasp the side of her chair firmly for a few seconds before she could be confident of walking to the door without staggering. She had tried twice to ring Weaver's cottage, but there had been no reply. Joan must be somewhere in the village or shopping in the town, but perhaps that was just as well. This was news best broken in person, not over the telephone. She wondered whether there was any point in ringing again to say that she would be home early, but even picking up the receiver seemed too much effort. While she was trying to rouse herself to action, The door opened, and Miss Claudia put her head round. "Oh, you're still here. The police are happy for people to go now. Didn't anyone tell you? The office is closed anyway. Fred Bowling is ready to take you to Charing Cross in the launch." Seeing Blackie's face, she added, "Are you all right, Blackie? I mean, do you want someone to go home with you?" The thought appalled Blackie. Who was there, anyway? Mrs. Demery, she knew, was still on the premises, making endless jugs of coffee for the partners or the police. But she certainly wouldn't welcome being detailed to make an hour-and-a-half journey into Kent. Blackie could picture that journey, the chatter, the questions, arriving together at Weaver's cottage, Mrs. Demery reluctantly escorting her as if she were a delinquent child or a prisoner under surveillance. Joan would probably feel that she had to give Mrs. Demery tea. Blackie imagined the three of them in the cottage sitting-room, Mrs. Demery giving her highly coloured version of the day's events, garrulous, vulgar, solicitous in turn, almost impossible to get rid of. She said, "I'm perfectly all right, thank you, Miss Claudia. I'm sorry I was so stupid. It was just a shock. It was a shock for all of us." Miss Claudia's voice was colourless. Perhaps the words weren't meant as a rebuke. They only sounded like one. She paused as if there was something else she needed to say, or perhaps felt she should say. Then she added, "Don't come in on Monday if you still feel distressed. There's no real need. If the police want you again, they know where to find you." And then she was gone. It was the first time that they had been alone together, however briefly, since the discovery of the body, and Blackie wished she had found something to say, some word of sympathy. But what was there to say that was at once truthful and sincere? "I never liked him, and he didn't like me, but I'm sorry he's dead." And was that really true? At Charing Cross she was used to being borne along on the rush-hour stream of commuter traffic, purposeful and confident. It was strange to be there in the mid-afternoon, with a concourse surprisingly quiet for a Friday, and a muted air of indecisive timelessness. An elderly couple, overclad for the journey, the woman obviously in her best, were anxiously scanning the departure board, the man dragging a large suitcase on wheels, the case heavily strapped. At a word from the woman he jerked closer, and immediately it thudded over. Blackie watched for a second as they tried unsuccessfully to right it, then moved across to help them. But even as she grappled with its unwieldy top-heavy bulk, she was aware of their anxious and suspicious eyes, as if fearing that she had designs on their underwear. The task completed, they murmured their thanks and moved off, supporting the case between them, and from time to time patting it as if pacifying a recalcitrant dog. The board showed that Blackie had half an hour to wait, just comfortable time for a coffee. Sipping it, smelling the familiar aroma, comforting her hands around the cup, she thought that this unexpected and early journey would normally have been a small indulgence, the unfamiliar emptiness of the station reminding her not of rush-hour discomforts, but of childhood holidays, the leisure for coffee, the reassuring certainty of getting home before dark. But all pleasure was now overburdened by the memory of horror, by that nagging, insistent amalgam of fear and guilt. She wondered whether she would ever again be free of it. But at last she was on her way home. She hadn't made up her mind how far she would confide in her cousin. There were things that she couldn't and mustn't tell her, but at least she would be sure of Joan's common-sense reassurance, of the familiar, ordered peace of Weaver's cottage. The train, half empty, left on time, but later she could recall nothing of the journey, or of unlocking the car in a car park at East Marling, nor of the drive to West Marling and the cottage. All she remembered later was driving up to the front gate, and what then met her eyes. She stared in unbelieving horror. In the autumnal sunshine the garden lay before her, violated, desolate, physically torn up, ripped and thrown aside. At first, disorientated by shock, confused by a memory of the great storms of earlier years, she thought that Weaver's cottage had been struck by a bizarre and localized tornado. But the thought was momentary. This destruction, more petty, more discriminate, was the work of human hands. She got out of the car, her limbs seeming no longer part of her, and walked stiffly to the gate, clutching at it for support. And now she could see each separate barbarity. The flowering cherry to the right of the gate, its autumn palettes of bright red and yellow staining the air, had been stripped of all its lower branches. The scars on the bark, raw as open wounds. The mulberry tree in the middle of the lawn, Joan's special pride, had been similarly violated, and the white slatted bench round the trunk smashed and splintered, as if jumped on by heavy boots. The rose bushes, perhaps because of the spikiness of their branches, had been left whole, but torn up by their roots and thrown into a heap. And the bed of early Michaelmas daisies and white chrysanthemums, which Joan had planned as a pale drift against the dark hedge, lay in swathes over the path. The rows above the porch had defeated them, but they had ripped down both the clematis and the wisteria, making the front of the cottage look oddly naked and defenceless. The cottage was empty. Blackie went from room to room, calling Joan's name, long after it was obvious that she wasn't at home. She was beginning to feel the first prick of real anxiety when she heard the bang of the front gate, and saw her cousin wheeling her bicycle down the path. Running from the front door to meet her, she cried out, "What happened? Are you all right?" Her cousin showed no surprise at seeing her home hours before the usual time. She said grimly, "You can see what happened. Vandals. 4 of them on motorbikes. I nearly caught them at it. They were roaring off as I got back from the village, but they were away before I could get their numbers. You've rung the police?" "Of course. They're coming from East Marling and taking their time. This wouldn't have happened if we'd still had our village policemen. There's no point in their hurrying. They won't catch them. No one will. And if they do, what will happen to them? Nothing but a small fine or a conditional discharge. My God, if the police can't protect us, they'd better let us arm ourselves. If only I had a gun." Blackie said, "You can't shoot people just because they've vandalized your garden." "Can't you? I could." As they moved into the cottage, Blackie saw with amazement and embarrassment that Joan had been crying. The signs were unmistakable. The eyes, unnaturally small and lifeless, still bloodshot. Her blotched face an unhealthy grey mottled with raw red patches. This had been a violation against which all her customary calmness and stoicism were powerless. She could more easily have borne an attack on her person. But anger had now taken over from grief, and Joan's anger was formidable. "I've been back to the village to see what else they've done. Nothing much, apparently. They went into the Moonraker's Arms for lunch, but got so noisy that Mrs. Baker refused to serve them further, and Baker pushed them out. Then they began riding round in circles on the village green until Mrs. Baker went across and told them it wasn't allowed. By then they were being extremely offensive and jeering, revving up their bikes and making a great deal of noise. However, they did eventually leave when Baker went out and threatened to phone the police. I suppose this was their revenge." "Suppose they come back?" "Oh, they won't come back. Why should they? They'll look for something else beautiful to destroy. My God, what sort of generation have we bred? They're better fed, better educated, better looked after than any previous generation, and they behave like vicious louts. What's happened to us? And don't talk to me about unemployment. They may have been unemployed, but they could afford expensive motorbikes, and 2 of them had cigarettes hanging out of their mouths. They're not all like that, Joan. You can't judge a whole generation by the few." "You're right, of course. I'm glad you're home." It was the first time in their 19 years together that she had expressed a need for Blackie's support and comfort. She went on, "It was good of Mr. Etienne to let you get away early. What happened? Did someone from the village telephone you to tell you?" "But they couldn't have. You must have been on your way about the time it happened." And then Blackie, concisely but vividly, told her. The news of this bizarre horror had at least the merit of diverting Joan's mind from the violation of her garden. She sank into the nearest chair, as if her legs had given way, but she listened in silence, making no exclamations of disgust or surprise. When Blackie had finished, she got up and gazed fixedly for a long quarter of a minute into her cousin's eyes, as if to reassure herself that Blackie was still in her right mind. Then she said briskly, "You better stay sitting down. I'll put a match to the fire. We've both had a bad shock, and it's important to keep warm. And I'll get the whiskey. We need to talk this over." As Joan settled her more comfortably into the fireside chair, plumping up the cushions and pulling over the footrest with a solicitude rare to her, Blackie couldn't help noticing that her cousin's voice and face expressed less outrage than a certain grim satisfaction, and reflected that there was nothing like the vicarious horror of murder to divert attention from one's own less egregious misfortunes. 40 minutes later, sitting in the front of the crackle of the wood fire, soothed by the warmth and the bite of the whisky which she and her cousin kept for emergencies, she felt for the first time distance from the traumas of the day. On the rug, Arabella delicately stretched and curled her paws in ecstasy, her white fur ruddy from the dancing flames. Joan had lit the oven before they settled down together, and Blackie could detect the first savoury smell of lamb casserole seeping through the kitchen door. She realized that she was actually hungry, that it might even be possible to enjoy a meal. Her body felt light, as if a weight of guilt and fear had been physically lifted from her shoulders. Despite her resolution, she found herself confiding about Sidney Bartram. "You see, I knew he was due for the sack. I typed the letter from Mr. Gerard to this head-hunting firm. Of course, I couldn't directly tell Sidney what was being planned. I've always regarded a PA's job as highly confidential, but it didn't seem right not to warn him. Only married just over a year ago, and now they've got a baby daughter. And he's over 50, he must be. It won't be easy for him to get another job. So I left a copy of the letter on my desk when I knew he was due to see Mr. Gerard about the estimates. Mr. Gerard always kept him waiting, so I went out of the office and gave him his chance. I felt sure he'd read it. It's human instinct to glance at a letter if it's there in front of you." But her action, so alien to her character and normal behaviour, hadn't been prompted by pity. She knew that now, and wondered why she hadn't realized it before. What she had felt was a common cause with Sidney Bartram. They were both victims of Mr. Gerard's barely concealed disdain. She had made her first small gesture of defiance. Was it that which had given her courage for that later, more disastrous rebellion? Joan said, "But did he read it?" "He must have done. He didn't give me away. At least Mr. Gerard never mentioned the matter to me or rebuked me for my carelessness. But next day Sidney made an appointment to see me, and I think asked if his job was safe. I didn't hear their voices, but he wasn't in there long. And when he came out, he was crying. Think of that, Joan. A grown man crying." She added, "That's why I didn't tell the police." "About the crying?" "About the letter. I didn't tell them any of it." "And is that all you didn't tell them?" "Yes," lied Blackie. "That's all." "I think you were right." Mrs. Willoughby, strong legs planted apart, hand reaching for the whisky bottle, was judicial. "Why volunteer information which may be irrelevant and even misleading? If they ask you directly, of course, you'll have to tell the truth." "That's what I thought. And we can't even be sure yet that it was murder. I mean, he could have died from natural causes, a heart attack maybe, and someone put the snake around his neck afterwards. That's what most people seem to think. It's exactly the kind of thing the office prankster would do." But Mrs. Willoughby immediately rejected this convenient theory. "Oh, I think we can be reasonably sure that it was murder. Whatever happened to the body afterwards, you wouldn't have had the police there for so long, and at such senior level if they had any real doubt. This Commander Dalgliesh, I've heard of him. They wouldn't send an officer of his seniority if they thought it was a natural death. You say, of course, that Lord Stilgo was the one who telephoned New Scotland Yard. Perhaps that may have influenced the police. A title still has some power. There's always suicide or accident, of course, but neither seems likely from what you've told me. No, if you ask me, this was murder, and an inside job." Blackie said, "But not Sidney. Sidney Bartram wouldn't hurt a fly." "Maybe, but he might swat something a great deal larger and more dangerous. Anyway, the police will check up on all your alibis. It's a pity you went late-night shopping in the West End yesterday and didn't come straight home. I suppose there's no one at Liberty or Jaeger who can speak for you." "I don't think so. You see, I didn't buy anything. I was only looking. The stores were very crowded. It's ludicrous, of course, to think that you had anything to do with it. But the police have to treat everyone on the same footing, at least initially. Oh, well, there's no point in worrying until we know the exact time of death. Who saw him last? Has that been established?" Miss Claudia, I think. She's usually among the last to leave. Except, of course, for his murderer. I wonder how he managed to entice the victim up to the little archives office. I suppose it is where he died. Assuming he was strangled or suffocated with hissing Sid, then the murderer must have overpowered him first. A strong young man doesn't lie down meekly, allowing himself to be murdered. He could have been drugged, of course, or perhaps stunned by a blow sufficiently powerful to knock him out, but not strong enough to break the skin. Mrs. Willoughby, an avid reader of detective stories, was familiar with fictional murderers adept in this difficult procedure. She went on, "The drug could have been administered in his afternoon tea. It would need to be tasteless and very slow acting. Difficult. Or, of course, it could have been throttled with something soft which wouldn't leave a mark, a pair of tights or a stocking. It would be no use for the murderer to use a cord. The mark would show very plainly under the snake. I expect the police have thought of all that." "I am sure, Joan, that they have thought of everything." Sipping her whisky, Blackie reflected that there was something strangely reassuring about Joan's uninhibited interest in and speculation about the crime. Not for nothing were there those 5 shelves of crime paperbacks in her bedroom. Agatha Christie, Dorothy L. Sayers, Marjorie Allingham, Nio Marsh, Josephine Tay, and the few modern writers whom Joan considered fit to join those golden age practitioners in fictional murder. After all, why should Joan feel a personal grief? She had only been to Innocent House once, 3 years previously, when she had attended the staff Christmas party. She knew few of the staff, except by name. And as she cogitated, the horror of Innocent House began to seem unreal, unfrightening, an elegant literary concoction, without grief, without pain, without loss. The guilt and horror disinfected, and reduced to an ingenious puzzle. She stared into the leaping flames, from which the image of Miss Marple seemed to rise, handbag protectively clutched to her bosom, the gentle, wise old eyes gazing into hers, assuring her that there was nothing to be afraid of, that everything would be all right. The fire and the whisky combined to induce a somnolent contentment, so that her cousin's voice, fitfully heard, seemed to be coming from a long distance. If they didn't begin dinner soon, she would be asleep. Rousing herself, she said, "Isn't it time we thought about eating?" Chapter 30. They had met at 6:15 on the steps leading down to the river by Greenwich Station, between a high wall and the ramp of a boathouse. It was a good and private place to meet. There was a small, gritty beach, and now, driving home and far from the river, he could still hear the gentle splash of the small spent waves, the grinding and tinny clatter of the pebbles, the backward suck of the tide. Gabriel Dauncey had arrived first for the assignation, but hadn't turned as Bartram moved up beside him. When he spoke, his voice was gentle, almost apologetic. "I thought we ought to talk, Sidney. I saw you letting yourself into Innocent House yesterday evening. My bathroom window overlooks Innocent Lane. I looked out by chance and glimpsed you. It was about 6:40. Sidney had known what he was going to hear, and now when the words were spoken, he heard them with something very like relief. He had said, willing Dauncey to believe him. "But I came out again almost at once, I swear it. If you'd waited, if you'd been watching for only a minute more, you would have seen me. I didn't get any further than the reception room. I lost my nerve. I told myself that it wouldn't have been any use arguing and pleading. Nothing would have moved him. Nothing would have done any good. I swear to you, Mr. Dauncey, that I never set eyes on him last night after I left my office." Yes, it wouldn't have done any good. Gerard wasn't susceptible to pleading. He added, "or to threats. How could I threaten him? I was powerless. He could sack me the next week, and I couldn't stop him. And if I did anything more to antagonize him, he'd have given me one of those cunningly worded references, which you can't contest, but which make sure that you never get another job. He had me in his power. I'm glad he's dead. If I were a religious man, I'd go down on my knees and thank God that he's dead. But I didn't kill him. You have to believe me. If you don't, Mr. Dauncey, my God, who will?" The figure at his side didn't move or speak, but stood staring out over the black waste of the river. At last, humbly, he had asked, What are you going to do? Nothing. I had to see you to find out whether you've told the police, whether you propose to tell them. I was asked, of course, whether I'd seen anyone going into Innocent House. We all were. I lied. I lied, and I'm proposing to go on lying. But it will be pointless if you've told them, or are likely to lose your nerve. No, I didn't tell them. I said I got home at the usual time, just before 7. I rang my wife as soon as I heard the news, before the police arrived, and told her to confirm that I was home on time if anyone rang to ask. I was lucky I was the first one in. I had the office to myself. I hated having to ask her to lie, but she didn't think it mattered. She knew that I was innocent, that I hadn't done anything to be ashamed of. I'll explain more fully to her tonight. She'll understand. You rang her before you knew that his death might be murder? I thought it was murder from the start. The snake, that half-naked body. How could that be a natural death? He added simply, "Thank you for keeping silent, Mr. Dauncey. I won't forget this." You don't need to thank me. It's a sensible thing to do. I'm not doing you a favour. You don't have to be grateful. It's a matter of common sense, that's all. If the police waste time suspecting the innocent, they'll have less chance of catching the guilty. And I haven't quite the confidence I once had that they don't make mistakes. He had said, greatly daring, "And you care about that? You want them to catch the guilty?" "I want them to find out who put that snake round Gerard's neck and stuffed its head in his mouth. That was an abomination, a desecration of death. I prefer the guilty to be convicted and the innocent vindicated. I suppose most people do. That, after all, is what we mean by justice. But I don't feel personally outraged by Gerard's death. Not by any death. Not any longer. I doubt whether I have the capacity to feel strongly about anything. I didn't murder him. I have done more than my share of killing. I don't know who did, but this murderer and I have something in common. We didn't have to look our victim in the eyes. There's something particularly ignoble about a murderer who doesn't even have to face the reality of what he has done. He had brought himself to the final humiliation. "My job, Mr. Dauncey. Do you think it's safe now? It is important to me. You don't know what Miss Etienne has in mind, what any of the partners has in mind. I know that there have to be changes. I could learn new methods if you think it necessary. And I don't mind if you bring someone in over my head if he's better qualified. I can work loyally as a subordinate." He added with bitterness, "That's all Mr. Gerard thought I was good for." Dauncey had said, "I don't know what will be decided, but I dare say we'll make no major changes for at least 6 months. And if I have anything to do with it, your job will be safe." Then they had turned together and walked without speaking to the side road, where both had parked their cars. Chapter 31. The house which Sidney and Julie Bartram had chosen, and which he was buying on the highest mortgage obtainable, was close to Buckhurst Hill Station, on a sloping narrow road, which was more like a country lane than a suburban street. It was a conventional 1930s house, with a front bay window and porch and narrow back garden. Everything in it he and Julie had chosen together. Neither had brought anything from the past except memories. It was this home, this hard-won security, which Gerard Etienne had threatened to take from him with so much else. If he lost his job at 52, what hope would there be of an equal salary? His lump sum would drain away, month after month, until even paying the mortgage became an impossible burden. She came out of the kitchen as soon as she heard his key in the lock. As always, she put out both arms and kissed him on the cheek. But tonight her arms were taut, and she clung to him almost desperately. "Darling, what is it? What's happened? I didn't like to phone you back. You said not to ring." "No, that wouldn't have been wise. Darling, there's nothing for you to worry about. Everything is going to be all right." "But you said that Mr. Etienne is dead, killed." "Come into the sitting room, Julie, and I'll tell you." She sat very close to him, and very still while he spoke. Afterwards she said, "They can't think you had anything to do with it, darling. I mean, that's ridiculous. That's stupid. You wouldn't hurt a soul. You're kind, good, gentle. They can't believe that." "Of course they won't. But innocent people do sometimes get harassed, questioned, and put under suspicion. Sometimes they even get arrested and tried. It does happen. And I was the last person to leave the office. I had some important work to do and stayed a little late. That's why I rang as soon as I heard the news. It seemed sensible to tell the police that I was home at the usual time." "Of course it was, darling. You're right. I'm glad you did." He was a little surprised that his request to her to lie had caused her no unease, no guilt. Perhaps women lied more easily than men, provided they believed the cause was just. He needn't have worried that he was causing her a crisis of conscience. Like him, she knew where her allegiance lay. He said, "Has anyone been in touch? Anyone from the police?" "Someone rang. He said it was Sergeant Robbins. He just asked what time you got back last night. Nothing else. He didn't give me any information or say that Mr. Gerard was dead." "And you didn't let on that you knew?" "Of course not. You'd warned me. I did ask what it was all about, and he said you would explain when you got home, that you were all right, and that I wasn't to worry." So the police had been quick off the mark. Well, that was to be expected. They had wanted to check before he had had time to arrange an alibi. He said, "You see what I mean, darling? It really was wise to be prepared." "Of course it was. But you don't really think Mr. Gerard was murdered?" "They don't seem to know how he died. Murder's a possibility, but only one. He could have had a heart attack and the snake been put round his neck afterwards." "Darling, how terrible. That's a horrible thing for anyone to do. It's wicked." He said, "Don't think about it. It's nothing to do with us. It can't touch us. If we stick to our story, there's nothing anyone can do." She had no idea how closely it touched them. This death was his salvation. He hadn't confided in her about the risk to his job or his hatred and fear of Etienne. This had partly been because he didn't want to worry her, but he knew that the main motive had been pride. He needed her to believe that he was successful, respected, invaluable to the firm. Now she need never know the truth. He decided, too, to say nothing of the earlier interview with Dauncey. Why worry her? Everything was going to be all right. As usual before supper, they went up together to look at their sleeping daughter. The baby was in the nursery at the back of the house, which he, with Julie's help, had decorated. Seeing her for the first time, promoted from the basket crib to the railed cot, pillarless, supine, Julie had explained that this was the recommended position. She didn't speak the words, "to avoid cot death," but both of them knew what she meant. That anything should happen to the child was their greatest unspoken horror. He put out a hand and touched the downy head. It was incredible that any human hair could feel so soft, and his scalp so vulnerable. Overcome with love, he wanted to pick up the child and hold her against his cheek, to enfold mother and daughter in an embrace that was strong, eternal, and unbreakable, to shield them against all the terrors of the present and all the terrors to come. This house was his kingdom. He told himself that he had won it by love, but he felt for it some of the fierce possessiveness of a conqueror. It was his by right, and he would kill a dozen Gerard Etiennes before he lost it. No one before Julie had ever found him lovable. Plain, scrawny, humourless, and shy, he knew that he wasn't lovable. The years in the children's home had taught him that. Your father didn't die, your mother didn't walk out on you, if you were lovable. The staff at the home had done their best according to the received wisdom of the times, but the children hadn't been loved. The caring, like the food, had been carefully allocated to go round. The children knew that they were rejects. He had taken in that knowledge with his porridge. After the children's home there had been a succession of landladies, of bed-sitting rooms, of small rented flats, of evening classes and examinations, watery cups of coffee, solitary meals in inexpensive restaurants, breakfast cooked in a shared kitchen, of solitary pleasures, solitary, unsatisfying, guilt-inducing sex. He felt now like a man who all his life had been living underground in partial darkness. With Julie he had come up into the sunlight. his eyes dazed by an unimagined world of light and sound and colour and sensation. He was glad that Julie had been previously married, but in their love-making she managed to make him feel that it was she who was inexperienced, who was finding fulfilment for the first time. He told himself that perhaps she was. Sex with her had been a revelation. He could never have believed that it was at once so simple and so marvellous. He was glad, too, with a half-guilty relief, that her first marriage had been unhappy, and that Terry had walked out on her. He need never fear that she was comparing him with the first love romanticized and immortalized by death. They spoke rarely of the past. For both of them, the people who lived and walked and spoke in that past were different people. Once, early in their marriage, she had said to him, "I used to pray that I could find someone to love, someone I could make happy, and who could make me happy, someone who would give me a child. I had almost given up hope, and then I found you. It seems like a miracle, darling, the answer to a prayer." Her words had exalted him. He felt for a moment as if he was the agent of God himself. He who all his life had known only what it was to feel powerless, was filled with an intoxication of power. He had been happy at Peverell Press until Gerard Etienne took over. He knew himself to be a valued, conscientious accountant. He worked long hours of unpaid overtime. He did what was required of him by Jean-Philippe Etienne and Henry Peverell, and what they required was well within his powers. But then one had retired and the other died, and the young Gerard Etienne had taken his seat in the managing director's chair. He had played little part in the firm for the previous few years, but he had been watching, learning, biding his time, taking his master's degree in business administration, formulating plans which didn't include a 52-year-old accountant with minimal qualifications. Gerard Etienne, young, successful, handsome, rich, who through all his privileged life had grasped what he wanted without compunction, had been going to take from him, Sidney Bartram, everything which made his life worthwhile. But Gerard Etienne was dead, lying in a police mortuary with a snake stuffed into his mouth. He tightened his arm around his wife and said, "Darling, let's go down to supper. I'm hungry." Chapter 32. The street entrance to Wapping Police Station is so unobtrusive that it can easily be missed by the uninitiated. From the Thames, its agreeable and unpretentious brick facade and the domestic note of a bay window overlooking the river suggests an old and accommodating utility, the residence of an 18th-century merchant, with a preference for living above his warehouse. Standing at the window of the incident room, Daniel looked down at the wide ramp, the 3 bays of the floating pier with its flotilla of police launches, and the discreetly sighted stainless steel bath trolley for the reception and hosing down of drowned bodies, and reflected that few perceptive travellers by water would fail to recognize the function of the house. He had been busy since he and Sergeant Robbins had arrived, passing through the vehicle parking lots and up the iron staircase into the subdued busyness of the station. He had set up the computers, cleared desks for Dalgliesh, himself and Kate, had spoken to the coroner's office about arrangements for the post-mortem and the inquest, and had liaised with the forensic science laboratory. The photographs taken at the scene had been pinned to the notice board, their stark, shadowless clarity seeming to reduce horror to an exercise in photographic technique. He had also spoken to Lord Stilgo in his private room at the London clinic. Happily, the effect of a general anaesthetic, the cosseting of the nurses, and the number of his visitors had temporarily diverted Lord Stilgo's attention from the murder, and he had received Daniel's report with surprising equanimity, and had not, as expected, demanded Dalglish's immediate appearance at his bedside. Daniel had also put the Met's press bureau in the picture. When the story broke, they would be responsible for setting up press conferences and for liaison with the media. There were a number of details which the police, in the interest of their inquiry, had no intention of divulging, but the bizarre use of the snake would be known to everyone at Innocent House by tomorrow at the latest, and would be round the publishing houses of London and into the papers within hours. The press bureau was likely to be busy. Robbins had moved up beside him, obviously taking his senior's inactivity as a justification for a break. He said, "It's interesting to be here, isn't it? The oldest police station in the United Kingdom. If you're itching to tell me that the River Police were established in 1798, 31 years before the Met, then I know. I don't know whether you've seen their museum, sir. It's in the carpenter's shop of the old boatyard. I was taken round it when I was at preliminary training school. They've got some interesting exhibits. Leg irons, police cutlasses, old uniforms, a surgeon's chest, early 19th century records, and accounts of the Princess Alice disaster. It's a fascinating collection. That probably accounts for the less than enthusiastic welcome. They probably suspect the Met curator of wanting to get his hands on it, or suspect we might nick the choicest exhibits. I like their new toys, though. Below them the river had erupted into foaming tumult. A couple of high-speed, semi-rigid inflatables, bright orange, black and grey, with their crew of two in crash helmets and fluorescent green jackets, skimmed, veered and circled the police launches like dangerous adult playthings before roaring downstream. Robin said, "No seats. I should think those back rolls are hard on the muscles. They must be doing close on 40 knots. Do you think there would be time to have another look at the museum, sir?" "I shouldn't rely on it." In Daniel's opinion, Sergeant Robbins, who had come into the police service straight from his red brick university, with a second-class degree in history, was almost too good to be true. Here surely was the epitome of every mother's favourite son, fresh-faced, ambitious without being ruthless, a devout Methodist, engaged, so it was rumoured, to a girl from his church. No doubt, after a virtuous engagement, they would marry and produce admirable children, who would go to the right schools, pass the right exams, cause no grief or pain to their parents, and eventually end up interfering with people for their own good, as teachers, social workers, and possibly even policemen. In Daniel's book, Robbins should have long ago resigned, disillusioned by a macho ethos which could so easily degenerate into violence, by the necessary compromises and fudges, and by the job itself, with its daily evidence of the sleaziness of crime and man's inhumanity to man. Instead, he was apparently both unshockable and idealistic. Daniel supposed that he had a secret life. Most people did. It was hardly possible to live without one. But Robbins was singularly adept at keeping his hidden. Daniel reflected that it would pay the Home Office to parade him round the country to persuade idealistic school-leavers of the advantages of a police career. They settled back to work. There was very little time before they were due at the mortuary, but there was no justification for wasting it. Daniel sat down to go through Etienne's papers. Even at his first and cursory glance, he had been surprised at the amount of work Gerard Etienne had taken on. The firm published about 60 books a year, with a total staff of 30. Publishing was an alien world to him. He had no idea whether this was average, but the administrative structure seemed odd, and Etienne's load disproportionate. DeWitt was the editorial director, with Gabriel Dauncey assisting him as poetry editor, but otherwise apparently doing little except for his job in the archives. Claudia Etienne was responsible for sales and publicity, including personnel, and Francis Peverell for contracts and rights. Gerard Etienne, as chairman and managing director, had overseen production, accounts and the warehouse, and had had by far the heaviest load. Daniel was interested, too, in how far Etienne had pushed forward his plans to sell Innocent House. The negotiations with Hector Scolling had been underway for some months, and were now advanced. Looking through the minutes of the monthly partners' meetings, he could see little reference to much that was happening. While Dalgliesh and Kate had been busy with the formal interviews, he had learned almost as much by listening to Mrs. Demery's gossip and talking to George and the few staff who were in the building. The partners might wish to present the picture of a generally united board with a common purpose, but the evidence so far showed a very different reality. The phone rang. It was Kate. She was going back to her flat to change. A.D. had been called to the yard. They would both see Daniel at the mortuary. Chapter 33. The local authority mortuary had recently been modernized, but the exterior remained unaltered. It was a single-story building of grey London brick, approached from a short cul-de-sac, the forecourt bounded by an 8-foot wall. Neither notice board nor street number proclaimed its function. Those who had business there knew how to find it. It presented to the curious an impression of some dull and not particularly flourishing enterprise, where goods were delivered in plain vans and unpacked with discretion. To the right of the door was a garage, large enough to accommodate 2 undertakers' vans, from which double doors led to a small reception area with a waiting room to the left. Here Dalgliesh, arriving a minute before 6:30, found Kate and Daniel already waiting. An attempt had been made to make the waiting room welcoming with a low round table, 4 comfortable chairs, and a large TV set, which Dalgliesh had never found turned off. Perhaps its purpose was less entertainment than therapy. The lab technicians in their unpredictable spells of leisure needed to exchange, however momentarily, the silent corruption of death for the bright ephemeral images of the living world. He saw that Kate had exchanged her usual tweed jacket and trousers for denim jeans and jacket, and that her thick plait of blonde hair had been tucked inside a peaked jockey cap. He knew why. He too was informally dressed. The half-sweet, half-citrus smell of the disinfectant became almost unnoticeable after the first half-hour, but lingered for days in the clothes, permeating his wardrobe with the smell of death. He had early learned to wear nothing that couldn't be thrown into the washing machine, while he obsessively showered, lifting his face under the power jet, as if the sting of the water could physically wash away more than the smell and the sights of the last 2 hours. He was due to meet the Commissioner at the Minister's room in the House of Commons at 8 o'clock. Somehow he must find time to get back to his Queen Hythe flat to shower before then. He remembered vividly, how could he not, the first post-mortem he had attended as a young detective constable. The murder victim had been a 22-year-old prostitute, and there had, he recalled, been difficulty over the formal identification of the body, since the police had been unable to trace either relatives or close friends. The white, undernourished body stretched out on the tray, with the wheels of the lash purple as stigmata, had seemed in its pale frigidity the ultimate mute witness to male inhumanity. Looking round at the crowded PM room, the phalanx of officialdom, he had reflected that Teresa Burns was receiving in death a great deal more attention from the agents of the state than she had received in life. The pathologist then had been Doc McGregor, one of the old school of egregious individualists, a rigid Presbyterian, who had insisted on conducting all his post-mortems in the spiritual, if not the physical, odour of sanctity. Dalgliesh remembered his rebuke to a technician, who had responded with a brief laugh to a colleague's muttered witticism. "I'll have no laughter in my mortuary. It's no a frog I'm dissecting here." Doc McGregor would have no secular music while he worked, and had a preference for the metrical psalms, whose lugubrious tempo tended to slow down the speed of the work, as well as depressing the spirit. But it had been one of McGregor's post-mortems, that of a murdered child, accompanied by Fauré's Pie Jesu, that had given Dalgliesh one of his best poems, and he supposed that for this he should be grateful. Wardle cared little what music was played while he worked, so long as it wasn't pop, and today they were to listen to the familiar anodyne melodies of classic FM. There were 2 post-mortem rooms, one with 4 dissecting tables, and a single room. It was this which Reginald Wardle preferred for murder cases, but the room was small, and there was the inevitable crush as the experts in violent death jostled for space, the pathologist and his assistant, the 2 mortuary technicians, 4 police officers, the laboratory liaison officer, the photographer and assistant, the scene of crime officer and fingerprint man, and a trainee pathologist, whom Dr. Wardle introduced as Dr. Manning and announced would take the notes. He had a dislike of using the overhead microphone. In their fawn cotton overalls, the group looked, thought Dalgliesh, like a cluster of dilatory removal men. Only the plastic overshoes suggested that theirs might be a more sinister assignment. The technicians were wearing their head straps, but with the visors still up. Later, when they received the organs into the bucket and weighed them, the visors would be down. Protection against AIDS, and the more common risk of hepatitis B. Dr. Wardle, as usual, wore only his pale green apron over slacks and shirt sleeves. Like most forensic pathologists, he was cavalier about his own safety. The body, parcelled and sealed in its plastic shroud, lay on the trolley in the outer room. At a word from Dalgliesh, the technician slashed the plastic and tore it aside. There was a small explosion of air, like an expelling sigh, and the plastic crackled like a charge of electricity. The body lay exposed like the contents of some great Christmas cracker. The eyes were duller now. Only the snake, taped to the cheek, its head gagging the mouth, seemed to have life or vitality. Dalgliesh was visited by a strong desire to see it removed. Only then could the body be restored to some dignity, and he wondered briefly why it was that he had been insistent it remain in place until the autopsy. It was all he could do to prevent himself from reaching down and tearing it away. Instead he made his formal identification, establishing the chain of evidence. This is the body I first saw at 9:48 on Friday the 15th of October at Innocent House, Innocent Walk, Wapping. Dalgliesh had a considerable respect for Marcus and Len, both as men and as mortuary technicians. There were some people, a number of them police officers, who found it difficult to believe that a man could voluntarily work in a mortuary unless to satisfy some eccentric, if not sinister, psychological compulsion. But Marcus and Len seemed blessedly free, even from the crude graveyard humour, which some professionals used as a defence against horror or distaste, and did their work with a matter-of-fact competence, quietness and dignity, which he found impressive. He had seen, too, how much trouble they took to make a body presentable before the next of kin came to view. Many of the bodies they watched being clinically dismembered would be those of the old, diseased, or dead by natural causes. Small tragedies, perhaps, to a loved one, but hardly a cause for distress to a stranger. But how, he wondered, did they cope psychologically with the murdered young, the violated, the victims of accident or violence, in an age when every sorrow, even those natural to the human condition, could not apparently be endured without counselling? Who, if anyone, counselled Marcus and Len? But at least they would be free from the temptation to deify the popular, the rich and the famous. Here in the mortuary was the final equality. What mattered to Marcus and Len was not the number of eminent doctors who had clustered around the deathbed, nor the splendour of the planned obsequies, but the state of decay, and whether the corpse would need to be accommodated in the obese refrigerator. The tray holding the now naked body had been placed on the floor, so that the photographer could more easily move round it. When he nodded his satisfaction with the first shots, the two technicians gently turned the corpse over, taking care not to dislodge the snake. Finally, with the body face upwards, the tray was lifted and placed on the supports at the foot of the dissecting table, the round hole over the drain. Doc Wardle made his usual general examination of the body, then turned his attention to the head. He stripped away the tape, gently removed the snake as if it were a biological specimen of extraordinary interest, and began his examination of the mouth, looking, thought Dalgliesh, like an over-enthusiastic dentist. He remembered what Kate Miskin had once confided to him when she had first started working for him, and confidence came more easily to her, that it was this part of the autopsy, not the later systematic removal and weighing of all the main organs, that made her squeamish, as if the dead nerves were merely quiescent and could still react, as they had in life, to the gloved, probing fingers. He was aware of Kate standing a little behind him, but did not glance at her. He could be sure that she wouldn't faint, either now or later, but he guessed that, like him, she was feeling something more than a professional interest in the dismemberment of what had been a young and healthy man, and felt again a small ache of regret that police work demanded so much of gentleness and innocence. Suddenly Doc Wardle gave a low grunt that was almost a growl, his distinctive noise when he found something of interest. "Take a look at this, Adam. On the roof of the mouth, a distinct scratch. Post-mortem, by the look of it." At the scene it had been Commander, but now, king of his domain, at ease as always with his work, he had reverted to Dalglish's Christian name. Dalgliesh bent low. He said, "It looks as if something sharp-edged was forced in or out of the mouth after death. I'd say out by the look of the mark. Difficult to be 100% sure, of course, but that's what it looks like to me. The direction of the scratch is from the back of the palate almost to the top teeth." Doc Wardle stood aside, so that Kate and Daniel could take their turn at peering into the mouth. He added, "Impossible to say exactly when it happened, of course, except that it was after death. Etienne may have put the thing, whatever it was, in his mouth, but someone else took it out." Dalgliesh said, "And with some force, and possibly in a hurry. If it had happened before rigor mortis set in, the removal would have been quicker and easier. How much strength would it take to force open the jaw after rigor was established? It's not difficult, of course, and easier if the mouth were partly open, and he could get his fingers in and use both hands. A child couldn't do it, but then you aren't looking for a child." Kate said, "If the snake head was pushed in immediately the sharp object was removed, and soon after death, couldn't we expect some visible blood stain on the fabric? How much seeping of blood would there have been after death?" Doc Wardle said, "Immediately after death. Not a lot, but he wasn't alive when that mark was made." They peered at the snake's head together. Dalgliesh said, This thing has been played about with at Innocent House for nearly 5 years. It's easier to imagine a stain than to see it. There's no obvious blood. The lab may give us something. If it was placed in the mouth as soon as the object was pulled out, there should be some biological evidence. Daniel asked, "Any idea, Doc, of the kind of object?" "Well, there are no other marks on the soft tissues or the back of the teeth that I can see, which suggests that it was something that he could fairly easily fit into his mouth, though why the hell he would have wanted to beats me. Still, that's your department." Daniel said, "If it was something he wanted to conceal, why not slip it into his trouser pocket? Hiding it in his mouth meant keeping silent. He could hardly speak normally, even with a small object between his tongue and the roof of his mouth. But suppose he knew that he was going to die. Suppose he was trapped in that room with the gas pouring out, the key to the gas tap missing, a window he couldn't open." Kate broke in. "But the object would be found on the body later, even if he only put it in his pocket." "Unless his murderer knew it was there and came back for it. Then hiding it in the mouth made sense, even if it was something the murderer didn't know existed. Putting it in his mouth made sure that it would be found at the PM, if not before." Kate said, "But he did know. The murderer, I mean. He came back to look for it, and I think he found it. He forced open the jaw to get it out, then used the snake to make it look like the work of the practical joker." She and Daniel were concentrated on each other. The room could have been empty except for those two. Daniel said, "But could he really expect that we wouldn't find the scrape?" "Oh, come on, Daniel. He didn't know that he'd scratched the mouth. What he did know was that he had to break the rigor, and that we wouldn't miss that. So he used the snake. And if it hadn't been for that scratch, we would have fallen for it. We're looking for a murderer who knew something about the timing of rigor and expected the body to be found relatively soon. If the body was to lie undisturbed for another day, the snake wouldn't have been necessary." They were, Dalgliesh knew, in danger of theorizing in advance of all the facts. The autopsy hadn't yet been completed. There was still no confirmation of the cause of death, but he felt reasonably sure, and so, he knew, did Doc Wardle, what the cause of death would prove to be. Kate asked, "What kind of object? Something small, sharp-edged? A key? A bunch of keys? A small metal box?" Dalgliesh said quietly, "Or the cassette of a small tape recorder." Dalgliesh left before the post-mortem was completed. Doc Wardle was explaining to his assistant that the blood samples for the lab must be taken from the femoral vein, not the heart, and why. Dalgliesh doubted whether there was anything further to learn from the autopsy, and if there was, he would be told soon enough. There were papers he needed to look over before the meeting at 8 o'clock in the house, and time was tight. It would have been pointless to go first to the yard before going to his flat, and his driver, William, had collected his briefcase from his office, and was waiting now in the forecourt, his amiable, chubby face displaying carefully controlled anxiety. The heavy rain of the afternoon had abated to a thin, continuous drizzle, and with the window half open he tasted the salt tang of the Thames. The traffic lights on the embankment smudged the air with crimson, and, waiting for them to change, a police horse, its flanks gleaming, stamped its delicate hooves on the shining tarmac. Darkness had come striding over the city, transforming it into a phantasmagoria of light, in which the streets and squares shivered into moving necklaces of white, red, and green. He opened his briefcase and drew out his papers for a quick reading of the salient arguments. It was time to shift the gears of his mind to a more immediate, and perhaps in the end more important, preoccupation. Usually he did not find this difficult, but now the earlier images of the mortuary persisted. Something small, something sharp, had been wrenched out of Etienne's mouth after rigor had set in the top part of the body. It was possible that object had been a cassette. The removal of the tape recorder certainly suggested that possibility. The inference was that Etienne had dictated the name of his murderer, and the killer had later returned to remove the evidence. But his mind rejected this simple hypothesis. Etienne's murderer had taken care that nothing should remain in the room which would enable him to leave a message. The floor and the mantelpiece had been cleaned. All the papers had been removed. Etienne's diary with the gold pencil attached had been stolen the day before. The killer had even thought of that. Etienne hadn't even been able to scrawl his or her name on the bare wooden floor. Why then should the murderer have been so stupid as to leave a tape recorder ready for his victim's use? There was, of course, another explanation. The tape recorder could have been there for a specific purpose, and if it had been, then the case promised to be even more puzzling and more intriguing than it had at first appeared. Chapter 34. It was after 10:30 before Dalgliesh returned to the Wapping incident room, and Robbins had been sent off duty. Kate and Daniel had bought sandwiches on their drive back from the mortuary, and made do with them and coffee as the night wore on. They had already worked a 12-hour day, but it wasn't over yet. Dalgliesh would want to assess progress, and have a clear idea where they were going before they entered on the next stage of the inquiry. He sat for 10 minutes, studying the papers Daniel had brought from Gerard Etienne's study. Then, closing the file without comment, looked at his watch, then said, "Right. So what tentative conclusions have you reached from the facts, as far as we know them?" Daniel broke in immediately, as Kate had expected him to. That didn't worry her. They were of equal rank, but she had seniority in service, and felt no need to emphasize it. There was an advantage in going first. It prevented other people from taking credit for your ideas, and showed keenness. On the other hand, there was a certain wisdom in biding one's time. Daniel was taking care over his spiel. Probably, she thought, he had been mentally practicing it since their return from the mortuary. He said, "Natural death, suicide, accident, or murder. The first two are out. We don't need the laboratory reports to be sure that this was carbon monoxide poisoning. The post-mortem told us that. Told us, too, that otherwise he died healthy. There is absolutely nothing to indicate suicide, so I don't think we need waste time on that. So we come to accident. If this is an accidental death, what are we expected to believe? That Etienne decided for some reason to work up in the archives office, left his jacket on the chair downstairs and his keys in his desk drawer, that he felt cold, lit the fire with matches which we've no evidence he had on him, then got so engrossed in his work that he didn't realize that the fire had started to malfunction until too late. Apart from the obvious inconsistencies, if it happened that way, I suggest that he'd have been found slumped over the table, not lying half-naked on his back with his head towards the fire. At this stage, I'm not taking account of the snake. I think we have to make a clear distinction between what happened at the time of death and what happened to the body afterwards. Obviously, someone found him after rigor had set in to the top part of the body, but there's no evidence that the person who stuffed the snake in his mouth took off his shirt or moved him from the table to where he was found." Kate said, "He must have taken off his own shirt. It was clutched in his right hand. It looked as if he had taken it off with some idea of using it to put out the fire. I mean, look at the photograph. The right hand is still holding part of the shirt. The rest of it trails across the body. It looks to me as if he died on his face and his killer turned over the body, perhaps using his foot, and then prized open the mouth. Look at the position of the knees, slightly bent. He didn't die in that position. It's consistent with the post-mortem findings that he died on his face. He was crawling across the room towards the fire." "Okay, I agree. But he couldn't have hoped to put it out, not that way. The shirt would have caught fire." "I know he couldn't, but that's what it looks like. Snuffing out the fire may have seemed possible to his confused mind." Dalgliesh didn't intervene, but listened while they argued it out. Daniel said, "That suggests he knew what was happening to him. But if he did, the obvious thing was to open the door and let in air, then turn off the gas. But suppose the door had been locked on the outside and the tap removed from the gas fire. When he tried to open the high window, the cord snapped, because someone had frayed it to make damn sure it would, as soon as it was tugged with any force. The murderer must have first moved out the chairs and tables so that Etienne couldn't climb onto them to reach the window and break the glass. The window was stuck fast. He couldn't have opened it if he had, not unless he had something to bash it with." Daniel said, "The tape recorder, perhaps." "Too small, too fragile." "All the same, I agree he would have tried. He could have battered the glass with his hands, but there was no evidence of bruising of the knuckles. I think that the furniture must have been moved before he entered the room. We know from the marks on the wall that the table was normally a few inches to the left. That isn't proof. The cleaner could have moved it. I didn't say that it was proof, but it is significant. Both Gabriel Dauncey and Mrs. Demery said that the table wasn't in the usual position. That doesn't let them out as suspects. I didn't say that it did. Dauncey is an obvious suspect. No one had better opportunity than he. But if Dauncey moved out the chairs and table, surely he would have taken trouble to place the table back precisely where it was. Unless, of course, he was in a hurry. She broke off, then turned to Dalgliesh excitedly. And of course, sir, he was in a hurry. He had to be back in the time it would take to bath. Daniel said, "We're going too fast. It's all conjecture." I'd call it logical deduction. Dalgliesh spoke for the first time. Kate's theory is reasonable. It conforms with all the facts as we know them. But what we haven't got is a scintilla of hard evidence. And don't let's forget the snake. How far have you got with finding out who knew that it was in Miss Blackett's desk drawer, apart, of course, from Miss Blackett, Mandy Price, Dauncey, and the two Etiennes? It was Kate who replied. The news was round the office by the afternoon, sir. Mandy told Mrs. Demery that Etienne had told Miss Blackett to get rid of it when they were making coffee together in the kitchen, shortly after 11:30. Mrs. Demery admits that she may have told one or two people when she took round the afternoon tea trolley. One or two people probably means every room in the building. Mrs. Demery was a bit vague about what she actually said, but Maggie Fitzgerald in publicity is quite certain that they were told that Mr. Gerard had instructed Miss Blackett to get rid of the snake, and that she'd put it in her desk drawer. Mr. Sidney Bartram in accounts claims that he didn't know. He said that he and his staff had no time to gossip with the office domestics, and that they wouldn't have the opportunity anyway. Their department is in number 10, and they make their own afternoon tea. DeWitt and Miss Peverell have admitted that they knew. Miss Blackett's drawer was the natural place for anyone to look anyway. She had a sentimental affection for Hissing Sid, and wouldn't have it thrown away. Daniel said, "Why did Demery bother to pass on the news? It was hardly a major office scandal." No, but it obviously caused a stir. Most of the staff knew or suspected that Gerard Etienne wouldn't be sorry to see the back of Miss Blackett. They were probably wondering how long she'd hold out, whether she'd chuck the job before she was sacked. Any fresh spat between those two was news. Dalgliesh said, "You see the importance of the snake. Either it was wound round Etienne's neck and stuffed into his mouth by the murderer, probably to explain the breaking of the rigor of the jaw, or the joker stumbled on the body and saw the chance of a particularly revolting piece of malice. If the murderer did it, is he or she also the joker? Were these pranks part of a carefully laid plan which goes back as far as the first incident? That would tie up with the frayed window cord. If that was deliberate, it was done over a period of time. Or did the murderer realize the significance of the loose jaw and use the snake on impulse to conceal the fact that he'd actually removed some object from Etienne's mouth?" Daniel said, "There's another possibility, sir. Suppose the joker finds the body, thinks it's a natural or accidental death, then decides to stir things up by making it look like murder. It could have been he or she who moved the table out of place, as well as putting the snake round Etienne's neck." Kate objected, "He couldn't have weakened the window cord. That must have been done earlier. And why bother to shift the table? That could only confuse the issue and make the death look like murder if the joker already knew that Etienne had died from carbon monoxide poisoning. He must have known. He turned off the gas fire." Kate said, "He'd have done that anyway. That small room must have been like a furnace." She turned to Dalgliesh. "Sir, I think there's only one theory that fits all the facts. This was intended to look like an accidental death from carbon monoxide poisoning. The murderer planned to be the one to find the body, and to find it on his own. All he had to do then was to replace the tap and turn off the gas, a natural reaction anyway. Then put back the table and chair, take away the tape and raise the alarm. But he couldn't find the tape, and when he did, he couldn't get his hands on it without breaking the rigor in the jaw. He knew that this wouldn't be missed by a competent detective or the forensic pathologists. So he used the snake to suggest that this was an accidental death, complicated by the malice of the office joker. End of Side 7. Side 8. Daniel objected. Why take the tape recorder? I'm talking about the murderer now. Why leave it? He had to remove the tape. He might as well take the recorder. Look, the natural thing would be to chuck it in the Thames. She turned to Dalgliesh. Do you think there's any chance an underwater search could find it, sir? Dalgliesh said, extremely unlikely. If it did, the tape wouldn't be intact. The murderer would certainly have erased any messages. I doubt whether the expense of a search would be justified. But you'd better have a word with the people here. Find out what the bottom of the river is like at Innocent House. Daniel said, There's something else, sir. If the killer wanted to leave a message for his victim, why use the tape? Why not write it? He had to recover it anyway. It would have been as easy to recover a piece of paper, perhaps easier. Dalgliesh said, But not a safe. If Etienne had time enough before unconsciousness supervened, he could tear up the paper and hide the separate pieces. But if he didn't tear it, paper is easier to conceal than a tape. The murderer knew that he might not have much time. He needed to retrieve that message and find it quickly. And there's another point. A speaking voice can't be ignored. A written message can. The interesting thing about this whole case is why he needed to leave a message at all. Daniel said, To gloat, to have the last word, to show how clever he was. Dalgliesh said, Or to explain to someone why he had to die. If that was the reason, then the motive for this murder may not be obvious. It may lie in the past, even in the distant past. But if so, why wait until now? If the murderer is here at Innocent House, Etienne could have been killed any time during the last 20 years or so. He's been part of the firm since he left Cambridge. What has happened recently to make this death necessary? Dalgliesh said, Etienne took over as chairman and MD. He proposed to force the sale of Innocent House, and he became engaged. Do you think the engagement could be relevant, sir? Anything could be, Kate. I'm going to see Etienne's father tomorrow morning. Claudia Etienne drove down to Bradwell-on-Sea early this evening to break the news to him, and to ask him to agree to a meeting. She won't be staying the night. I've asked her to meet you at Etienne's flat in the Barbican tomorrow. But the first priority is to check all the alibis, starting with the partners and staff at Innocent House. Daniel, you and Robbins had better see Esme Carling. Find out where she went when she left Better Books at Cambridge. There was Gerard Etienne's engagement party on the 10th of July. We need to check the guest list and interview people who were there. You're going to need tact. The line to take is whether they did wander through the house, and whether they saw anything odd or suspicious. But we concentrate on the partners. Did anyone see Claudia Etienne and her companion on the river, and at what time? Check with St. Thomas's Hospital what time Gabriel Dauncey was brought in and when he left, and of course on his alibi. I'll be leaving early for Bradwell-on-Sea, but I should be back by early afternoon. For the present, I think we'd better call it a day. Chapter 35. The partners spent Friday night apart. Standing at her kitchen table, trying to summon the energy to decide what to eat, Frances reflected that this wasn't surprising. They led separate lives away from Innocent House, and it sometimes seemed to her that they made a deliberate attempt to distance themselves outside the office, almost as if they wanted to demonstrate that all they had in common was work. They seldom discussed their social engagements, and she would occasionally be a guest at the party of another publisher, and be surprised to see Claudia's sleek head momentarily appearing in a gap of yelling faces, or be at the theatre with a friend from her convent school days, and see Dauncey painfully edging his way along the row ahead. Then they would greet each other as politely as acquaintances. Tonight she sensed that something stronger than habit was holding them apart, that they had grown increasingly reluctant to discuss Gerard's death as the day progressed, and that the frankness of that hour closeted together in the boardroom had been displaced by a wary distrust of intimacy. James, she knew, had no choice. He needed to go home to Rupert, and she envied him the necessity of obligation. She had never met his friend, never been invited to his house since Rupert's arrival there, and she wondered now about their life together. But at least he would have someone with whom he could share the distresses of the day, a day which now seemed inordinate in length. They had, by common unspoken consent, left Innocent House early, and she had waited while Claudia locked the door and set the alarm. She had asked, "Will you be all right, Claudia?" And even as she spoke had been struck by the futility, the banality of the question. She had wondered if she ought to offer to go home with Claudia, but was afraid that this might only be seen as a confession of weakness, her own need for company. And Claudia, after all, had her fiancé, if he was her fiancé. She was more likely to turn to him than to Francis. Claudia had replied, "All I want at the moment is to get home and be alone." Then she had added, "What about you, Francis? Will you be all right?" The same meaningless, unanswerable question. She wondered how Claudia would have replied if she'd said, "No, I'm not all right. I don't want to be alone. Stay with me tonight, Claudia. Sleep in my spare room." She could, of course, telephone Gabriel. She wondered what he was doing, what he was thinking, in that plain, under-furnished apartment beneath her. He, too, had said, "Will you be all right, Francis? Ring me if you need company." She wished that he had said, "Do you mind if I come up, Francis? I don't want to be alone." Instead, he had placed the onus on her. To ring for him was to confess a weakness, a need which he might not welcome. What was it about Innocent House, she wondered, that made it so difficult for people to express a human need, or to give each other a simple reciprocal kindness? In the end, she opened a carton of mushroom soup and boiled herself an egg. She felt extraordinarily tired. Curled last night in Gabriel's chair, her broken hours of fitful sleep hadn't been the best preparation for a day of almost continuous trauma. But she knew that she wasn't ready for sleep. Instead, after washing up her supper things, she went into the room which had been her father's bedroom, and which she had now made into a small sitting room, and sat herself in front of the television. The bright images passed in front of her eyes, the news, a documentary, a comedy, an old film, a modern play. As she pressed the buttons, flicking from channel to channel, the changing faces, grinning, laughing, serious, magisterial, the mouths continually opening and closing, were a visual drug, meaning nothing, evoking no emotion, but at least providing a spurious companionship, a fleeting and irrational solace. At 1 o'clock she went to bed, taking with her a glass of hot milk laced with a little whisky. It was effective, and she slipped away into unconsciousness, with a last thought that she was, after all, to enjoy the benison of sleep. The nightmare returned to her in the early hours, the old familiar nightmare, but in a new guise, more terrible, more intensely real. She was walking along the Greenwich tunnel between her father and Mrs. Rawlings. They were holding her hands, but their grasp was an imprisonment, not a comfort. She couldn't run away, and there was nowhere to run. Behind her she could hear the cracking of the tunnel roof, but she dared not turn her head because she knew that even to look back would be disaster. In front of her the tunnel stretched longer than in life, with a circle of bright sunlight at the end. As they walked, the tunnel lengthened, and the circle became gradually smaller, until it was only a small gleaming saucer, and she knew that soon it would recede into a pinpoint of light, then disappear. Her father was walking very upright, not looking at her, not speaking. He was wearing the tweed coat with a short cape which he always wore in winter, and which he had given to the Salvation Army. He was angry that she had given it away without consulting him, but he had found it and got it back. She wasn't surprised to see the snake wound round his neck. He was a real snake, immense as a cobra, expanding and contracting, draped round his shoulders, hissing with its evil life, ready to crush the breath out of him. And overhead the tiles of the roof were wet, and the first large drops were already falling. But she saw that they weren't drops of water, but of blood. And now suddenly she broke free and began to run, screaming towards that unobtainable pinpoint of light, while the roof ahead cracked and fell, and there rolled towards her, shutting out the last light, the black obliterating wave of death. She woke, to find herself slumped against the window, her hands beating the glass. With consciousness came relief, but the horror of the nightmare remained like a stain on the mind. But at least she knew it for what it was. She went over to her bed and turned on the lamp. It was nearly 5 o'clock. There was no point now in trying to sleep again. Instead she put on her dressing gown, drew the curtains, and opened the windows. With the darkened room behind her, she could see the luminous glimmer of the river, and a few high stars. The terror of her dream was passing, but it gave way to that other terror from which she had no hope of waking. Suddenly she thought of Adam Dalgliesh. His flat, too, was on the river, at Queenhithe. She wondered how she knew where he lived, and then remembered some of the press coverage of his last and successful book of poetry. He was a very private man, but that fact at least had emerged. It was odd that their lives were linked by this dark tide of history. She wondered if he, too, was wakeful, whether a mile or two upstream his tall, dark figure was standing, looking out over the same dangerous river. Book 3. Work in Progress. Chapter 36. On Sunday the 16th of October, Jean-Philippe Etienne took his morning walk as usual at 9 o'clock. Neither the time nor the route varied, whatever the season or the weather. He would walk along the narrow ridge of rock between the marshes and the ploughed fields, on which the Roman fort of Orthona was said to have stood, past the Anglo-Celtic chapel of St. Peter on the Wall, round the headland to the Blackwater estuary. It was rare for him to meet anyone on his morning perambulation, even in summer, when a visitor to the chapel or a bird-watcher might be abroad early. But if he did, he would say a courteous good morning, but no more. The locals knew that he had come to Orthona House for solitude, and had no wish to violate it. He accepted no incoming telephone calls, received no visitors. But this morning at 10:30, a visitor would come who could not be refused. Now, in the strengthening light, he looked across the calm straits of the estuary to the lights on Mersey Island, and thought about this unknown Commander Dalgliesh. The message he had sent to the police by Claudia had been unambiguous. He had no information to offer about his son's death, no theories to propose, no possible explanations of the mystery to put forward, no suspect he could name. His own view was that Gerard had died by accident, however odd or suspicious some of the circumstances. Accidental death seemed likelier than any other explanation, certainly far likelier than murder. Murder. The heavy consonants of horror thudded in his mind, evoking nothing but repugnance and disbelief. And now, standing as still as if petrified on the narrow strip of gritty beach where the minuscule waves spent themselves in a thin smudge of dirty foam, and watching the lamps across the water die one by one as the day brightened, he paid his son the reluctant tribute of memory. Most of the memories were troubling, but since they besieged his mind and could not be repelled, it was perhaps better that they should be accepted, made sense of, and disciplined. Gerard had grown to adolescence with one central assurance. He was the son of a hero. That was important to a boy, to any boy, but particularly one as proud as he. He might resent his father, feel himself inadequately loved, undervalued, neglected, but he could do without the love if he had the pride. Pride in the name and in what that name stood for. It had always been important to him to know that the man whose genes he carried had been tested as had few of his generation, and had not been found wanting. The decades were passing, and memories fading, but a man could still be judged by what he had done in those turbulent years of war. Jean-Philippe's reputation was secure, inviolable. The reputation of other heroes of the resistance had been sullied by the revelations of later years, but never his. The medals that he never now wore had been honestly earned. Jean-Philippe had watched the effect of that knowledge on Gerard, the compelling need for his father's approbation and respect, the need to compete, to justify himself in his father's eyes. Wasn't that what climbing the Matterhorn when he was 21 had been all about? He had never before shown any interest in mountaineering. The exploit had been time-consuming and expensive. He had employed the best Zermatt guide, who, reasonably, had decreed a period of some months' hard training before the climb was attempted, and had laid down his strict conditions. The party would turn back before the final assault on the summit if he judged Gerard a danger to himself or to the others. But they hadn't turned back. The mountain had been conquered. That was something Jean-Philippe hadn't achieved. And then there was the Peverell Press. Here, in his last years, Jean-Philippe knew that he had been little more than a passenger, tolerated, undisturbed, no trouble to anyone. Gerard, when power passed into his hands, would transform Peverell Press, and Jean-Philippe had given him that power. He had transferred 20 of his shares in the firm to Gerard, and 15 to Claudia. Gerard had only to keep the support of his sister to be sure of majority control. And why not? The Peverells had had their day. It was time for the Etiennes to take over. And still Gerard had come, month after month, to give his account as if he were a steward reporting to his master. He asked for no advice, no approbation. It wasn't for advice or approbation that he came. Sometimes it seemed to Jean-Philippe that the journey was a form of reparation, a penance voluntarily imposed, a filial duty undertaken now when the old man was past caring, and letting slip from his stiffened hands those frail cords which bound him to family, to the firm, to life. He had listened, had occasionally commented, but had never brought himself to say, "I don't want to hear, I'm no longer concerned. You can sell Innocent House, move to Docklands, sell the firm, burn the archives. The last of my interest in Peverell Press was cast from me when I dropped those grains of crushed bone into the Thames. I am as dead to your busy concerns as is Henry Peverell. We are both now beyond caring. Don't think because I can speak to you, still perform some of the functions of a man, that I am alive." He would sit immobile, and from time to time stretch out a shaking hand for his tumbler of wine, the glass with its heavy base so much easier now to manage than a wine-glass. His son's voice had come from a distance. "It's difficult to know whether to buy or rent. In principle, I'm for buying. The rents are ridiculously low, but they won't be when the leases run out. On the other hand, it makes sense to take a short lease for the next 5 years, and free the capital for acquisitions and development. Publishing is about books, not property. For the past 100 years, Peverell Press has squandered resources on maintaining Innocent House as if the house was the firm. Lose the house and you lose the press. Bricks and mortar, elevated to a symbol, even on the writing paper." Jean-Philippe had said, "Stone and marble." To Gerard's quick inquiring frown he added, "Stone and marble, not bricks and mortar. The rear facade is brick. The house is an architectural bastard. People say how brilliantly Charles Fowler wedded late Georgian elegance to 15th century Venetian Gothic, but he'd have done better not to try. Hector Scholling is welcome to Innocent House. Francis will be unhappy." He had said it for something to say. He was untouched by Francis' unhappiness. The wine was strong in his mouth. It was good that he could still taste the robust reds. Gerard had said, "She'll get over it. All the Peverells feel compelled to love Innocent House, but I doubt if she greatly cares." Following the association of ideas, he added, "You saw the announcement of my engagement in last Monday's Times." "No. I no longer bother with newspapers. The Spectator has a summary of the week's main news. That half-page is sufficient to reassure me that the world goes on much as it always has. I hope you'll be happy in your marriage. I was." "Yes. I always thought that you and Mother seemed to hit it off rather well." Jean-Philippe could smell his embarrassment. The comment in its gross inadequacy had hung between them like a wisp of acrid smoke. Jean-Philippe said quietly, "I wasn't thinking of your mother." And now, gazing across the stretch of quiet water, it seemed to him that only in those turbulent and confused days of war had he been truly alive. He had been young, passionately in love, exhilarated by constant danger, stimulated by the ardours of leadership, exalted by a simple and unquestioning patriotism, which for him had become a religion. Among the confused loyalties of Vichy France, his own had been clear and absolute. Nothing since had touched the wonder, the excitement, the glamour of those years. Never again had he lived every day with such intensity. Even after Chantal had been killed, his resolution hadn't faltered, although he was confused by the realization that he blamed the Marquis as much as the occupying Germans for her death. He had never believed that the most effective resistance lay in armed action or in the murder of German soldiers. And then in 1944 had come liberation and triumph, and with it a reaction so unexpected and so strong that it left him demoralized, almost apathetic. Only then, in the moment of triumph, had he space and time to grieve for Chantal. He felt like a man emptied of all capacity for emotion, except for this overwhelming grief, which in its sad futility seemed part of a greater, a universal grieving, He had had little stomach for revenge, and had watched with sick disgust the shaving of the heads of women accused of sentimental relations with the enemy, the vendettas, the purges by the Marquis, the summary justice which executed 30 people in the Puy de Dôme without formal trial. He was glad, as was most of the population, when the due process of law was established, but he took no satisfaction in the proceedings or in the verdicts. He had no sympathy for those collaborators who had betrayed the resistance, or who had tortured or murdered. But in those ambiguous years, many collaborators with the Vichy regime had done what they believed right for France, and if the Axis powers had won, perhaps it would have been right for France. Some were decent men who had chosen the wrong side for motives not wholly ignoble. Others were weak, some motivated by a hatred of communism, others seduced by fascism's insidious glamour. He could hate none of them. Even his own fame, his own heroism, his own innocence became repugnant to him. He had needed to get away from France and had come to London. His grandmother had been English. He spoke the language faultlessly, and was familiar with the peculiarities of English customs, all of which helped to soothe his self-imposed banishment. But he hadn't come to England out of any special affection for the country or its people. The countryside was beautiful, but then he had had France. It had been necessary to leave, and England was the obvious choice. It was in London at a party, he couldn't now remember which or where, that he had been introduced to Henry Peverell's cousin, Margaret. She was pretty, sensitive, and appealingly childlike, and had fallen romantically in love with him, in love with his heroism, with his nationality, even with his accent. He had found her uncritical adulation flattering, and it was difficult not to respond with at least affection and a protective warmth for what he saw as her vulnerability. But he had never loved her. He had only loved one human being. With Chantal had died his capacity for any feeling warmer than affection. But he had married her, taken her for 4 years to Toronto, and when that self-imposed banishment grew irksome, they had returned to London, now with 2 babies. At Henry's invitation he had joined the Peverell Press, invested his considerable capital in the firm, taken his shares, and spent the rest of his working life in that extravagant folly on a northern alien river. He supposed that he had been reasonably content. He knew people thought him rather dull. That didn't surprise him. He bored himself. The marriage had endured. He had made his wife, Margaret Peverell, as happy as she was capable of being. He suspected that the Peverell women weren't capable of much happiness. She had desperately wanted children, and he had dutifully provided her with the son and daughter for which she had hoped. That was how, then and now, he thought of parenthood, the giving of something necessary for his wife's happiness, if not for his own, and for which, having provided it as he might a ring, a necklace, or a new car, he need take no further responsibility, since responsibility was handed over with the gift. And now Gerard was dead, and this unknown policeman was coming to tell him that his son had been murdered. Chapter 37. Kate and Daniel's appointment to see Rupert Farlow had been fixed for 10 o'clock. They knew it would be almost impossible to park in Hillgate village, so left the car at Notting Hill Gate police station, and walked up the gentle hill under the high limes of Holland Park Avenue. Kate thought how strange it was to be back so soon in this familiar part of London. She had left her flat only 3 days earlier, but it seemed that she had moved away from the area in imagination, as well as in fact, and that now, coming up to Notting Hill Gate, she saw the raucous urban conglomeration through the eyes of a stranger. But nothing, of course, had changed. The discordant, undistinguished 1930s architecture, the plethora of street signs, the railings which made her feel like a herded animal, the long concrete flower beds with their straggling and dust-grimed evergreens, the shop fronts spilling their names in rivers of garish light, red, green, and yellow, the ceaseless grind of the traffic. There was even the same beggar outside the supermarket, with his large Alsatian slumped on a rug at his feet, murmuring to passers-by his appeal for change to buy a sandwich. Behind this busyness lay Hillgate village, in its stuccoed, multicoloured calm. As they passed the beggar and stood waiting to cross at the traffic lights, Daniel said, "We've got a few like that where I live. I'd be tempted to pop into the supermarket and buy him a sandwich, if I wasn't afraid of provoking a breach of the peace, and if he and the dog didn't already look overfed. Do you ever give?" "Not to his kind, and not often. Sometimes." I disapprove of myself, but I do it. Never more than a quid. To be spent on drink and drugs. A gift should be unconditional, even a quid, even to a beggar. And, okay, I do know that it's conniving at an offence. They had crossed the road at the traffic lights when abruptly he spoke again. I ought to go to my cousin's bar mitzvah next Saturday. Then go. That is, if it's important. A.D. won't welcome an application for leave. You know how he is once we're on a case. It doesn't take all day, does it? Ask him. He was very decent when Robbins wanted that day off after his uncle died. That was for a Christian funeral, not a Jewish bar mitzvah. What other kind of bar mitzvah is there? And don't be unfair. He isn't like that, and you know it. Like I said, if it's important, ask. If it isn't, don't. Important to whom? How do I know? To the boy, I suppose. I hardly know him. I doubt whether he'll care much either way. But we're a small family. He's only got the 2 cousins. I suppose he'd like me to be there. My aunt would probably prefer me not to be. That way she'll be given another grievance against my mother. You can hardly expect A.D. to decide whether pleasing your nephew is more important than disobliging your aunt. If it's important to you, then go. Why make such a big thing about it? He didn't reply, and as they made their way up Hillgate Street, she thought, perhaps it's because for him it is a big thing. Thinking back on it, the brief conversation surprised her. This was the first time he had even tentatively opened the door to his private life, and she had thought that, like her, he guarded with almost obsessive watchfulness that essentially inviolate portal. In the 3 months since he had joined the squad, they had never spoken of his Jewishness, nor indeed of much else except work. Was he genuinely seeking advice, or using her to clear his thoughts? If he needed advice, it was surprising that he sought it from her. She had from the first been aware of a defensiveness in him, which, if not tactfully handled, could become tricky, and she slightly resented the need for tact in a professional relationship. Police work was stressful enough, without the need to propitiate or accommodate a colleague. But she liked him, or, it might be truer to say, was beginning to like him, without being sure why. He was sturdily built, hardly taller than she, strong-featured, fair-haired, and with slate-grey eyes which shone like polished pebbles. When he was angry, they could darken almost to black. She recognized both his intelligence and an ambition which mirrored her own, and at least he had no hang-up about working with a woman senior to himself, or, if he had, was more skillful than most of his colleagues at concealing it. She told herself, too, that she was beginning to find him sexually attractive, as if this formal and regular recognition of the fact could guard her against the follies of propinquity. She had seen too many colleagues make a mess of their private and professional lives to risk that kind of involvement. Always so much easier to begin than to end. She said, wanting to match his confidence and fearing that she had been too dismissive, there were a dozen different religions among the children at Ancroft Comprehensive. We seemed always to be celebrating some kind of feast or ceremony. Usually it required making a noise and dressing up. The official line was that all religions were equally important. I must say that the result was to leave me with the conviction that they were equally unimportant. I suppose if you don't teach religion with conviction, it becomes just one more boring subject. Perhaps I'm a natural pagan. I don't go in for all this emphasis on sin, suffering, and judgment. If I had a God, I'd like him to be intelligent, cheerful, and amusing. He said, I doubt whether you'd find him much of a comfort when they herded you into the gas chambers. You might prefer a God of vengeance. This is the street, isn't it? She wondered if he had wearied of the subject or was warning her off his private ground. She said, Yes, it looks as if the high numbers are at the other end. There was an entry phone at the left of the door. Kate pressed the bell, and when a masculine voice responded, said, This is Inspector Miskin and Inspector Aaron. We've come to see Mr. Farlow. He is expecting us. She listened for the buzz which would indicate that the door lock had been released, but instead the same voice said, I'll be down. The wait of a minute and a half seemed longer. Kate had looked at her watch a second time when the door was opened, and they found themselves confronted by a stocky young man, barefoot and wearing tightly fitting trousers, in a blue and white check, and a white sweatshirt. His hair was cut in very short spikes, giving the round head the look of a bristled brush. His nose was wide and chubby, and the short round arms with their patina of brown hair looked as softly plump as a child's. Kate thought that he had the snug compactness of a toy bear, needing only a price tag dangling from the earring in his left ear to complete the illusion. But the pale blue eyes meeting hers were initially wary, then changed as she met them to frank antagonism, and when he spoke there was no welcome in his voice. Ignoring the proffered warrant card, he said, "You'd better come up." The narrow hall was very warm. The air permeated with an exotic smell, part floral, part spicy, which Kate would have found agreeable if it had been less strong. They mounted the narrow stairs behind their guide, and found themselves in a sitting-room which ran the whole length of the house. A curved archway showed where once there must have been the dividing wall. At the rear, a small conservatory had been built out to overlook the garden. Kate, who thought that she had brought to an art the ability to take in details of her surroundings without betraying too obvious a curiosity, now noticed nothing but the man they had come to see. He was lying propped up on a single bed to the right of the conservatory, and he was obviously dying. She had seen the extremity of emaciation often enough pictured on her television screen, viewing almost routinely in her sitting-room the dead eyes and shriveled limbs of starvation. But now encountering it for the first time, she wondered how any human being could be so diminished and still breathe, how the great eyes, which seemed to be floating free in their sockets, could hold her with such a look of intense, slightly ironic amusement. He was enveloped in a dressing-gown of scarlet silk, but it could give no glow to the sickly yellow skin. There was a card table close to the head of the bed, with a facing chair and 2 packs of cards ready on the green baize top. It looked as if Rupert Farlow and his companion were about to begin a game of canasta. His voice was not strong, but it did not waver. The essential self was still alive, still heard in its high, clear tones. "Forgive me if I don't get up. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. I'm conserving my energies for ensuring that Ray doesn't get a sight of my cards. Do sit down if you can find a seat. Would you like a drink? I know you're not supposed to drink on duty, but I insist on regarding this as a social call. Ray, where did you hide the bottle?" The boy, seated at the card table, made no move. Kate said, "We won't drink, thank you, and this shouldn't take long. It's about Thursday evening." "I thought it might be." "Mr. DeWitt says that he came straight home from the office and was here with you all the evening. Could you confirm that?" "If that's what James told you, then it's true. James never lies. That's one of the things about him that his friends find so trying." "And is it true?" "Naturally. Hasn't he said so?" "What time did he arrive home?" "The usual time, about 6:30, isn't it? He'll tell you. He has told you, surely." Kate, who had pushed a heap of magazines to one side, had seated herself on a Victorian sofa opposite the bed. She said, "How long have you lived here with Mr. DeWitt?" Rupert Farlow turned on her his immense, pain-filled eyes, moving his head slowly, as if the weight of this denuded skull had become too great for his neck to bear. He said, "Are you asking how long I've shared this house, as opposed, shall we say, to sharing his life, sharing his bed?" "Yes, that's what I'm asking." 4 months, 2 weeks, 3 days. He took me in from the hospice. I'm not sure why. Perhaps being with the dying turns him on. It does some people. There was no shortage of visitors at the hospice, I assure you. We're the one charity they can always get volunteers for. Sex and death, a great turn-on. We weren't lovers, incidentally. He's in love with that boringly conventional woman, Frances Peverell. James is depressingly heterosexual. You needn't be frightened to shake his hand, or even indulge in more intimate physical contact, if you like to try your luck." Daniel said, "He arrived here from work at 6:30. Did he go out later?" "Not as far as I know. He went up to bed at about 11, and he was here when I woke at 3:30 and 4:15 and 5:45. I made a careful note of the hours. Oh, and he did various messy things for me at about 7 o'clock in the morning. He certainly wouldn't have had time between those hours to get back to Innocent House and dispose of Gerard Etienne. But I may as well warn you that I'm not particularly reliable. I would say that anyway. It isn't exactly in my interest to have James carted off to prison, is it? Daniel said, "Nor in your interest to be an accessory to murder." "That isn't the worry. If you take James, you may as well take me. I should be more of an inconvenience to the criminal justice system than you would be to me. That's the advantage of dying. It hasn't a lot to be said for it, but it does put you beyond the power of the police. Still, I must try to be helpful, mustn't I? There is one piece of corroborative evidence. You rang and spoke to James, didn't you, Ray? At about 7:30? Ray had taken up a second pack of cards and was expertly shuffling them. "Yeah, that's right, 7:30. Rang to inquire. He was here then." "There you are, then. Wasn't it clever of me to remember?" Kate said impulsively, "Are you... surely you must be... the Rupert Farlow who wrote The Fruit Cage. Have you read it?" "A friend gave it to me last Christmas. He managed to find a hardback. Apparently they're rather sought after. He told me that the first edition was sold out and that they didn't reprint." "A literate cop. I thought you only got them in fiction. Did you like it?" "Yes, I liked it." She paused and then added, "I thought it was wonderful." He raised his head and looked at her. His voice changed, and he spoke so softly she could hardly hear the words. "I was quite pleased with it myself." Looking into his eyes, she saw, appalled, that they were glistening with tears. The frail body in its crimson shroud trembled, and she had an impulse so strong that she had almost physically to fight it, to move forward and take him in her arms. She looked away and said, trying to make her voice sound normal, "We won't tie you any more, but we may have to come back and ask you to sign a statement. You'll find me at home, or if I'm not, you'll be unlikely to get a statement. Ray will see you out." The three of them walked down the stairs in silence. At the door, Daniel turned and said, "Mr. DeWitt has told us that no one telephoned this house on Thursday evening. So one of you is either lying or mistaken. Is it you?" The boy shrugged. "Okay, maybe I was mistaken. That's no great deal. It could have been another night." "Or no night. It's dangerous to lie in a murder investigation. Dangerous for you and the innocent. If you have any influence over Mr. Farlow, you should tell him that the best way he can help his friend is by telling the truth." Ray had his hand on the door. He said, "Don't give me that crap. Why should I? That's what the police always say, that you help yourself and the innocent by telling the truth. Telling the truth to the fuzz is in the fuzz's interest. Don't try telling us it's in ours. And if you want to come back, you'd better ring first. He's too weak to be badgered." Daniel opened his mouth, restrained himself, and said nothing. The door closed firmly behind them. They walked into Hillgate Street without speaking. Then Kate said, "I shouldn't have said that about his novel." "Why not? What's the harm? That is, if you were being honest." "It's because I was being honest that I did the harm. It upset him." She paused, then said, "What do you think that particular alibi is worth?" "Not much. But if he sticks to it, and my guess is he will, we're in trouble, no matter what else we manage to grub up about DeWitt." "Not necessarily. It'll depend on the strength of any further evidence. And if we find the alibi unconvincing, so will a jury. If you ever get that chap in front of a jury." Kate said, "There's one thing, though. It might just have been chance, but I wonder. Obviously that friend of his, Ray, was lying. But how did Farlow know that the alibi was needed for around 7:30? Or was it just a lucky guess?" Chapter 38. Dalglish's appointment with Jean-Philippe Etienne, conveyed by Claudia Etienne, had been made for 10:30, a time which necessitated a comfortably early start from London. The time of the appointment had been surprisingly specific for a man whose day was presumably his own. Dalgliesh wondered if it had been chosen to ensure that even if the interview were more protracted than expected, Etienne would feel under no obligation to invite him to lunch. This, too, suited him. To lunch alone in the strange place where he was unknown and unrecognized, even if the food proved disappointing, a place where he could eat in the assurance that no one in the world knew who he was and that no telephone could reach him, was a rare pleasure, and he intended after the interview to make the most of it. He had a meeting at the Yard at 4 o'clock, and then would go straight to Wapping to hear Kate's report. There would be no time for a solitary walk or for exploring an interesting-looking church. But after all, a man had to eat. It was dark when he set out, and the day lightened into a dry but sunless morning. But as he shook off the last eastern suburbs and drove between the muted colours of the Essex countryside, the grey canopy lightened into a white, transparent haze, with the promise that the sun might eventually break through. Beyond the cropped hedges, spiked with the occasional wind-distracted tree, the ploughed fields of autumn, stippled with the first green shoots of winter wheat, stretched to the far horizon. He felt a sense of liberation under the wide East Anglian sky, as if the weight of an old and familiar burden had been temporarily lifted. He thought about the man he was to meet. He was coming to Athona House with few expectations, but he was not coming totally unprepared. There had been no time for detailed research into the man's history. He had spent some 40 minutes in the London Library, and had talked on the telephone to an ex-member of the Resistance living in Paris, whose name had been supplied by a contact at the French embassy. He now knew something of Jean-Philippe Etienne, hero of the Resistance in Vichy, France. Etienne's father had owned a flourishing newspaper and printing press in Clermont-Ferrand, and had been one of the earliest and most active members of the Organisation de Résistance de l'Armée. He had died of cancer in 1941, and his only son, recently married, had both inherited the business and taken over his father's role in the struggle against the Vichy authorities and the German occupiers. Like his father, he was a fervent Gaullist and strongly anti-communist, distrustful of the Front National, because it was founded by communists, even though many of his own friends, Christian socialists, intellectuals, were members of the Front. But he was by nature a loner, and worked best with his own small, secretly recruited band. Without quarrelling openly with the major organizations, he had concentrated on propaganda rather than on armed struggle, circulating his own underground paper, distributing Allied leaflets dropped by air, providing London with regular but invaluable information, and attempting even to suborn and demoralize German soldiers by infiltrating propaganda into their camps. His family newspaper continued, but now less a paper of record than a literary journal, its careful non-political stance enabling Etienne to retain more than his share of printer's ink and paper, all rationed and closely supervised. By careful husbandry and subterfuge, he was able to divert resources to his underground press. For 4 years he had lived a double life so successfully that he was never suspected by the Germans, nor denounced as a collaborator by his fellow résistants. His deep distrust of the Marquis had been reinforced when in 1943 his wife had been killed in a train blown up by one of the more active groups. He had ended the war as a hero, not as well known as Alphonse Rosier, Serge Fischer, or Henri Martin, but his name could be found in the index of books on the Vichy resistance. He had earned his medals and his peace. Less than 2 hours after leaving London, Dalgliesh had turned off the A12 southeast to Malden, then east through flat, unexciting countryside, and had entered the attractive village of Bradwell-on-Sea, with its square-towered church and pink, white and ochre clapboard cottages, the doorways hung with baskets of late chrysanthemums. He marked down the King's Head as a possible place for lunch. A narrow road was signposted to the chapel of St. Peter on the Wall, and soon it came into view, a distant high rectangular building standing against the sky. It looked now as it had when he had first been brought here by his father as a 10-year-old, as simply and crudely proportioned as a child's doll's house. There was a rough footpath leading to the chapel, separated from the road by a fixed wooden barrier, but the track to Athona House, a few hundred yards to the right, was open. A signpost, the wood beginning to split, and the words almost indecipherable, bore the painted name of the house, and that and the distant sight of the roof and chimneys confirmed that the lane was the only access. Dalgliesh reflected that Etienne could hardly have devised a more effective deterrent to visitors, and for a moment he wondered whether to walk the half-mile rather than risk his suspension. Glancing at his watch, he saw that it was 10:25. He would arrive precisely on time. The track to Athona House was deeply rutted, the potholes still holding water from the previous night's rain. It was bounded on one side by ploughed fields, stretching as far as the eye could see, hedgeless and with no sign of habitation. On the left was a wide ditch, bordered by a tangle of blackberry bushes, heavy with berries, and beyond them a broken row of gnarled trunks, thickly leached with ivy. On both sides of the path, the tall, dry grasses, already weighted with seed pods, stirred fitfully in the breeze. Under his careful handling, the Jaguar lurched and shuddered, and he was beginning to regret not parking in the entrance to the land when the track became less potholed, the crevasses less deep, and he was able to accelerate for the last 100 yards. The house, bounded by a high curved wall in brick, which looked comparatively modern, was still invisible except for the roof and chimneys, and it was apparent that the entrance faced the sea. He drove round to the right, and saw the place clearly for the first time. It was a small, agreeably proportioned house in mellowed red brick, the facade almost certainly Queen Anne. The central bay was capped with a Dutch parapet, its curve echoing that of the elegant portico of the front door. On either side stretched identical wings, with their 8-paned windows under a stone cornice, decorated with carved scallop shells. These were the only indication that the house had been built on the coast, but it still seemed oddly out of place, its dignified symmetry and mellow calm more appropriate to a cathedral close than to this bleak and isolated headland. There was no immediate access to the sea. Between the breaking waves and Athona House stretched 100 yards or so of salt marsh, crossed by innumerable small streams, a sodden and treacherous carpet of soft blues, greens and greys, with patches of acid green in which the pools of sea water gleamed, as if the marshland had been set with jewels. He could hear the sea, but on this calm day, with only a light wind rustling the reeds, it came to him as gently as a soft expiring sigh. He rang the bell and heard its muffled peal within the house, but it was over a minute before his ears caught the shuffle of approaching footsteps. There was a rasp of a drawn bolt, and he heard the key turn, before slowly the door was opened. The woman who stood regarding him with blank incuriosity was old. Probably he thought nearer 80 than 70, but there was nothing frail about her full-fleshed solidity. She was wearing a black dress, high-buttoned to the throat and fastened with an onyx brooch, surrounded with dull seed pearls. Her legs bulged over black-laced boots, and her breasts were carried high, shapeless as a bolster, over a voluminous white-starched apron. Her face was broad, the colour of suet, the cheekbones sharp ridges under the creased, suspicious eyes. Before he could speak, she said, "Vous êtes le commandant Dalgliesh?" "Oui, madame, je viens voir Monsieur Etienne, s'il vous plaît." "Suivez-moi." Her pronunciation of his name was so bizarre that at first he couldn't recognize it, but her voice was strong and deep, and with a note of confident authority. She might be a servant at Athona House, but she was not servile. She stood aside to let him enter, and he waited while she closed and secured the door. The bolt above her head was heavy, the key large and old-fashioned, and she had some difficulty in turning it. The veins on her age-blanched and speckled hands stood out like purple cords, and the strong work-worn fingers were gnarled. She led him down a panelled hall to a room at the rear of the house. Pressing her back against the open door as if he were infectious, she announced, "Le commandant Dalgliesh," then closed the door firmly, as if anxious to dissociate herself from this unwanted guest. The room was surprisingly light after the darkness of the hall. 2 tall windows, multi-paned and fitted with shutters, looked out over a treeless garden, dissected with stone paths, and apparently given over to vegetables and herbs. The only colour was from late geraniums, planted in the large terracotta pots which lined the main path. The room was obviously both a library and a sitting-room. 3 walls were fitted with bookshelves to a height comfortable to reach, with prints and maps ranged above them. There was a drum table in the middle of the room, its top laden with books. To the left was a stone fireplace with a simple but elegant overmantel. A small fire of wood crackled in the basket grate. Jean-Philippe Etienne was sitting in a high-buttoned green leather chair to the right of the fire, but made no move until Dalgliesh had almost reached it, when he got to his feet and held out his hand. Dalgliesh felt for no more than 2 seconds the clasp of the cold flesh. Time, he thought, can reduce all individuality to stereotype. It can soften and plump the aging features into bland childishness, or strip them to the bone and muscle, so that mortality already stares out from the shriveled eyes. It seemed to him that he could see the outline of every bone, the twitch of every muscle in Etienne's face. His spare figure was still upright, although he walked stiffly, and his dapper elegance held no hint of decrepitude. The grey hair was sparse, brushed back from a high forehead. The jutting nose was long above a wide, almost lipless mouth. The large ears lay flat against the skull, and the veins under the high cheekbones looked as if they were about to bleed. He was wearing a velvet jacket with frogged fastening, reminiscent of a Victorian smoking jacket, above black, tightly fitting trousers. Just so might a 19th-century landowner have risen stiffly to greet a guest, but this guest, Dalgliesh at once knew, was as little welcome in this elegant library as he had been on arrival. Etienne motioned him to the chair opposite his own, and seated himself. Then he said, "Claudia handed me your letter, but please spare me any renewal of your condolences. They can hardly be sincere. You did not know my son." Dalgliesh said, "It isn't necessary to know a man to feel regret that he should die too young and needlessly. You are, of course, right. The death of the young is always embittered by the injustice of mortality. The young go, the old live on. You will take something? Wine? Coffee?" "Coffee, please, sir." Etienne walked into the passage, closing the door behind him. Dalgliesh could hear him call out, he thought, in French. There was an embroidered bell rope to the right of the fireplace, but apparently Etienne did not choose to use it in his relationship with his household. Returning to his chair, he said, "It was necessary for you to come. I realize that. But there is nothing I can say to help you. I have no idea why my son died, unless it was, as seems most likely, an accident." Dalgliesh said, "There are a number of oddities about his death which suggest that it could have been deliberate. I know that this must be painful for you, and I'm sorry." "What are those oddities?" "The fact that he died of carbon monoxide poisoning in a room he rarely visited. A broken window cord which could have snapped when it was tugged so that the window couldn't be opened. A missing tape recorder. A removable tap on the gas fire which could have been removed after the fire was lit. The position of the body." Etienne said, "Nothing you have told me is new. My daughter was here yesterday. The evidence is surely entirely circumstantial. Were there any prints on the gas tap?" "Only a smudge. The surface is too small for anything useful." Etienne said, "Even taken together, these suppositions are less odd, was the word you used, than the suggestion that Gerard was murdered. Oddities are not evidence. I am ignoring the matter of the snake. I know that there is a malicious prankster at Innocent House. His or her activities scarcely warrant the attention of a commander of New Scotland Yard. They do, sir, if they complicate or obscure, or are connected with a murder." There were footsteps in the passage. Etienne went at once to the door and opened it for the housekeeper. She came in with a tray bearing a cafetiere, a brown jug, sugar, and 1 large cup. She placed the tray on the table, and, after a glance at Etienne, immediately left the room. Etienne poured the coffee and brought it over to Dalgliesh. It was apparent that he himself was not to drink, and Dalgliesh wondered if this was a not very subtle ploy to put him at a disadvantage. There was no small table by his chair, so he placed a coffee cup on the hearth. Returning to his chair, Etienne said, "If my son was murdered, I want his murderer brought to justice, inadequate as that justice may be. It is not perhaps necessary that I say this, but it is important that I do say it, and that you believe me. If you find me unhelpful, it is because I have no help to give. Your son had no enemies?" I know of none. No doubt he had professional rivals, discontented authors, colleagues who disliked, resented, or were envious of him. That is common for any successful man. I know of no one who would wish to destroy him. Is there anything in his past, or yours, some old or imagined wrong or injustice that could have caused long-standing resentment? Etienne paused before replying, and Dalgliesh was aware for the first time of the silence of the room. Suddenly the wood fire crackled with a small explosion of flame, and a shower of sparks fell onto the hearth. Etienne looked into the fire. He said, "Resentment. The enemies of France were once my enemies, and I fought them in the only way I could. Those who suffered may have sons, grandsons. It seems to me ludicrous to imagine they are exacting a vicarious revenge. And then there are my own people, the families of Frenchmen who were shot as hostages because of the activity of the Resistance. Some would say they had a legitimate grievance, but surely not against my son. I suggest you concentrate your attention on the present, not the past, and on those people who normally had access to Innocent House. That would seem the obvious line of inquiry." Dalgliesh picked up his coffee cup. The coffee, black as he wanted, was still too hot to drink. He replaced it in the hearth and said, "Miss Etienne has told us that your son visited you regularly. Did you discuss the firm?" "We discussed nothing. He apparently felt the need to keep me informed of what was happening, but he asked for no advice, and I offered none. I have no longer any interest in the firm, and I had little for the last 5 years I worked there. Gerard wanted to sell Innocent House and move to Docklands. There is, I think, no secret about that. He saw it as necessary, and no doubt it was. No doubt it still is. I have a confused memory of our conversations. There was talk of money, acquisitions, staff changes, leases, a possible purchaser for Innocent House. I am sorry my memory is not more precise. But your years with the firm were not unhappy. The question, Dalgliesh saw, was regarded as an impertinence. He had ventured on forbidden ground. Etienne said, "Neither happy nor unhappy. I made a contribution, although, as I say, in the last 5 years, it was an increasingly unimportant one. I doubt whether any other job would have suited me better. Henry Peverell and I went on too long. The last time I visited Innocent House was to help scatter Peverell's ashes in the Thames. I shall not return again." Dalgliesh said, "Your son planned a number of changes, some, no doubt, unwelcome." "All change is unwelcome. I am glad to have placed myself beyond its reach. Some of us who dislike aspects of the modern world are fortunate. We need no longer live in it." Looking across at him while he at last sipped his coffee, Dalgliesh saw that the man was as tense in his chair as if about to spring from it. He realized that Etienne was a true recluse. Human company, except that of the few people with whom he lived, was intolerable to him for more than a brief span, and he was nearing the end of his endurance. It was time to go. Nothing else would be learned. Moments later, as Etienne was accompanying him to the front door, a courtesy which Dalgliesh hadn't expected, he commented on the age and architecture of the house. It was the only thing he had said which stimulated his host to an interested response. "The façade is Queen Anne, as I expect you know, but the interior is largely Tudor. The original house on this site was much earlier. Like the chapel, it is built on the walls of the old Roman settlement of Orthona, hence the name of the house. I thought I might visit the chapel if I could leave my car here." "Of course." But the permission was not gracious. It was as if even the presence of the Jaguar on his forecourt was a disturbing intrusion. He was no sooner out of the door when it was firmly closed behind him, and he heard the rasp of the lock. Chapter 39. Dalgliesh wondered if he would find the chapel door locked, but it opened to his hand, and he entered into its silence and simplicity. The air was very cold and smelled of earth and mortar grit, an unecclesiastical smell, domestic and contemporary. The chapel was sparsely furnished. There was a stone altar with a Greek crucifix above it, a few benches, 2 large jars of dried flowers, one on each side of the altar, and a rack of pamphlets and guides. He folded a note and put it in the box, then took one of the guidebooks and sat on a bench to study it, wondering why he should feel this sense of emptiness and mild depression. The chapel was, after all, among the earliest church buildings in England, perhaps the oldest, the sole surviving monument of the Anglo-Celtic Church in this part of England, the foundation of St. Ced, who had landed here at the old Roman fort at Athona as early as 653. It had stood here confronting the cold and inhospitable North Sea for 13 centuries. Here, if anywhere, he should have surely heard the dying echoes of plainsong and the vibration of 1,300 years of muttered prayer. Whether one found the building holy or empty of holiness was a matter of personal perception, and his failure in this moment to experience more than the outflowing of tension he could always feel when totally alone was a failure of imagination, not of the place itself. He wished that, sitting there quietly, he could hear the sea, with a need that was almost a longing, that ceaseless rise and fall, which, more than any other natural sound, touched mind and heart with a sense of time's inexorable passing, of the centuries of unknown and unknowable human lives, with their brief miseries and even briefer joys. But he had come here not to meditate, but to think about murder, and of murder's more immediate degradations. He put down the guidebook and mentally reviewed the recent interview. It had been an unsatisfactory visit. His journey had been necessary, but it had proved even more unproductive than he had feared. Yet he couldn't shake off the conviction that there was something of importance to be learned at Athona House, which Jean-Philippe Etienne hadn't chosen to tell him. It was possible, of course, that Etienne hadn't told him because it was something he had forgotten, something he thought insignificant, even something which he didn't realize that he knew. Dalgliesh thought again about the central fact of the mystery, the missing tape recorder, the scratches in Gerard Etienne's mouth. This murderer had needed to talk to his victim before he died, to talk to him even while he was dying. He or she had wanted Etienne dead, but had also wanted Etienne to know why he was dying. Was it no more than a murderer's overwhelming vanity? Or had there been another reason buried in Etienne's past life? And if so, part of that life was here present in Athona House, and he had failed to find it. He wondered what had brought Etienne at the last to this soggy bulge of an alien country, to this drear, wind-scoured coast where the marsh lay like a sour, disintegrating sponge, sopping up the fringes of the cold North Sea. Did he ever long for the mountains of his native province, for the jabber of French voices in street and café, for the sound, the scents and colours of rural France? Had he come to this desolate place to forget the past, or to relive it? What had these old, unhappy, far-off things to do with the death, nearly 50 years later, of his son, a son by an English mother, born in Canada, murdered in London? What tentacles, if any, had stretched out from those momentous years to wind themselves round Gerard Etienne's neck? He glanced at his watch. It was still a minute short of 11:30. He would make time to visit the monuments in St. George's Church in Bradwell. But after that brief visit, there would be no possible excuse for not driving back to London to lunch at New Scotland Yard. He was still sitting, guidebook held loosely in his hand, when the door opened, and 2 elderly women entered. They were shod and dressed for walking, and each carried a small knapsack. They looked disconcerted, and a little apprehensive to see him, and thinking that they might not welcome the presence of a solitary male, he said a quick, "Good morning," and left. Turning briefly at the door, he saw that they were already on their knees, and wondered what it was they found in this quiet place, and whether, if he had come with more humility, he might have found it also. Chapter 40. Gerard Etienne's flat was on the 8th floor of the Barbican. Claudia Etienne had said that she would be there to meet them at 4 o'clock, and when Kate rang, the door was opened promptly, and without speaking she stood aside to let them in. The day was beginning to darken, but the large rectangular room was still full of light, as a room will hold warmth when the sun has set. The long curtains in what looked like fine cream linen were drawn back to reveal, beyond the balcony, an attractive view of the lake, and the elegant spire of a city church. Daniel's first response was to wish the flat was his. His second, that in all his visits to the homes of murder victims, he had never seen one so impersonal, so ordered, so uncluttered with the detritus of the dead life. This place looked like a show flat, carefully furnished to attract a purchaser. But it would be a rich purchaser. Nothing in this apartment had been inexpensive. And he was wrong to see it as impersonal. It spoke as clearly of its owner as the most over-furnished suburban sitting-room, or any tart's bedroom. He could have played that television game, described the owner of this apartment. Male, young, rich, discriminating, organized, unmarried. There was nothing feminine about this room. Obviously musical. The expensive stereo equipment might be expected in any flat of a well-to-do bachelor, but not the grand piano. All the furniture was modern, pale, unpolished wood, elegantly fashioned into cupboards, bookcases, a desk. At the end of the room, close to a door obviously leading to the kitchen, was a round dining table with 6 matching chairs. There was no fireplace. The focus of the room was the window, and a long sofa with 2 armchairs in soft black leather were grouped to face it round a coffee table. There was only one photograph. On the top of a low bookcase in a silver frame was the studio portrait of a girl, presumably Etienne's fiancée. Fine, fair hair fell from a central parting, to frame a long, delicately boned face, large-eyed, the mouth a little too small, but with a full, beautifully curved upper lip. Was this, too, Daniel wondered, an acquired, expensive object? Feeling that it might be offensive to study it too closely, he turned to the only painting, a large oil of Etienne and his sister hanging on the wall facing the window. In winter, with the curtains drawn, this vivid picture would be the focus of the room, colours, form, brushwork almost aggressively proclaiming the artist's mastery. Perhaps this week or next, the sofa and the chairs would have been swung round to face it, and for Etienne, winter would have officially begun. This identification with the routine of the dead man's life seemed to Daniel irrational and a little disturbing. There was, after all, no evidence here of Etienne's presence, none of the small but pathetic leavings of a life unexpectedly ended, the half-finished meal, the open book placed face downwards, the unemptied ashtray, the little messes and muddles of ordinary life. He saw that Kate was studying the oil painting. That was natural enough. She was known to like modern art. She turned to Claudia Etienne. "This is a Freud, isn't it? It's wonderful." "Yes. My father had it painted as a present for Gerard on his 21st birthday." It was all there, thought Daniel, moving up beside her. The arrogant good looks, the intelligence, the confidence, the assurance that life was his for the taking. Beside the central figure, his sister, younger, more vulnerable, looked at the painter with wary eyes, as if defying him to do his worst. Claudia Etienne said, "Would you like coffee? Won't take long. One could never rely on finding food here. Gerard mostly ate out. But there was always wine and coffee. You can come into the kitchen if you like, but there's nothing to see there. All Gerard's papers are in that bureau. It opens at the side, a concealed catch. You're welcome to look, but you won't get any joy out of prying. Any papers of importance were kept by the bank, and all his business papers are at Innocent House. You've got those. Gerard always lived as if he expected to die overnight. There is one thing, though. I found this unopened on the mat. It's dated the 13th of October, so probably arrived on Thursday by the second post. I saw no reason not to read it." She handed over a plain white envelope. The paper inside was of the same high quality, the address embossed. The handwriting was large, a girlish scrawl. Daniel read it over Kate's shoulder. "Dear Gerard, this is to tell you that I want to end our engagement. I suppose I ought to say that I am sorry to hurt you, and I don't think you will be hurt except in your pride. I shall mind more than you, but not very much, and not for long. Mummy thinks that we ought to put a notice in the Times, since we did announce the engagement, but that doesn't seem very important at present. Look after yourself. It was fun while it lasted, but not as much fun as it could have been. Lucinda." Underneath there was a postscript. "Let me know if you want me to return the ring." Daniel thought that it was as well the letter had been found unopened. If Etienne had received it, it could have been used by a defence counsel to show a motive for suicide. As it was of small importance to their inquiry. Kate said to Claudia, "Had your brother any idea that Lady Lucinda was about to break their engagement?" "Not as far as I know. She's probably regretting that she wrote that letter. She can hardly pose now as the broken-hearted fiancé." The desk was modern, plain, and outwardly unpretentious, but with an interior cleverly designed with numerous drawers and cubbyholes. It was all in immaculate order, bills paid, a few bills still outstanding, cheque-books for the previous 2 years bound together with a rubber band, a drawer with a portfolio of his investments. It was obvious that Etienne kept only what was necessary, clearing his life as it went along, shedding inessentials, conducting his social life, such as it was, by telephone, not by letter. They had been at the task for only a few minutes when Claudia Etienne returned, carrying a tray with a cafetière and 3 mugs. She placed the tray on the low table, and they came over to take up their mugs. They were still standing, Claudia Etienne with her mug in her hand, when there was the sound of a key in the lock. Claudia gave an extraordinary sound, something between a gasp and a moan, and Daniel saw that her face had become a mask of terror. The coffee mug dropped from her hands, and the brown stain spread over the carpet. She bent down to pick it up, her hands scrabbling over the soft surface, and shaking so violently that she couldn't replace the mug on the tray. It seemed to Daniel that her terror infected him and Kate, so that they too gazed with horrified eyes at the closed door. It was slowly opened, and the original of the photograph came into the room. She said, "I'm Lucinda Norrington. Who are you?" Her voice was high and clear, a child's voice. Instinctively Kate had moved to steady Claudia, and it was Daniel who answered. "Police. Detective Inspector Miskin, and I'm Detective Inspector Aaron." Claudia had quickly managed to control herself. Clumsily, refusing Kate's help, she got to her feet. Lucinda's letter lay beside the tray on the coffee table. It seemed to Daniel that every eye was on it. Claudia's voice was harshly guttural. "Why did you come here?" Lady Lucinda moved further into the room. "I came for that letter. I didn't want people to think Gerard had killed himself because of me. After all, he didn't, did he? Kill himself, I mean." Kate said quietly, "How can you be sure of that?" Lady Lucinda turned on her immense blue eyes. "Because he liked himself too much. People who like themselves don't commit suicide. Anyway, he wouldn't kill himself because I chucked him. He didn't love me. He only loved an idea of me." Claudia Etienne had found her normal voice. She said, "I told him that the engagement was foolish, that you were a selfish, overbred, and rather silly girl. But I think I may have been unfair. You're not as silly as I thought. Actually, Gerard never received your letter. I found it here unopened." "Then why did you open it? It isn't addressed to you." "Someone had to open it. I could have returned it to you, but I didn't know who had sent it. I've never seen your handwriting before." Lady Lucinda said, "May I have my letter?" Kate replied, "We should like to keep it for the time being, if we may." Lady Lucinda seemed to regard this as a statement rather than a request. She said, "But it belongs to me. I wrote it. We may only need to keep it for a little time, and we don't intend to publish it." Daniel, uncertain what the law said about ownership of a letter, wondered whether there had in fact any right to take it, and what Kate would do if Lady Lucinda pressed the matter. He wondered too why Kate was so anxious to have it. It wasn't as if Etienne had received it. But what proof had they of that? They had only his sister's word that she had found it on the mat unopened. Lady Lucinda made no further objection. She shrugged and turned to Claudia. "I'm sorry about Gerard. It was an accident, wasn't it? That's the impression you gave Mummy on the telephone. But this morning some of the papers are hinting that it could be more complicated. He wasn't murdered, was he?" Kate said, "He could have been." End of Side 8. Side 9. Again the blue eyes were turned, consideringly, on her. "How bizarre. I don't think I've ever known anyone who was murdered. Known them personally, I mean." She walked over to her photograph and took it in her hands, studying it closely, as if she hadn't seen it before, and was none too pleased with what the photographer had made of her features. Then she said, "I'll take this. After all, you won't want it, Claudia." Claudia said, "Strictly speaking, none of his possessions should be moved except by his executors, or the police." "Well, the police won't want it either. I don't want it to be here in the empty flat. Not if Gerard was murdered." So she was not without superstition. The discovery intrigued Daniel. It sat oddly with her cool self-possession. He watched as she studied the photograph and ran a long pink-nailed finger caressingly over the glass, as if testing it for dust. Then she turned and said to Claudia, "I suppose there's something I can use to wrap this? There may be a plastic bag in the kitchen drawer. You'd better look. And if there's anything else which belongs to you, now might be a good time to take it." Lady Lucinda didn't even trouble to cast her eyes round the room. She said, "There's nothing else. If you want a coffee, bring in another mug. It's freshly made." "Don't want coffee, thank you." They waited in silence until, in less than a minute, she returned, carrying the photograph in a Harrods plastic bag. She was walking to the door when Kate said, "Lady Lucinda, I wonder if we could ask you a few questions. We would in any case have asked to see you, but now that you're here it will save time for both of us." "How much time? I mean, how long is it going to take?" "Not very long." Kate turned to Claudia. "You don't mind if we use this flat for the interview?" "I don't see how I can prevent you. I suppose you don't expect me to retire to the kitchen?" "That won't be necessary. Or to the bedroom. That might be more comfortable." She was looking fixedly at Lady Lucinda, who said calmly, "I can't tell you. I've never been in Gerard's bedroom." She sat in the nearer of the two armchairs, and Kate seated herself opposite. Daniel and Claudia sat between them on the sofa. Kate said, "When did you last see your fiancé?" "He isn't my fiancé. He was at the time, though. I saw him last Saturday." "Saturday, 9th October? I suppose so, if last Saturday was the 9th. We were going to Bradwell-on-Sea to visit his father, but the day was wet, and Gerard said his father's house was gloomy enough without arriving in the rain, and we'd go another time. Instead, we went to the Sainsbury wing at the National Gallery in the afternoon, because Gerard wanted to look again at the Wilton diptych, and then on to the Ritz for tea. I didn't see him that evening because Mummy wanted me to drive down to Wiltshire with her to spend the night and Sunday with my brother. She wanted to talk about marriage settlements before we saw the lawyers." "And how was Mr. Etienne when you met him on the Saturday, apart from being depressed about the weather?" "He wasn't depressed about the weather. There wasn't any hurry to see his father. Gerard didn't get depressed about things he couldn't change." Daniel said, "And the things he could change, he changed." She turned and looked at him, and suddenly smiled. "That's right." She added, "That was the last time I saw him. But it wasn't the last time I spoke to him. We talked on the telephone on Thursday night." Kate's voice was carefully controlled. "You spoke to him 2 days ago, on the night he died?" "I don't know when he died. He was found dead yesterday morning, wasn't he? I spoke to him on his private line on the previous evening." "At what time, Lady Lucinda?" "At about 7:20, I suppose. It might have been a little later, but it was certainly before 7:30, because Mummy and I were supposed to leave the house at 7:30 to go to dinner with my godmother, and I was already dressed. I thought I would just have time to ring Gerard. I wanted an excuse to make it a short conversation. That's how I can be so sure of the time." "What about? You'd already written to break off the engagement." "I know. I thought he would have got the letter that morning. I wanted to ask him whether he agreed with Mummy that we ought to put a notice in the Times, or whether he preferred for us to write to our personal friends and just let the news get around. Of course, Mummy now wants me to destroy my letter to Gerard and say nothing. I shan't do that. I can't anyway, now you've seen it. But at least she doesn't have to worry about the notice in the Times. That will save her a few pounds." The pinprick of venom was so sudden and so quickly withdrawn that Daniel could almost believe he'd missed it. As if she hadn't heard, Kate asked, What did he say about the notice, about your broken engagement? Didn't you ask him if he'd received your letter? I didn't ask him anything. We didn't talk at all. He said he couldn't speak then because he had a visitor with him. You're sure of that? The high bell-like voice was almost expressionless. I'm not sure that he had a visitor. I mean, how could I be? I didn't hear anyone or speak to anyone except Gerard. Perhaps that was just an excuse for not talking to me, but I'm sure that's what he told me. And in those precise words, I want you to be absolutely clear about this, Lady Lucinda. He didn't say he wasn't alone, or that he had someone with him. He used the word visitor. I told you. He said he had a visitor with him. And that was between, say, 7:20 and 7:30. Nearer 7:30. The car came round for Mummy and me at 7:30. A visitor. By an effort of will, Daniel prevented himself from glancing at Kate, but he knew that their thoughts were in harness. If Etienne had indeed used that word, and the girl seemed positive about it, it surely implied that Etienne was with someone from outside the firm. He would hardly have used the word for a partner or a member of staff. Wouldn't it then be more natural to say, I'm tied up, or in a meeting, or I'm busy with a colleague? And if someone had called on him that night, invited or uninvited, he or she hadn't yet come forward. Why not if the visit had been innocent, if he'd left Etienne alive and well? There had been no note of any arranged meeting in Etienne's office diary, but that wasn't conclusive. The visitor could have rung him on his private line any time during the day or early evening, or come uninvited and unexpected. But the evidence, such as it was circumstantial, like so much evidence in this increasingly baffling case. But Kate was pressing on, asking Lady Lucinda when she had last been at Innocent House. Not since the party on the 10th of July. It was partly for my birthday, I was 20, and partly as an engagement party. Kate said, We have the list of guests. I suppose they were free to wander all over the house if they wanted. Some of them did, I think. You know how couples are at parties. They like to get away on their own. I don't think any of the rooms were locked, although Gerard said that the staff had been told to put away all their papers safely. You didn't happen to see anyone going to the top of the house, towards the archives room? Well, I did, actually. It was rather funny. I needed to go to the loo, but the one on the first floor, which was being used for the women guests, was occupied. And then I remembered there was a small one on the top floor, and I decided to use that. I went up by the stairs, and I saw two people coming down. Not at all the people you'd expect. They looked so guilty, too. Really was weird. Who were they, Lady Lucinda? George, the old man who works on the switchboard in reception, and that dull little woman who's married to the accountant. I forget his name. Sidney Bernard, or something like that. Gerard introduced me to all the staff and their wives. It was a terrible bore. Sidney Bartram. That's right, his wife. She was wearing an extraordinary dress in pale blue taffeta with a pink sash. She turned to Claudia Etienne. You remember, don't you, Claudia? A very full skirt covered with pink net and puffed sleeves. Gruesome. Claudia said shortly, I remember. Did either of them say what they were doing on the top floor? Same as I was, I suppose. She went scarlet and muttered something about using the toilet. They looked extraordinarily alike. Same round faces, same embarrassment. George looked as if I'd discovered them pilfering the petty cash. It was odd, though, wasn't it? Those two together, I mean. George wasn't a guest, of course. He was only there to help with the men's coats and repel gate crashes. And if Mrs. Bartram wanted the loo, why didn't she ask Claudia or one of the women's staff? Kate asked, Did you mention this to anyone afterwards? To Mr. Etienne, for example? No, it wasn't that important. Just odd. I'd almost forgotten about it until now. Look, is there anything else you want to know? I think I've been here long enough. If you want to speak to me again, you'd better write, and I'll try to arrange a meeting. Kate said, We'd like a statement, Lady Lucinda. Perhaps you could call in at Wapping Police Station as soon as convenient. With my solicitor? If you prefer it, or think it necessary. I don't suppose it is. Mummy said that I might need a solicitor to watch my interests at the inquest, if it came out about the broken engagement. But I don't think I have any interests now. Not if Gerard died before he got my letter. She got to her feet and shook hands formally with both Kate and Daniel, but made no move towards Claudia Etienne. But at the door she turned, and it was to Claudia that she spoke. He never bothered to make love to me when we were engaged, so I don't think the marriage would have been much fun for either of us, do you? Daniel suspected that had neither police officer been present, she would have used a coarser expression. She added, "Oh, you'd better have this," and laid a key on the coffee table. "I don't suppose I shall see this flat again." She went out, closing the door firmly, and a second later they heard the front door close with equal finality. Claudia said, "Gerard was a romantic. He divided women into those you have affairs with and those you marry. Most men get over that sexual illusion before they're 21. He was probably reacting against too many sexual conquests made too easily. I wonder how long that marriage would have lasted. Well, there's one disillusionment. He's been spared. Will you be much longer?" Kate said, "Not much longer now." Minutes later they were ready to go. Daniel's last picture of Claudia Etienne was of a tall figure standing and looking out over the balcony at the darkening spires of the city. She answered their goodbyes without turning her head, and they left her to the silence and emptiness of the flat, quietly closing the doors behind them. Chapter 41. Leaving Hillgate Street, Daniel and Kate had picked up the car at Notting Hill Gate police station and driven the short distance to Declan Cartwright's shop. It was open, and in the front room an elderly bearded man wearing a skull-cap and a long black coat, verdigreed with age, was showing a customer a Victorian writing desk, his skeleton yellow fingers caressing the marquetry on the lid. He was apparently too occupied to hear their entrance, even with the clang of the bell, but the customer turned, and the old man looked round. Kate said, "Mr. Simon, we have an appointment to see Mr. Declan Cartwright." Even before she could take out her warrant card, he said, "He's in the back, straight through. He's in the back," and turned quickly again to the writing desk, his hands shaking so violently that the fingers clattered on the lid. Kate wondered what it was in his past that had produced such fear of authority, such terror of the police. They made their way through the shop, down 3 steps, and into a kind of conservatory at the back. Among a clutter of miscellaneous objects, Declan Cartwright was conferring with the customer. He was large, very swarthy, and wearing a coat with an astrakhan collar, topped with a rakish trilby, and was studying a cameo through an eyeglass. Kate could only assume that a man who chose to look so like a caricature of a crook would hardly dare actually to be one. As soon as they appeared, Cartwright said, "Charlie, why don't you buy yourself a drink and think it over? Come back in about half an hour. This is the fuzz arriving. I've got myself mixed up in a murder. Oh, don't look so worried. I didn't do it. It's just that I have to give an alibi for someone who might have done." The customer, with a glance at Kate and Daniel, made a nonchalant exit. Kate again took out her warrant card, but Declan waved it aside. "That's all right, don't bother. I can recognize the police when I see them." He must, she thought, have been an exceptionally pretty child, and there was still something childlike in the gamine face, with its cluster of undisciplined curls above the high forehead, the huge eyes, and the beautifully formed but petulant mouth. There was a very adult sexuality in the appraisal he gave both her and Daniel. She felt Daniel stiffen at her side, and thought, not his type, and certainly not mine. Like Farlow, he answered their questions with a half-mocking insouciance, but there was an essential difference. With Farlow they had been aware of an intelligence and a force still dominating the pathetically emaciated body. Declan Cartwright was both weak and frightened as old Simon had been, but for a different reason. His voice was brittle, his hands restless, and his attempts at banter as unconvincing as his accent. He said, "My fiancée told me that you would be coming. I don't suppose you're here to look at antiques, but I've got some nice little pieces of Staffordshire just come in, all legally acquired. I could do you a very good price if you don't think that would be suborning the police in the execution of their duty." Kate asked, "You and Miss Etienne are engaged to be married?" "I'm engaged to her, but I'm not sure if she's engaged to me. You'll have to ask her. With Claudia, being engaged is a fluctuating state. It rather depends on how she's feeling at the time. But we were engaged, at least I think we were, when we went on the river on Thursday night." "When did you arrange this trip?" Quite a time ago, actually. On the night of Sonia Clement's funeral. You've heard about Sonia Clements, of course. Kate said, "A bit odd, wasn't it, to arrange a river trip so far in advance? Claudia likes to arrange things a week or so ahead. She's a very well-organized woman. Actually, there was a reason. Thursday the 14th of October was the morning of the partners' meeting. She was going to tell me all about it." "And did she tell you all about it?" "Well, she told me that the partners were going to sell Innocent House and move downstream to Docklands, and that they were going to sack someone. The accountant, I think. I can't remember the details. It was all rather boring." Daniel said, "Hardly worth the trouble of a river trip." "Oh, but there are other things you can do on the river than discuss business, even if the cabin is a little cramped. Those great steel hoods of the Thames barrier are very erotic. You two should borrow a police launch. You might surprise yourselves." Kate said, "When did you begin the trip, and when did it end?" "It began at 6:30 when the launch came back from Charing Cross, and we took over. It ended at about 10:30 when we got back to Innocent House, and Claudia drove me home. I suppose we got back here at about 11 o'clock. As I expect she told you, she didn't leave here until 2 o'clock. Daniel said, "I suppose Mr. Simon will be able to confirm that. Or doesn't he live here?" "Actually, I'm afraid he won't. Sorry about that. The poor old darling is getting dreadfully deaf. We always creep up the stairs so as not to disturb him, but it's a totally unnecessary precaution. Actually, he might be able to confirm when we arrived. He could have had his door ajar. He sleeps more soundly when he knows the boy is home and safely tucked up. But I doubt whether he heard anything after that." Kate said, "You didn't take your own car, then, to Innocent House?" "I don't drive, Inspector. I deplore the pollution caused by motor cars, and I don't add to it. Isn't that public-spirited of me? There's also the fact that when I tried to learn, I found the whole experience so terrifying that I had to keep my eyes permanently closed, and none of the instructors would take me on. I went to Innocent House by tube. Very tedious. I took the Circle line from Notting Hill Gate to Tower Hill, and then picked up a cab. It's easier to go by Central line to Liverpool Street and take a cab from there, but in fact I didn't, if that's of the slightest importance." Kate asked him for the details of the evening, and was unsurprised when he confirmed Claudia Etienne's account. Daniel said, "So you were together the whole evening from 6:30 until the early hours of the morning?" "That's right, Sergeant. You are a sergeant, aren't you? If not, I'm so sorry. It's just that you look so very like a sergeant. We were together from 6:30 until about 2 in the morning. I don't suppose you're interested in what we were doing between, say, 11 and 2. If you are, you'd better ask Miss Etienne. She'll be able to give an account suitable for your chaste ears. I suppose you'll all be wanting this in some form of a statement." It gave Kate considerable satisfaction to say that they would indeed, and that he could come to Wapping Police Station to make it. Under questioning by Kate, so gentle and patient that it seemed only to increase his terror, Mr. Simon confirmed that he had heard them come in at 11. He had been listening for Declan because he always slept more soundly, knowing that there was someone in the house. That was partly why he had suggested to Mr. Cartwright that he should live on the premises. But once he had heard the door, he had settled asleep. He wouldn't have heard if either of them had subsequently gone out. Unlocking the car, Kate said, "Shit scared, wasn't he? Cartwright, I mean. Do you think he's a rogue or a fool, or both? Or just a pretty boy with a taste for baubles? What on earth does an intelligent woman like Claudia Etienne see in him?" "Oh, come on, Kate. Since when has intelligence had anything to do with sex? I'm not sure they aren't incompatible. Sex and intelligence, I mean." "They aren't for me. Intelligence turns me on." "Yes, I know." "What do you mean?" she asked sharply. "Nothing. I find I do best with pretty, good-natured, obliging women who aren't very bright. Like most of your sex. You should try to train yourself out of it. How much do you think that alibi's worth?" "About as much as Rupert Farlow's. Cartwright and Claudia Etienne could have killed Etienne, taken the launch straight over to Greenwich Pier, and easily been in the restaurant by 8. There's not a lot of traffic on the river after dark. The chances of anyone seeing them aren't great. Another boring job of checking." Kate said, He has a motive. Both of them have. If Claudia Etienne is fool enough to marry him, he'll be getting a wealthy wife. Daniel said, "Do you think he's got the bottle to kill anyone?" It didn't need much bottle, did it? All he had to do was entice Etienne into that killing room. He didn't have to stab or bludgeon or strangle. He didn't even have to face his victim. One of them would have had to go back later and do that business with the snake. That would have taken some guts. I can't see Claudia Etienne doing that. Not to her brother. Oh, I don't know. If she was prepared to kill him, why balk at desecrating the body? Do you want to drive, or shall I? While Kate took the wheel, Daniel telephoned Wapping. It was apparent that there was news. Replacing the receiver after a few minutes, he said, "The lab report is in. I've just heard the blood analysis from Robbins in boring detail. There was a blood saturation of 73%. He probably died pretty quickly. 7:30 seems about right for the time of death. You get dizziness and headache at 30%, incoordination and mental confusion at 40%, exhaustion at 50%, and unconsciousness at 60%. Weakness may come on suddenly because of muscular suboxia." Kate asked, "Anything on the rubble blocking the flue?" "It came from the chimney. It's the same stuff, but we expected that." Kate said, "We already know that the gas fire isn't defective, and we've got no significant prints. What about the window cord?" "That's rather more difficult. The likelihood is that it was deliberately frayed with some bluntish implement, and over a period of time, but they can't be 100% sure. The fibres were crushed and broken, not cut. The rest of the cord was old and in parts weak, but they could see no reason why it should have snapped at that point unless it had been deliberately interfered with. Oh, and there's one other finding. There was a minute stain of mucus on the head of the snake. That means that it was rammed into the mouth immediately or very soon after the sharp object was removed." Chapter 42. On Sunday, the 17th of October, Dalgliesh decided to take Kate with him to interview Sonia Clement's sister, Sister Agnes, at her Brighton convent. He would have preferred to go alone, but a convent, even an Anglican one, and even for the son of a rector with high church tendencies, was unfamiliar ground, to be approached with circumspection. Without a woman as chaperone, he might not be permitted to see Sister Agnes except in the presence of the Mother Superior or another nun. He wasn't sure what he expected to get from the visit, but his instinct, which he sometimes distrusted but had learned not to ignore, told him that there was something to be learned. The two deaths, so very different, were linked by more than that bare upper room in which one person had chosen to die, the other had fought to live. Sonia Clements had worked at Peverell Press for 24 years. It was Gerard Etienne who had sacked her. Was that ruthless decision a sufficient reason for suicide? And if not, why had she chosen to die? Who, if anyone, might have tempted to avenge that death? The weather held. An early mist lifted to promise another day of mellow, if fitful, sunshine. Even the London air held something of the sweetness of the summer, and a light breeze dragged tatters of thin cloud across an azure sky. Making his tedious and circuitous way through the suburbs of South London with Kate at his side, Dalgliesh, with the return of a boyish longing for the sight and sound of the sea, found himself hoping that the convent would be situated on the coast. They spoke little on the journey. Dalgliesh preferred to drive in silence, and Kate could tolerate even taciturnity without the need to chat. It was, he reflected, not the least of her virtues. He had called for her at her new flat, but had waited in the Jaguar for her to appear, rather than taking the lift and ringing her doorbell, when she might have felt an obligation to invite him in. He valued his own privacy too much to risk invading hers. She had appeared precisely on time, as he had expected. She looked different, and he realized how seldom he saw her wearing a skirt. He smiled inwardly, wondering whether she had hesitated over the choice, before deciding that her usual trousers might be seen as inappropriate for a visit to a convent. He suspected that despite his sex, he might be more at home there than Kate. His hope, never realistic, of stealing 5 minutes for a brisk walk along the edge of the beach, was due to be frustrated. The convent stood on rising ground above a dull but busy main road, separated from it by an 8-foot brick wall. The main gate stood open, and turning in they saw an ornate building in harsh red brick, obviously Victorian, and as obviously designed as an institution, probably to house the first sisters of the order. The 4 stories of identical windows placed closely together, and ranged with precision, reminded Dalgliesh uncomfortably of a prison, a thought which may have occurred to the architect, since the incongruous addition of a thin spire at one end of the building and a tower at the other looked like afterthoughts, designed as much to humanize as to embellish. A wide sweep of gravel curved upwards to a front door of almost black oak, banded with iron, which would have been more appropriate as the entrance to a Norman keep. To their right they could glimpse a brick-built church, large enough to serve a parish, with a graceless spire and narrow lancet windows. To the left was contrast, a low modern building with a covered terrace and small formal garden, which he guessed was the hospice for the dying. There was only one car, a Ford, standing in front of the convent, and Dalgliesh parked neatly beside it. Pausing outside the car for a moment, he glanced back over the terraced lawns, and could at last glimpse the English Channel. Short streets of small coloured houses, pale blue, pink and green, their roofs patterned with the frail geometry of television aerials, ran down in parallel lines to the layered blue of the sea, their precisely ordered domesticity contrasting with the heavy Victorian pile at his back. There was no sign of life from the main building, but as he turned to lock the car door, he saw a nun turn the corner of the hospice with a patient in a wheelchair. The patient wore a striped white and blue cap with a red bobble, and was covered with a rug drawn up to the chin. The nun bent to whisper, and the patient laughed, a thin falling trickle of joyous notes on the quiet air. He pulled the iron chain to the left of the door, and heard its echoing clangour, even through the thick iron-bounded oak. The square grille slid open, and a gentle-faced nun looked out. Dalgliesh gave his name and held out his warrant card. At once the door was opened, and the nun, wordless but still smiling, gestured them to enter. They found themselves in a wide hall, which smelled not unpleasantly of mild disinfectant. The floor was checkered with black and white tiles, which looked freshly scrubbed, and the walls were bare, except for a sepia portrait, obviously Victorian, of a formidable grave-faced nun, whom Dalgliesh assumed to be the foundress of the order, and a reproduction of Millet's Christ in the Carpenter's Shop, in an ornate carved wood frame. The nun, still smiling, still wordless, ushered them into a small room to the right of the hall, and with a somewhat theatrical gesture, silently invited them to sit. Dalgliesh wondered if she was deaf and dumb. The room was sparsely furnished, but was not unwelcoming. The central table, highly polished, held a bowl of late roses, and there were 2 easy chairs covered with faded cretonne set in front of the double windows. The walls were plain, except for a large and ornate wood and silver crucifix of horrific realism to the right of the fireplace. It looked, Dalgliesh thought, Spanish, and as if it must once have hung in a church. Over the fireplace was a copy in oil of a Madonna, offering a bunch of grapes to the Christ-child, which it took him some time to identify as Mignard's La Vierge à la Grappe. A brass plaque bore the name of the donor. There were 4 upright dining chairs, set in an uninviting line against the right-hand wall, but Dalgliesh and Kate remained standing. They were not kept waiting long. The door opened, and a nun entered with brisk self-assurance, and held out her hand. "You are Commander Dalgliesh and Inspector Miskin. Welcome to St. Anne's. I am Mother Mary Clare. We spoke when you telephoned, Commander. Would you and the Inspector care for some coffee?" The hand which briefly grasped his was plump but cool. He said, "No, thank you, Mother. That is kind of you, but we hope not to inconvenience you for too long." There was nothing intimidating about her. Her short and sturdy body was dignified by the long blue-grey habit, bound with a leather belt, but she looked as comfortable in it as if the formal garb were workaday clothes. A single heavy cross in dark wood hung from a cord round her neck, and her face, soft and pale as dough, bulged like a baby's from the constricting wimple. But the eyes behind the steel spectacles were shrewd, and the little mouth, for all its delicate softness, held the promise of an uncompromising firmness. Dalgliesh knew that he and Kate were subject to a scrutiny as keen as it was unobtrusive. Then, with a little nod, she said, "I'll send Sister Agnes to you. It's a lovely day. Perhaps you would care to walk together in the rose garden." It was, Dalgliesh recognized, a command, not a suggestion. But he knew that in that first brief encounter they had passed some private test. Had she been less than satisfied, he had no doubt that the interview would have taken place in this room and under her supervision. She tugged at the bell cord, and the little smiling nun who had let them in again appeared. "Will you ask Sister Agnes to be good enough to join us?" Again they waited in silence, still standing. In less than 2 minutes the door opened, and a tall nun entered alone. The Mother Superior said, "This is Sister Agnes. Sister, this is Commander Dalgliesh of New Scotland Yard and Inspector Miskett. I have suggested that you might like to walk outside in the rose garden." With a valedictory nod, but no formal goodbye, she was gone. The nun who confronted them with wary eyes could not have been more different from the Mother Superior. The habit was the same, except that her cross was smaller. But on her it conferred a hieratic dignity, remote and a little mysterious. The Mother Superior had looked dressed for a stint at the kitchen stove. It was difficult to imagine Sister Agnes except at the altar. She was very thin, long-limbed and strong-featured, the wimple emphasizing the high cheekbones, the strong line of the eyebrows, and the uncompromising set of the wide mouth. She said, "Then shall we look at the roses, Commander?" Dalgliesh opened the door, and he and Kate followed her out of the reception-room and through the hall on almost silent feet. She led the way down the grand path to the terraced rose garden. The beds were in 3 long rows divided by parallel gravel paths, each path 4 stone steps down from the one above. There would be just room for the 3 of them to walk abreast, first along the top path, then down the steps, then back along the second path to the second flight of steps, and the 40 yards of the lowest path before turning, a bleak perambulation, carried out in full view of all the convent windows. He wondered if there was a more private garden at the rear of the convent. Even if there was, they were not apparently expected to walk there. Sister Agnes paced between them, almost as tall as his 6'2", her head held high. She was wearing a long grey cardigan over her habit, and with each hand thrust deeply into the opposite cuff, as if for warmth. With her bound arms held tightly against her body, she reminded Dalgliesh uncomfortably of old pictures he had seen of mental patients in straitjackets. It seemed that she walked between them like a prisoner under escort, and he wondered if that was how the 3 of them would appear to any secret watcher from the high windows. The thought, and it was not agreeable, apparently also entered Kate's mind, for, muttering an excuse, she dropped a little behind, and kneeling appeared to be tying the shoelace of her brogues. When she caught up with them, she took her place next to Dalgliesh. It was Dalgliesh who broke the silence. He said, "It is good of you to see us. I'm sorry to have to trouble you, particularly as it must seem an intrusion on private grief. I need to ask you about the death of your sister." "Intrusion on private grief? That was the telephone message I received from Mother Superior. I suppose they are words you often have to use, Commander." "Intrusion is sometimes inseparable from my job." "And have you specific questions you hope I can answer? Or is this a more general intrusion?" "A little of both." "But you know how my sister died. Sonia killed herself. There is no possible doubt about that. She left a note at the scene. She also posted a letter to me on the morning she died. She didn't think the news was worth a first-class stamp. I received it 3 days later." Dalgliesh said, "Would you mind telling me what was in the note? I know, of course, what was in the note to the coroner." She didn't speak for a few seconds, which seemed much longer, then spoke without emphasis, as if reciting a piece of prose learned by heart. "What I am about to do will seem a sin in your eyes. Please try to understand that what you see as sinful is to me both natural and right. We have made different choices, but they lead to the same end. After the vacillating years, at least I can be absolute for death. Try not to grieve for me too long. Grief is only an indulgence. I could not have had a better sister." She said, "Is that what you want to hear, Commander? It is hardly relevant, surely, to your present inquiry." "We have to look at anything which happened at Innocent House in the months before Gerard Etienne died, which could have had a bearing even remotely on that death. One is your sister's suicide. The gossip in London literary circles and at Innocent House seems to be that Gerard Etienne drove her to that act. If he did, her friend, a particular friend, might have wished him harm. She said, "I was Sonia's particular friend. She had no particular friends except me, and I had no reason to wish Gerard Etienne dead. I was here on the day or night when he died. That is a fact you can easily check." Dalgliesh said, "I was not suggesting, sister, that you were in any way personally concerned with Gerard Etienne's death. I'm asking if you knew of any other person close to your sister who could have resented the way she died." "None except myself. But I resented it, Commander. Suicide is the final despair, the final rejection of God's grace, the ultimate sin." Dalgliesh said quietly, "Then perhaps, sister, it will receive the ultimate mercy." They had reached the end of the first path, and together they descended the steps and turned left. Suddenly she said, "I dislike roses in autumn. They are essentially summer flowers. The December roses are the most depressing, brown and shriveled buds on a tangle of prickles. I can hardly bear to walk here in December. Like us, roses don't know when to die." He said, "But today we can almost believe it is summer." He paused, then added, "I expect you know that Gerard Etienne died from carbon monoxide poisoning, and in the same room as your sister. It is unlikely in his case to have been suicide. It could be accidental death, a blocked flue which caused the gas fire to malfunction. But we have to consider a third possibility, though the fire was deliberately tampered with." She said, "You're saying that you believe he was murdered?" "It can't be ruled out. What I have to ask you is whether you have any reason to believe that your sister could have interfered with the fire. I'm not suggesting it was a plot to kill Etienne, but is it possible that she might have planned a suicide which would look like accidental death, and then changed her mind?" "How can I possibly tell you that, Commander?" It was a very long shot, but I had to ask. If anyone is brought to trial for murder, it is a possibility that the defense counsel will certainly put forward. She said, "It would have saved a great deal of distress for other people if she had troubled to make her death look like an accident. But suicides so seldom do. It is, after all, the supreme act of aggression, and what satisfaction is there in aggression if it hurts only oneself? To make suicide look accidental wouldn't have been so very difficult. I could think of ways, but they don't include dismantling a gas fire and blocking the flue. I'm not sure that Sonia would have known how to do that. She wasn't mechanically minded in life. Why should she be so in death? And the note she sent you, that was all? No reason, no explanation?" "No," she said. "No reason, no explanation." Dalgliesh went on, "It seems to have been assumed that your sister killed herself because Gerard Etienne had told her that she had to go. Does that seem likely to you?" She didn't reply, and after a minute he gently persisted. "As her sister, as someone who knew her well, does that explanation satisfy you?" She turned to him, and for the first time looked him full in the face. "Is that question relevant to your inquiry?" "It could be. If Miss Clements knew something about Innocent House or about one of the people who worked there, something so distressing to her that it contributed to her death, that something could also be relevant to the death of Gerard Etienne." Again she turned. She said, "Is there any question of reopening the manner of my sister's death?" "Formally, none at all. We know how Miss Clements died. I would like to know why, but the verdict of the inquest was correct. Legally, that is the end of it." They paced in silence. She seemed to be considering a course of action. He was aware of, or perhaps imagined, the muscles taut with tension of the arm which briefly brushed his own. When she spoke, her voice was harsh. "I can satisfy your curiosity, Commander. My sister died because the two people she cared for most, perhaps the only two people she ever cared for, left her and left her finally. I took my vows the week before she killed herself. Henry Peverell died 8 months earlier. Until now, Kate had been silent. She said, "You're saying that she was in love with Mr. Peverell?" Sister Agnes turned and looked at her, as if noticing her presence for the first time. Then she again turned her head, and with an almost imperceptible shiver clasped her hands more tightly across her breast. She was his mistress for the last 8 years of his life. She called it love. I called it an obsession. I don't know what he called it. They were never seen together in public. The affair was kept deeply secret at his insistence. The room in which they made love was the one in which she died. I always knew when they had been together. Those were the nights when she stayed late at the office. When she came in, I could smell him on her. Kate protested. But why the secrecy? What was he afraid of? Neither was married. They were both adults. This was no one's business but their own. When I asked that question, she had her answers ready, or rather his. She said that he had no wish to marry again, that he wanted to stay faithful to the memory of his wife, that he disliked the idea of his private affairs being the subject of office gossip, that the relationship would distress his daughter. She accepted all the excuses. It was enough for her that he apparently needed what she could provide. It may, of course, have been quite simple, that she was adequate to satisfy a physical need, but not sufficiently beautiful or young or rich enough to tempt him to marry her. And for him, I think the secrecy added an additional frisson to the affair. Perhaps this was what he enjoyed, humiliating her, testing the limits of her devotion, stealing up to that drab little room like a Victorian employer pleasuring his parlour-maid. It was not the sinfulness of the relationship which distressed me most. It was the vulgarity. He had not expected such openness, such confidence, but perhaps it was not so surprising. She must have endured months of self-imposed silence, and now, to two strangers whom she need never see again, the pent-up bitterness was released. She said, "I am the elder by only 18 months. We were always very close. He destroyed that. She couldn't have him and her religion, so she chose him. He destroyed the confidence between us. How could there be confidence when each of us despised the other's God?" Dalgliesh said, "She had no sympathy with your vocation. She had no understanding of it. Nor had he. He saw it as a retreat from the world and from responsibility, from sexuality and from involvement. And what he believed, she believed. She had known for some time, of course, what I had in mind. I suppose that she hoped no one would have me. There are not many communities which welcome middle-aged postulants. A convent isn't intended as a refuge for the unsuccessful and disillusioned. And she knew, of course, that I had no practical skills to offer. I am, a book restorer. Reverend Mother still releases me from time to time to work in libraries in London, Oxford and Cambridge, provided that there is a suitable house. I mean a convent, in which I can be lodged. But that work is becoming infrequent. It takes a great deal of time to restore and rebind a valuable book or manuscript. More time than I can be spared for. Dalgliesh recalled a visit 3 years previously to the library at Corpus Christi College in Cambridge, when he had been shown the Jerusalem Bible, taken under escort to Westminster Abbey for successive coronations, together with one of the earliest illuminated copies of the New Testament. The recently rebound treasure, lifted lovingly from its special box, had been placed on the padded V-shaped lectern, the pages turned with a wooden spatula to avoid handling. He had looked in wonder across 5 centuries at the meticulous drawings, still as bright as when the colours had flowed with such gentle precision from the artist's pen, drawings which in their beauty and essential humanity had brought him close to tears. He said, "Your work here is regarded as more important. It is judged by different criteria. Here my lack of the more commonplace practical skills is no disadvantage. Anyone with a little training can operate a washing machine, wheel patients to the bathroom, give out bedpans. I can't be sure how long even these services will be required. The priest who is our chaplain here is converting to Roman Catholicism, following the decision of the Church of England to ordain women. Half of the sisters want to follow him. The future of St. Anne's as an Anglican order is in doubt. They had now walked the length of the 3 paths, and turning, began the journey again. Sister Agnes said, "Henry Peverell wasn't the only person who came between us in the last years of my sister's life. There was Eliza Brady. Oh, you needn't trouble to look for her, Commander. She died in 1871. I read about her in a report of an inquest in a Victorian newspaper, which I found in a second-hand bookshop in Charing Cross Road, and which, unhappily, I passed over to Sonia. Eliza Brady was 13 years old. Her father worked for a coal merchant, and her mother had died in childbirth. Eliza became the mother to 4 younger brothers and sisters, and the baby. Her father gave evidence at the inquest that Eliza was mother to them all. For 14 hours a day she worked. She washed, she made the fire, she cooked, she shopped. She cared for the whole of that little family. One morning, when she was drying the baby's napkins on a guard in front of the fire, she leaned on the guard, and it collapsed into the flames. She was horribly burnt, and died in agony 3 days later. The story affected my sister powerfully. She said, "So this is the justice of your so-called loving God? This is how he rewards the innocent and the good? He wasn't satisfied with killing her. She had to die horribly, slowly, and in agony. My sister became almost obsessed with Eliza Brady. She made her into a kind of cult figure. If she had had a picture of the child, she would probably have prayed in front of it, although I don't know to whom." Kate protested, "But if she'd wanted a reason to disbelieve in God, why go back to the 19th century? There are plenty of contemporary tragedies. She'd only got to look at the television or read the newspaper. She'd only got to think of Yugoslavia. Eliza Brady has been dead for over 100 years. Sister Agnes said, "That is what I told her." But Sonia replied that justice had nothing to do with time. We shouldn't allow ourselves to be dominated by time. If God is eternal, then his justice is eternal, and so is his injustice. Kate asked, "Before your estrangement from your sister, did you often visit Innocent House?" "Not often, but I went there occasionally. Actually, there was a possibility, months before I decided that I had a vocation, that I might have worked part-time at Innocent House. Jean-Philippe Etienne was very anxious that the archive should be examined and catalogued, and apparently he thought I might be a suitable person to do it. The Etiennes have always had an eye for a bargain, and he probably guessed that I would work as much for interest as for money. However, Henry Peverell put a stop to that, and of course I understood why." Dalgliesh asked, "You knew Jean-Philippe Etienne?" "I got to know all the partners reasonably well. The 2 old men, Jean-Philippe and Henry, seemed to be almost willfully hanging on to a power neither seemed able or willing to exercise. Gerard Etienne was obviously the young Turk, the heir apparent. I never got on particularly well with Claudia Etienne, but I like James DeWitt. DeWitt is an example of a man who lives a good life without the help of religious belief. There are those who are apparently born with a deficiency of original sin. Goodness in them is hardly a merit." Dalgliesh said, "Surely religious belief isn't necessary to a good life." "Perhaps not. Belief in religion may not influence behavior. The practice of religion surely should." Kate said, "You weren't, of course, at the last party they held. Did you go to any of the earlier parties? Were the visitors able to wander where they wanted throughout the house?" "I only went to 2 of the parties. They held one in the summer and one in the winter. There was certainly nothing to prevent visitors from wandering round the house. I don't think many people did. It is hardly courteous to take the opportunity of a party to explore rooms which are generally held to be private. Of course, Innocent House is now mainly offices, and perhaps that makes a difference. But the Innocent House parties were fairly formal affairs. The guest list was controlled, and Henry Peverell greatly disliked having more than 80 people in the house at one time. Peverell Press has never gone in for the ordinary kind of literary party. Too many people invited, in case any of their writers are offended at being left out. Overcrowded. Overheated rooms with guests trying to balance plates of cold food and drink lukewarm inferior white wine while bawling at each other. The majority of the guests came by water, so it was fairly easy, I imagine, to repel gatecrashers. There was little else to be learned. By common consent they turned at the end of the next path and retraced their steps. In silence they returned with Sister Agnes to the front door, then said their goodbyes without re-entering the convent. She looked at Dalgliesh and Kate with great intensity, holding their eyes, compelling them to a moment of concentrated attention, as if by a force of will she could compel them to respect her confidence. They had hardly turned out of the drive and were waiting at the first red traffic light when Kate's pent-up resentment burst out. So that's why the bed was there in the little archives room, why the door had a bolt and lock. My God, what a bastard! Sister Agnes was right. He did sneak up to that room like some Victorian petty despot. He did humiliate her, make use of her. I can imagine what went on up there. The man was a sadist. Dalgliesh said quietly, "You've no evidence for that, Kate." Why the hell did she put up with it? She was an experienced, well-regarded editor. She could have left. She was in love with him, and her sister in love with God. She's looking for peace. I didn't get the impression that she's found it. Even the future of the convent is at risk. The founder of her religion didn't promise it. I came not to send peace, but a sword. Glancing at her, he saw that the text meant nothing to her. He said, "It was a useful visit. We know now why Sonia Clements died, and it was nothing or little to do with Gerard Etienne's treatment of her. There is apparently no one living with a motive to avenge her death. We already knew that visitors to Innocent House could wander at will through the house, but it's useful to have Sister Agnes's confirmation. And then there's the interesting piece of information about the archives. According to Sister Agnes, it was Henry Peverell who was anxious that she shouldn't be given the job of working on them. It was only after his death that Jean-Philippe Etienne agreed that Gabriel Dauncey should undertake the job." Kate said, "It would have been more interesting if it had been the Etiennes who wanted the archives left undisturbed. It's obvious why Henry Peverell didn't want Sonia Clement's sister working up there. It would have upset his little arrangements with his mistress." Dalgliesh said, "That's the obvious explanation, and like most obvious explanations, it's probably the right one. But there might be something else in the archives that Henry Peverell wanted to leave undisturbed, something he either knew or suspected was there. It's difficult to see, even so, why that should be relevant to Gerard Etienne's death. As you say, it would have been more interesting if it had been the Etiennes who were insisting that the archives were left undisturbed. Even so, I think we're going to have to take a look at those papers. All of them, sir. If necessary, Kate. All of them." Chapter 43. It was now 9:30 on Sunday, and Daniel and Robbins were working together at the top of Innocent House, searching through the files. They were using the desk and chair in the little archives room. The method Daniel had decided upon was for both of them to work their way along the shelves, pulling out any file which looked hopeful, and then taking it into the little archive room for further investigation. It was a discouraging task, since neither knew what he was looking for. Daniel had estimated that the task would take weeks with two of them working, but they were making better progress than he had expected. If A.D.'s hunch was right and there were papers which could throw a light on Etienne's murder, someone must surely have consulted them fairly recently. This meant that the very old 19th century files, many of which had obviously been untouched for 100 years, could safely be ignored, at least for the present. There was no problem about the light. The unshaded overhead bulbs were only a few feet apart. But the job was dusty, tiring, and boring, and he did it without hope. Soon after 9:30, he decided that enough was enough for one night. He was aware of a disinclination to go back to his Bayswater flat, a reluctance so strong that almost any alternative seemed preferable. He had spent as little time in it as possible since Fenella had departed for the States. They had bought their flat together just 18 months ago, and he had known within weeks of their living together that this commitment to a joint mortgage and a shared life had been a mistake. She had said, "We'll have separate rooms, of course, darling. We both need our privacy." Later he was to wonder whether he had actually heard the words. Not only did Fenella not need her privacy, she had no intention of allowing him his, less he thought from a willful denial than from a total lack of understanding what the word meant. He recalled too late what should have been a salutary childhood lesson, a friend of his mother's telling her complacently, "We've always respected books and learning in our home," while her 6-year-old son, unrebuked, systematically tore to pieces the pages of Daniel's copy of Treasure Island. That should surely have taught him that what people believed about themselves seldom bore resemblance to how they behaved in reality. Even so, Fenella had set a record in the irreconcilability of belief and action. The flat was always crowded. Friends dropped in, were fed in his kitchen, quarrelled and were reconciled on his sofa, took baths in his bathroom, made international calls on his telephone, raided his refrigerator, and drank his beer. The flat was never quiet, the two of them never alone. His bedroom became their shared bedroom, largely because Fenella's was usually temporarily occupied by a homeless chum. She drew people to her like a lighted doorway. Hers was the attraction of unbreakable good humour. She would probably have captivated his mother if he had ever allowed them to meet, no doubt by immediately promising to convert to Judaism. Fenella was nothing if not obliging. Her compulsive gregariousness went with an untidiness which had never ceased to amaze him during their 18 months together, and which he could never reconcile with her fussiness about small items of decor. He remembered her holding up against the sitting-room wall 3 small prints, vertically mounted on a length of ribbon and surmounted by a bow. "Just here, darling, or another 2 inches to the left. What do you think?" It scarcely seemed to matter when they had a kitchen sink full of unwashed dishes, a bathroom whose door had to be pushed open against the weight of a heap of dirty and malodorous towels, unmade beds, and clothes strewn over the bedroom. With this sluttishness over domestic detail went a compulsive need to bathe and to wash her clothes. The flat was perpetually noisy with the thump and whirl of the washing machine and the hiss of the shower. He recalled how she had announced the end of their relationship. "Darling, Terry wants me to join him in New York. Next Thursday, actually. He sent a first-class ticket. I didn't think you'd mind. We haven't been having a lot of fun together recently, have we? Don't you think that something fundamental has gone out of the relationship? Something precious we once had has been lost. Don't you feel that something has just drained away?" "Apart from my savings." "Oh, darling, don't be mean. So unlike you." He had asked, "What about your job? How will you work in the States? It isn't easy getting a green card." "Oh, I shan't bother about a job, not at once. Terry's loaded. He says I can amuse myself decorating his apartment." Their parting had been unacrimonious. It was almost impossible, he found, to quarrel with Fenella. He was resigned, even wryly amused, to discover that this amiability went with a keener commercial sense than he had expected. "Darling, I think you'd better buy me out at half what we paid for the flat, not half what it's worth now. It's gone down terribly, everything has. I'm sure you can get a higher mortgage, and if you pay me my half of what the furniture cost, I'll leave it all for you. You must have something to sit on, sweetie." It seemed hardly worthwhile pointing out that he had paid for, although not chosen, most of the furniture, and liked none of it. He noticed, too, that the more valuable of her small acquisitions disappeared with her, and were presumably now in New York. The tat remained, and he had neither the time nor the will to dispose of it. She had left him with a crippling mortgage, a flat full of furniture he disliked, an outrageous telephone bill, consisting mainly of calls to New York, and a lawyer's bill he could only hope to pay by installments. It was the more irritating to find out how much he occasionally missed her. There was a small washroom and lavatory off the landing outside the archives room. While Robbins was washing the dirt of decades from his hands, Daniel, on impulse, telephoned Wapping police station. Kate wasn't there. He waited, thought for less than a second, then rang her home number. She answered, and he said, "What are you doing?" "Arranging papers. What about you?" "Disarranging papers. I'm still at Innocent House." "Would you care for a drink?" She hesitated for a couple of seconds, then said, "Why not? Where do you suggest?" "The town of Ramsgate. It's convenient for us both. I'll meet you there in 20 minutes. Chapter 44. Kate parked her car at the bottom of Wapping High Street, and walked the 50 yards or so to the town of Ramsgate. As she approached, Daniel appeared from the alleyway leading to Wapping Old Stairs. He said, "I've been looking at Execution Dock. Do you suppose the pirates were alive when they tied them to the piles at low tide, and left them until they'd been washed by 3 tides? I shouldn't think so. They probably hanged them first. The 18th century penal system was barbaric, but not that barbaric." They pushed open the pub door, and were received into the multicoloured glitter and Sunday night conviviality of a London pub. The narrow 17th century tavern was crowded, and Daniel had to edge and push his way through the throng of regulars to get his pint and Kate's half-pint of Charrington's ale. A man and woman were getting up from 2 seats at the end of the room, close to the door into the garden, and Kate quickly secured them. If Daniel had come primarily to talk rather than to drink, this was as good a place as any. The pub was orderly, but the noise level high. Against this background babble of voices and sudden guffaws of laughter, they could talk with more privacy, and less notice than if the bar had been empty. He was, she sensed, in an odd mood, and she wondered whether, in ringing her, he had been looking for a sparring partner rather than a drinking companion. But the call had been welcome. Alan hadn't telephoned, and, with the flat now almost in order, the temptation to ring him, to see him once more before he left, had been too strong for comfort. She was glad to be out of the flat and away from temptation. Daniel's temper had probably been soured by his frustrating evening in the archives. She would take her turn the next evening, and probably with as little expectation of success. But if the object wrenched from Etienne's mouth had indeed been a cassette, if this murderer had needed to tell the victim why he had been lured to his death, then the motive might well lie in the past, even in the distant past, an old evil, an imagined wrong, a hidden danger. The decision to examine the old records might be one of A.D.'s famous hunches, but like all his hunches, it was rooted in reason. Looking down into his beer, Daniel said, "You worked with John Massingham, didn't you, on the Barone case? Did you like him?" "He was a good detective, although not as good as he thought." "No, I didn't like him. Why?" He left the question unanswered. "Nor do I. He and I were detective sergeants together in H Division. He called me a Jew boy. I wasn't meant to hear, of course. He would have thought that was rather bad form, insulting a chap to his face. Admittedly, his actual words were, 'Our clever little Jew boy,' but somehow I don't think it was meant as a compliment." When she didn't comment, he went on. "When Massingham uses the expression, 'when I succeed,' you know he isn't talking about making chief superintendent. What he's talking about is inheriting his dad's title, Chief Constable the Lord Dungannon. It won't do him any harm. He'll get there before either of us." Certainly before me, thought Kate. For her, ambition had to be governed by reality. Someone had to be the first woman chief constable. It could be she, but it was folly to count on it. She had probably entered the force 10 years too soon. She said, "You'll make it if you really want it." "Perhaps. It's not easy being a Jew." She could have retorted that it wasn't easy being a woman in the macho world of the police, but that was a common complaint, and she had no intention of whining to Daniel. She said, "It's not easy being illegitimate." "Are you? I thought that was fashionable." "Not my kind of illegitimate. And so is being a Jew. Prestigious, anyway." "Not my kind of Jew." "How is it difficult?" "You can't be a cheerful atheist like other people. You feel the need to keep explaining to God why you can't believe in him. Then you have a Jewish mother. That is absolutely essential. It comes with a package. If you haven't got a Jewish mother, then you aren't a Jew. Jewish mothers want their sons to marry nice Jewish girls, produce Jewish grandchildren, and be seen with them in the synagogue. You could do that last occasionally, without too much violence to your conscience, if atheists have one. Jewish atheists do. That's the trouble. Let's go and look at the river." There was a small garden at the rear of the tavern overlooking the river, which on warm summer nights could become uncomfortably crowded. But on an October night, few of the regulars had any inclination to carry their drinks outside, and Kate and Daniel walked out into a cool, river-scented silence. The one lamp shining from the wall shed a soft glow over the upturned garden chairs and the tubs of woody-stemmed tangled geraniums. They moved together and rested their glasses on the river wall. There was a silence. Then Daniel said abruptly, "We're not going to get this chap." She said, "Why so sure? And why chap? It could be a woman. And why so defeatist? A.D. is probably the most intelligent detective in Britain." "More likely a man. Dismantling and replacing that gas fire is more likely to be the work of a man. Let's assume he's a man anyway. We shan't get him because he's as intelligent as A.D., and he's got one big advantage. The criminal justice system is on his side, not ours." This was a familiar gripe. Daniel's almost paranoid distrust of lawyers was one of his obsessions, like his dislike of having his name shortened to Dan. She was used to his complaint that the criminal justice system was less concerned with convicting the guilty than in devising an ingenious and lucrative obstacle course for lawyers to demonstrate their cleverness. She said, "That's nothing new. The criminal justice system has favoured criminals for the last 40 years. That's a fact we live with. Fools try to get over it by improving the evidence when they know damn well their man is guilty. All that does is discredit the police, set guilty men free, and produce more legislation which tips the balance against conviction still further. You know that. We all know it. The answer is to get good, honest evidence and make it stick in court." Good, honest evidence in a really serious case is often the evidence of informers and undercover agents. For God's sake, Kate, you know that. Now we have to feed that to the defense in advance so we can't use it without putting lives at risk. Do you know how many major cases we've had to abandon in the last 6 months in the Met alone? That won't happen in this case, will it? When we get the evidence, we'll produce it. But we aren't going to get it, are we? Not unless one of them cracks, and they won't. It's all circumstantial. We haven't got a single fact which we can link with one of the suspects. Any of them could have done it. One of them did. We could put a case together against any of them. It wouldn't even get to court. The DPP would throw it out. And if it did get to court, can you imagine what the defense would make of it? Etienne could have gone up to that room for his own purposes. We can't prove that he didn't. He could have been looking for something in the archives, checking an old contract. He doesn't expect to stay long, so he leaves his coat and keys in his office. Then he comes upon something which is more interesting than he expects, and settles down to study it. He feels cold, so he shuts the window, breaking the window cord, and lights the fire. By the time he realizes what's happening, he's too disorientated to get to the fire to turn it off. So he dies. Then, hours later, the firm's mischief maker finds the body and decides to add a note of morbid mystery to what is, in fact, an unfortunate accident. Kate said, "We've gone over all that. It doesn't really stand up, does it? Why did he collapse next to the fire? Why not go out of the door? Etienne was intelligent. He must have known the risks from a gas fire in a badly ventilated room. So why shut the window? All right, he was trying to open it, not shut it, when the cord broke. Dauncey says it was open when he last used the room. Dauncey is the chief suspect. We can ignore that evidence. His counsel won't. You can't build a case by ignoring inconvenient evidence. All right. He was trying either to shut or open the window. We'll leave that. But why light the fire in the first place? It wasn't that cold. Where are these records that so intrigued him? The ones on the table were old contracts from 50 years ago. The writer's dead, unremembered. Why should he want to look at those? The mischief maker changed them. We've no way of knowing what records he was actually looking at. But why should he change them? And if Etienne went to the room to work, where was his pen, his pencil, his biro? He went to read, not to write. He couldn't write, could he? He couldn't even scribble the name of his killer. He had nothing to write with. Someone had stolen his diary with a pencil attached. He couldn't even write the name in dust. There was no dust. And what about the scratch on his palate? That's incontrovertible. That's fact. Connected to no one. We won't be able to prove how that was made unless we can produce the object that made it. And we don't know what made it. We probably never shall know. All we've got is suspicion and circumstantial evidence. We haven't even enough to put one of the suspects under surveillance. Can't you imagine it, the outcry, if we did? 5 respectable people, not one of them with a criminal record, and 2 of them with alibis. Kate said, "Neither of them worth a damn." Rupert Farlow admitted frankly that he'd swear DeWitt was with him, true or not. And that story of needing him during the night. He was careful to give us the precise times, wasn't he? I imagine you tend to notice the precise time when you're dying. And Claudia Etienne claims she was with her fiancé. He's going to marry a very rich woman, a bloody sight richer than she was a week ago. Do you think he'd hesitate to lie for her if she asked him? Daniel said, "Okay, it's easy to disbelieve the alibis, but can we disprove them? And they could be telling the truth, both of them. We can't assume they're lying. And if they are, then Claudia Etienne and DeWitt are in the clear. Which leads us back to Gabriel Dauncey. He had the means and the opportunity, and he has no alibi for the half hour before he left for that pub reading." Kate said, "But that goes equally for Frances Peverell, and she's the one with the motive. Etienne chucked her for another woman, proposed to sell Innocent House over her head. She had more reason to wish him dead than anyone. And try convincing a jury that a rheumatic man of 76 could get up those stairs, or take that slow creaking lift, do what he had to do in the little archives room, and get back to his flat in about 8 minutes. Okay, Robbins did that trial run, and it was just about possible. But not if he'd had to go down to the ground floor to fetch the snake. We've only Frances Peverell's word for it that it was 8 minutes, and they could be in it together. That's always been one of our possibilities. And the bathwater running away means nothing. I've seen that bath, Kate. It's a big old-fashioned, solid kind. You could drown a couple of adults in it. All he had to do was to leave the tap on very slowly, so that the bath filled up while he was away. Then he steps into it to get himself convincingly wet, and rings for Frances Peverell. But my guess is they were fellow conspirators.
Daniel, you're not thinking clearly. It's that story about the bathwater which puts Frances Peverell in the clear. If they were fellow conspirators, why concoct a complicated story about baths, running water, and 8 minutes? Why not merely say that she was looking out for his taxi, was worried because he was late, and when she saw that he'd arrived, she took him up to her own flat and kept him there for the night? She's got a spare room, hasn't she? This is murder, after all. She's not going to be worried about the possibility of gossip.
We could prove he hadn't slept in that bed. If she'd told that story, we would have got forensic onto it. You can't sleep all night in a bed without some evidence, from hair or sweat.
Well, I think she's telling the truth. That alibi is too complicated not to be genuine.
That's probably what we're meant to believe. My God, this murderer is clever. Clever and lucky. Think about Sonia Clements for a moment. She killed herself in that room. Why couldn't she have frayed the window cord, bunged up the gas fire flue? Kate said, "Look, Daniel, A.D. and I have checked that this morning, as far as we could anyway. Her sister says she was mechanically inept. And why should she tamper with the fire? In the hope that someone, weeks later, would mysteriously light it, entice Etienne upstairs, and lock him in to be poisoned with carbon monoxide?" End of Side 9. Side 10. Of course not. But she could have planned to kill herself that way, wanting it to look like an accident, hoping to protect Peverell's. Perhaps she had that in mind from the moment old Peverell died. Then when Gerard Etienne sacked her so brutally, if he was brutal, assume he was. After that she no longer cares whether or not she harms the firm. Probably wanted to harm it, or at least to harm Etienne. So she no longer bothers to make her death look accidental. Kills herself in a more agreeable way with drugs and drink, and leaves a suicide note. Kate, I like that. There's a kind of crazy logic about it. More crazy than logical. How would the murderer know that Clements had interfered with the gas? She's hardly likely to have told him. All you've done is to make the accidental death theory more plausible.
Your theory is just another gift for the defence. You can hear defence counsel making the most of it. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Sonia Clements had just as much chance as my client of interfering with that gas fire, and Sonia Clements is dead. Daniel said, "OK, let's be optimistic. We catch him, and then what will happen to him? 10 years in prison if he's unlucky. Fewer if he behaves himself." "You wouldn't want to sling him up by the neck?" "No. Would you?" "No, I wouldn't want hanging back. I'm not sure, though, that my position is particularly rational. I'm not even sure that it's honest. I happen to believe that the death penalty does deter. So what I'm saying is that I'm willing for innocent people to take a greater chance of being murdered, so that I can salve my conscience by saying that we no longer execute murderers." Daniel said, "Did you watch that TV program last week? The one about the USA Correctional Institute?" "Correctional? That's a good word. The inmates were corrected, all right. Killed with lethal injection after God knows how many years on death row." "Yes, I saw it. You could argue that they got a damn sight easier end than their victims. An easier end than most human beings get, come to that." "So you approve of revenge killing?" "Daniel, I didn't say that. It's just that I couldn't feel much pity. They killed in a state with the death penalty, and then seemed aggrieved that the state proposed to carry out what it had legislated for. Not one of them mentioned his victim. No one spoke the word remorse." "One did." "Then I must have missed it." "That's not all you missed." "Are you trying to quarrel?" "Just trying to find out what you believe." "What I believe is my business." "Even on matters which concern the job?" "Particularly on matters which concern the job. Anyway, this doesn't concern the job, except indirectly. The program was intended to make me feel outrage. OK, it was skillfully made. The producer didn't labour the point. You couldn't say it was unfair. But at the end they gave a number to the viewers so that they could ring to express disgust. All I'm saying is that I didn't feel quite the disgust they obviously intended. Anyway, I dislike television programs which try to tell me what I ought to feel." "In that case, you'd better stop watching documentaries." A police launch, sleek and fast, came into view, travelling upstream, its prow searchlight raking the darkness, its wake a white fishtail of foam. Then it was gone, and the dishevelled surface subsided into a gentle heaving calm, on which the reflected lights of the river pubs threw shining pools of silver. Small beads of foam floated out of the darkness to break against the river wall. A silence fell. They were standing about 2 feet apart, each looking out over the river. Then simultaneously they turned, and their eyes met. Kate couldn't see his expression from the one wall lamp, but she could feel his force and hear his quickened breathing. Suddenly she felt a charge of physical longing so strong that she had to put out a hand and steady herself against the wall to prevent herself from stepping forward into his arms. He said, "Kate," and made a quick move towards her, but she had known what was coming, and she turned quickly aside. The movement was slight but unmistakable. He said gently, "What's wrong, Kate?" And then his voice, sardonic, "Wouldn't A.D. like it?" "I don't arrange my private life to suit A.D. He didn't touch her. It would, she thought, have been easier if he had. She said, "Look, I've chucked a man I love because of the job. Why should I mess it up for someone I don't love?" "Would it mess it up? Your job or mine?" "Oh, Daniel, doesn't it always?" He said a little teasingly, "You did tell me I should train myself to fancy intelligent women." "But I didn't offer to be part of the training." His low laugh broke the tension. She liked him immensely, not least because, unlike most men, he could take rejection without rancour. But why not? Neither of them could pretend to be in love. She thought, both of us are vulnerable, both a little lonely. But this isn't the answer. As they turned to go back into the pub, he asked, "If it were A.D. here with you now, if he asked you to go home with him, would you?"
She thought for a few seconds, then decided he deserved honesty.
Probably. Yes, I would.
And would that be love or sex?
Neither, she said. Call it curiosity.
Chapter 45. On Monday morning, Daniel telephoned the switchboard at Innocent House and asked George Copeland to call in at Wapping during his lunch break. He arrived just after 1:30, bringing into the room with him a weight of apprehension and tension which seemed to encumber the very air. When Kate suggested that the room was warm and that he might like to take off his coat, he did so at once, as if the suggestion had been a command, but looked after it with anxious eyes as Daniel received it and hung it up, as if fearing that this was the first stage of some premeditated divestation. Looking at the childlike face, Daniel thought that it must have changed little since he was a boy. The round cheeks with their moons of red, definite as patches, had the smoothness of rubber, an incongruous contrast to the dry thatch of grey hair. The eyes had a look of strained hopefulness, and the voice, attractive but diffident, was, he suspected, more ready to propitiate than to assert. Probably bullied at school, thought Daniel, and been kicked around since. But apparently he had found his niche at Innocent House, in a job which seemed to suit him, and which he obviously did satisfactorily. How long, he wondered, would that have lasted under the new dispensation? Kate had settled him opposite her with more courtesy than she would have shown Claudia Etienne, or any of the other male suspects. But he sat facing her across the desk as rigid as a board, his hands like paws, close-fisted in his lap. Kate said, "Mr. Copeland, on the night of Mr. Etienne's engagement party on the 10th of July, you were seen with Mrs. Bartram, coming down from the archives floor at Innocent House. What were you doing there?" The question was gently put, but the effect was as devastating as if Kate had physically pinned him up against the wall and screamed in his face. He seemed literally to sink in his chair, and the red moons flamed and grew, then faded, leaving him so pale that Daniel instinctively moved closer, half expecting him to faint. Kate said, "Do you admit that you did go to the top floor?" He found his voice. "Not to the archives room. Not there. Mrs. Bartram wanted to use the toilet. I took her to the one on the top floor and waited outside." "Why didn't she use the lavatories in the women's cloakroom on the first floor?" "She tried, but both cubicles were occupied, and there was a queue. She was in a hurry." "So you took her upstairs? But why did she ask you, rather than one of the women's staff?" It was a question which Daniel thought could more reasonably have been put to Mrs. Bartram. No doubt in time it would be. Now Copeland was silent. Kate persisted. "Wouldn't it have been more natural for her to have asked one of the women?" "It might have been, but she was shy. She didn't know any of them, and I was there on the desk." "And she knew you, is that it?" He didn't answer, but he gave a little nod. Kate said, "How well does she know you?" And now, looking full in her face, he replied, "She's my daughter." "Mr. Sidney Bartram is married to your daughter. So that explains it. It's all perfectly natural and understandable. She came to you because you're her father. But that isn't generally known, is it? Why the secrecy?" "If I tell you, does it have to go any further? Do you have to say that I've told?" "We don't have to tell anyone else except Commander Dalgliesh, and it won't then go further unless it's relevant to our inquiry. We can't decide that unless you explain." "It was Mr. Bartram, Sidney, who wanted it kept silent. He wanted it kept a secret, at least at the beginning. He's a good husband. He loves her. They're happy together. Her first husband was a brute. She tried to make a success of the marriage, but I think it was a relief when he walked out. There had always been other women, and he went off with one of them. They got a divorce, but it hit her very hard. She lost all her confidence. Luckily, there were no children." "How did she meet Mr. Bartram?" She came to collect me from work one day. I'm usually the last out, so no one saw her except Mr. Bartram. His car wouldn't start, so Julie and I offered him a lift. When he got to his house, he invited us in for coffee. I suppose he thought he had to. That's when it began. They started writing to each other. He went down at weekends to Basingstoke, where she lived and worked, to see her.
But surely people at Innocent House knew that you had a daughter?
I'm not sure. They knew I was a widower, but they never asked about my family. It wasn't as if Julie lived with me. She worked in the tax office in Basingstoke, and she wasn't often at home. I think they must have known, for they didn't ask about her. That's why the secrecy was so easy when they married.
Why shouldn't people know?
Mr. Bartram, Sidney, said he wanted to keep his private life private, that his marriage was nothing to do with Peverell Press, that he didn't want the junior staff gossiping about his personal affairs. He didn't invite any of them to the wedding, but he did tell the directors that he was married. Well, of course he had to, because of changing his tax code. And later he told them about the baby and showed everyone her photograph. He's very proud of her. I think to begin with he didn't want people to know that he'd married. Well, that he'd married the receptionist's daughter. Perhaps he was afraid that he'd lose face with the staff here. He was brought up in an orphanage, and 40 years ago institutions for children were different from how they are today. He was despised at school, made to feel inferior, and I don't think he ever forgot it. He's always been a little over-concerned about his status in the firm.
And what does your daughter think about all this? The secrecy, concealing the fact that Mr. Bartram is your son-in-law?
I don't think that worries her. She's probably forgotten by now. It's not as if the firm is part of her life. She's only been in Innocent House once since they were married, and that was for Mr. Gerard's engagement party. She wanted to see inside the house, see number 10, and the room where he worked. She loves him. They've got the baby now. They're happy together. He's changed her life. And it's not as if I don't see them out of the office. I visit nearly every weekend. I see Rosie, the baby, whenever I like. He looked from Daniel to Kate, imploring them to understand, then said, I know it seems strange, and I think Sidney regrets it now. He's more or less said so. But I can see how it happened. He asked us on impulse to keep it secret, and the longer we did, the more impossible it was to tell the truth. And no one asked. No one was interested in whom he married. No one asked me about my daughter. People are only interested in your family if you talk about them, and even then it's mostly just politeness. They don't really care. It would be very hurtful to Mr. Bartram, to Sidney, if it came out now, and I wouldn't like him to think that I told you. Does it need to go any further?
No, said Kate. I don't think it does.
He seemed reassured, and Daniel helped him into his coat. When he came back from seeing him off the premises, he found Kate pacing the room in a furious temper.
Of all the bloody pompous, stupid snobs, that man is worth 10 of Bartram. Oh, I can see how it happened all right. The social insecurity, I mean. He's the only one of the senior staff, isn't he, who hasn't been to Oxbridge. These things seem to matter to your sex, God knows why. And it tells you something about Peverell Press, doesn't it? That man has worked for them for how long? Nearly 20 years. And they've never even inquired about his daughter?
Daniel said, if they had asked, he would have replied that she was now married and very happy, thank you. But why should they inquire? A.D. doesn't inquire about your home life. Would you want him to? I can see how it began. The first snobbish impulse to keep it secret, and then the realization that he had to go on keeping it a secret, unless he wanted to look a fool. I wonder how much Bartram would pay to prevent it being known. At least we know now why Copeland and Mrs. Bartram were on the top floor together. Not that he needed an excuse to be up there. He can go up any time. That's one small problem out of the way. Kate said, not really. They were all pretty discreet at Innocent House, particularly the partners. But we've heard enough from Mrs. Demery and the junior staff to get a good idea of what was going on. With Gerard Etienne as boss, how long do you think either Bartram or Copeland would have lasted in their jobs? Copeland loves his daughter, and she loves her husband. God knows why, but apparently she does. They're happy together, they got a child. There was a lot at stake for both of them, wasn't there? Bartram and Copeland. And don't forget one thing about George Copeland. He's the handyman. He does the repairs. He's one of the people at Innocent House who would have had no trouble in disconnecting that gas fire. And he could have done it safely at any time. The only person who regularly uses the little archives room is Gabriel Dauncey, and he never lights the gas. He takes in his own electric fire if he needs it. This isn't one small problem out of the way. It's one more bloody complication. Book 4, Evidence in Writing. Chapter 46. On the evening of Thursday the 21st of October, Mandy left the office an hour later than usual. She was to meet her housemate, Maureen, at the White Horse on the Wanstead Road for a pub meal, followed by a gig. The outing was a double celebration. It was Maureen's 19th birthday, and the drummer in the band, the Devils on Horseback, was her current boyfriend. The gig was due to begin at 8, but the party would meet at the pub an hour earlier for a preliminary meal. Mandy had brought a change of clothes to the office in her bike pannier, and planned to go straight to the White Horse. The prospect of the evening, and in particular of meeting again the band leader Roy, whom she had decided that she rather fancied, or was prepared to fancy if the evening went well, had cast a glow of happy anticipation over the day, which not even Miss Blackett's silent and almost manic concentration on work could dim. Miss Blackett was now working for Miss Claudia, who had moved into her dead brother's office. 3 days after his death, Mandy had overheard Mr. DeWitt encouraging her. "It's what he would have wanted. You're chairman and managing director now, or will be when you've got round to passing the necessary resolution. We can't just leave the room empty. Gerard wouldn't have wanted it kept as a shrine." A few of the staff had left immediately, but those who remained, either by choice or necessity, found themselves bound by an unacknowledged comradeship and shared experience. Together they waited and wondered, and, when the partners weren't present, speculated and gossiped. Mandy's bright eyes and keen ears missed nothing. It seemed to her now that Innocent House held her in some mysterious thrall. She came to work each morning, energized with a mixture of excitement and anticipation, spiced with fear. That small, bare room in which, on her first day, she had stood looking down at the body of Sonia Clements, possessed her imagination so powerfully that the whole top floor, still securely locked by the police, had assumed some of the terrifying potency of a child's fairy tale, Bluebeard's lair, the forbidden territory of horror. She hadn't seen Gerard Etienne's body, but in imagination it shone with the vivid imagery of a dream. Sometimes before sleep she would picture the two bodies there together, Miss Clements lying in her sad decrepitude, the half-naked male body sprawled on the floor beside her, would watch terrified while the dull and lifeless eyes blinked and brightened, and the snake pulsated into slimy life, red tongue darting to find the dead mouth, the muscles tightening to squeeze out breath. But these imaginings, she knew, were still controllable. Secure in the knowledge of her own innocence, never feeling herself seriously at risk, she could enjoy the half-guilty exhilaration of simulated terror. But she knew that Innocent House was contaminated with a fear which went beyond her self-indulgent imaginings. She would begin to smell the fear like a river fog as she dismounted from her bike in the mornings, and it strengthened and engulfed her as she stepped over the portal. She saw fear in George's anxious gaze as he greeted her, in Miss Blackett's taut face and restless eyes, in Mr. Dauncey's steps, as, suddenly an old man, all vigour drained, he drew himself painfully up the stairs. She heard fear in the voices of all the partners. On the Wednesday morning, just before 10 o'clock, Miss Claudia had summoned the staff to a meeting in the boardroom. They had all been there, even George, his switchboard left on the answer phone, and Fred Bowling from the launch. Chairs had been brought in to form a half-circle, and the other three partners had sat at the table, Miss Claudia with Miss Peverell on her right, and Mr. DeWitt and Mr. Dauncey on her left. When the call to the meeting came, Miss Blackett had put down the telephone and said, "You two, Mandy, you're one of us now." And Mandy, despite herself, had felt a small surge of gratification. They had seated themselves a little self-consciously, filling the second row first, and Mandy had been aware of the collected weight of excitement, anticipation, and anxiety. When the last arrival scurried red-faced to her chair in the front row, and the door was closed, Miss Claudia said, "Where is Mrs. Demery?" It was Miss Blackett who answered. Perhaps she thought she wasn't included. Everyone is included. Find her, will you please, Blackett? Miss Blackett hurried out, and within a couple of minutes, during which the meeting waited in total silence, reappeared with Mrs. Demery, still wearing her apron. She opened her mouth as if to make some derogatory comment, then, obviously thinking better of it, closed it, and took the only remaining chair in the middle of the front row. Miss Claudia spoke. "First of all, I would like to thank you all for your loyalty. My brother's death and the method of it has been a horrible shock for us all. This is a difficult time for Peverell Press, but I hope and believe that we shall come through it together. We have a responsibility to our authors, and to the books which they expect us to publish, to the same high standard that has characterized the Peverell Press for over 200 years. I have now been informed of the result of the inquest. My brother died of carbon monoxide poisoning, obviously from the gas fire in the little archives room. Precisely how that death occurred, the police aren't yet able to say. I know that Commander Dalgliesh or one of his officers has already spoken to all of you. There will probably be continued interviews, and I know that all of you will do what you can to help the police in their inquiries, as shall we, the partners. A word about the future. You have probably heard rumours about plans to sell Innocent House and move downriver. All those plans are now in abeyance. Things will continue as they are, at least until the end of the financial year next April. Much will depend on the success of our autumn list and how well we do over Christmas. The list is particularly strong this year, and we are all optimistic. But I have to tell you that there is no prospect of anyone getting a rise in pay during the rest of this year, and all the partners have agreed to take a 10% cut. There will be no more changes in the present staff, at least until next April, but inevitably there will have to be some reorganization. I shall be taking over as chairman and managing director, at first in an acting capacity. This means that I shall be responsible for production, accounts, and the warehouse, as was my brother. Miss Peverell will take over my present responsibilities as sales and publicity director, and Mr. DeWitt with Mr. Dauncey will add contracts and rights to their editorial responsibilities. We have recruited Virginia Scott Headley from Herne and Illingworth to assist Maggie in publicity. She is highly competent and experienced, and she will also help with the spate of press and outside inquiries about my brother's death. George has been fielding most of it magnificently, but when Miss Scott Headley arrives, all those calls will be directed to publicity. I don't think there is anything else I need to say, except that Peverell Press is the oldest independent publisher in the country, and all we partners are determined that it shall survive and flourish. That is all. Thank you for coming. Are there any questions? There was an embarrassed silence in which people seemed to be steeling themselves to speak. Miss Claudia had taken advantage of it to get up from the table and had quickly led the way from the room. Afterwards in the kitchen, making Miss Blackett's coffee, Mrs. Demery had been more forthcoming. They haven't a clue what to do, any of them. That was plain enough. Mr. Gerard could be a proper bastard, but at least he knew what he wanted and how to get it. They won't be selling Innocent House. Miss Peverell thought of that, I suppose, and Mr. DeWitt supported her. But if they don't sell the house, how are they going to keep it up? You tell me that. If people here have any sense, they'll start putting out feelers for new jobs. And now, alone in the office, Tidying her desk, Mandy thought what a difference these extra 60 minutes made. Innocent House seemed suddenly to have emptied. As she mounted the staircase to the first-floor women's cloakroom where she would change, her feet echoed eerily on the marble, as if someone unseen was walking a little behind her. Pausing on the landing to look down over the balustrade, she saw the 2 globes of light at the foot of the stairs, glowing like floating moons over a hall grown cavernous and mysterious. She hurried over her change, stuffing her office clothes into the tote bag, pulling over her head the short, multi-layered skirt in patchwork cotton with its matching top, pulling on her high, glittering boots. Perhaps it was a pity to bike in them, but they were tough enough, and it was easier than carrying them in the pannier. How quiet it was. Even the flush of the lavatory roared like an avalanche. It was comforting to see George, wearing his coat and old tweed hat, still behind the reception desk, and locking away the 3 parcels awaiting collection in his security cupboard. The malicious prankster hadn't struck since the murder, but the precautions were still in force. Mandy said, "Isn't it funny how quiet the place is when people have left? Am I the last?" "Just me and Miss Claudia. I'm on my way now. Miss Claudia will set the alarms." They left together, George pulling the door firmly shut behind them. It had been a day of heavy and incessant rain, dancing on the marble forecourt, streaming against the windows, almost obscuring the grey swell of the river. But now the rain had stopped, and in the gleam of George's rear lights, the cobbles of Innocent Passage shone like rows of newly peeled conkers. The air held the first raw bite of winter. Mandy's nose began to run. She rummaged in her bag for a scarf and her handkerchief. She waited to mount her bike until, with maddening slowness, George began reversing his old metro down the passage. After a second's thought, she ran to signal that Innocent House was clear. It always was clear, but George invariably reversed out, as if the manoeuvre was his daily dice with death. After he had given a valedictory, grateful wave and accelerated away, she told herself that at least his job was safe now, and was glad. Mrs. Demery had told her that there were rumours that Mr. Gerard had planned to get rid of him. Mandy wove in and out of the late commuter traffic with her usual expertise, and a cheerful disregard for the occasional toots of affronted motorists. And it was little more than 30 minutes later when she saw before her the mock Tudor façade of the White Horse, festooned with coloured lights. It stood back from the road on a 100-yard stretch, where the lines of suburban houses gave way to a fringe of shrubs and bushes on the edge of Epping Forest. The forecourt was already closely packed with cars, including, she saw, the band's van and Maureen's Fiesta. She rode slowly to the smaller parking space at the rear of the pub, and, pulling her tote bag from the pannier, pushed her way down the passage to the women's cloakroom, and joined the noisy chaos of girls hanging up coats and changing their shoes under a notice reminding them that these were left at their own risk, queuing for one of the 4 lavatories, and spreading their make-up clobber onto the narrow shelf under the long mirror. It was when she had fought for her place, and was rummaging for the plastic toilet bag which held her make-up, that Mandy made the heart-lurching discovery. Her purse was missing. The black leather purse, which was also a wallet and held her money, her 1 credit card and bank card, prized symbols of financial status, and the Yale key to her front door. Her noisy exclamations of dismay alerted Maureen from her careful application of eyeliner. "Tip everything out, I always do," she advised, and returned unworried to the task of outlining her eyelids with black. "Fat lot she cares," murmured Mandy, sweeping Maureen's make-up to one side and emptying the tote bag's contents. But the purse wasn't there. And then she remembered. She must have caught it up with her scarf and handkerchief on leaving Innocent House. It was probably lying there still on the cobbles. She would have to go back. The consolation was that there was little chance that a passer-by could have found it. Innocent Walk, and Innocent Lane in particular, were always deserted after dark. It would mean missing the meal, but with luck not more than half an hour of the gig. And then a thought struck her. She could telephone Mr. Dauncey or Miss Peverell. At least that way she would know whether the purse was there. They might think she had a cheek to ask, but she was confident that neither of them would really mind. She had done very little work for Mr. Dauncey or Miss Peverell, but when she had, both had seemed grateful and been decent to her. It would only take them a minute to look, a few yards to walk, and it wasn't as if it was still raining. It was a nuisance about the key. If the purse was there, it would be too late to call for it after the gig. She would have to go home with Maureen, or if Maureen had other plans for the night, wake up Shirl or Pete. But they could hardly complain. She'd been woken up to let them in often enough. There was a delay while she coaxed the necessary coins for a call box from Maureen. More delay while she waited for one of the 2 telephone booths to be free, and another minute wasted when she discovered that the directory she needed was in the other booth. She rang Miss Peverell first, but got only the answer phone with its usual message, spoken in Miss Peverell's quiet, almost apologetic voice. There was very little space to manage the directory, and it thudded to the floor. Outside, a couple of impatient men gesticulated impatiently. Well, they would have to wait. If Mr. Dauncey was in, she wouldn't hang up until he'd been to look. She found the number and stabbed the digits. There was no reply. She let the ringing continue long after she had any real hope, before replacing the receiver. And now she had no choice. She couldn't bear to spend the evening and night in suspense. She must go back to Innocent House. She was riding now against the stream of traffic, but was hardly aware of the details of the journey. Her mind a muddle of anxiety, impatience and irritation. It wouldn't have hurt Maureen to have driven her to Wapping in the Fiesta, but trust Maureen not to miss the chance of a meal. She was becoming aware, too, of her own hunger, but told herself that with luck she would have time to grab a sandwich from the bar before the gig. Innocent Walk was, as usual, deserted. The back of Innocent House rose like a dark bastion against the night sky. Then, as she looked up, her head flung back, became as insubstantial and unsteady as a cardboard cutout, reeling against the low scudding clouds, stained pink by the lights of the city. The pools in the gutter of the lane had dried now, and a freshening breeze caught her at the end of Innocent Lane, bringing with it the strong smell of the river. The only signs of life were the lit windows of the top flat at number 12. It looked as if Miss Peverell, at least, was now at home. She dismounted at the end of Innocent Lane, anxious not to disturb them with the sound of her bike, not wanting to be delayed by questions and explanations. She walked up the lane as delicately as a thief, towards the shimmer of the river, to the place where she had parked the Yamaha. There was sufficient light from the lamps on the forecourt to aid her search, but no search was necessary. The purse lay exactly where she had hoped to find it. She gave a small, almost inaudible whoop of delight, and stuffed it deep into the zip pocket of her jacket. It was less easy to see the face of her watch, and she moved closer to the river. At each end of the forecourt, the 2 great globes of light, supported by bronze dolphins, threw shining pools on the heaving surface of the water, which, as she watched, shimmered like a great cloak of black satin, shaken, smoothed, and gently billowed by an invisible hand. Mandy glanced at her watch. 8:20. It was later than she thought, and suddenly she found her enthusiasm for the gig had waned. The surge of relief at finding her purse had induced a disinclination for further effort, and in this mood of contented lethargy, the prospect of the closy claustrophobia of her bed-sitting room, the kitchen to herself for once, the rest of the evening in front of the television, grew in attraction by the second. There was that video of the Scorsese Cape Fear, which was due back tomorrow. £2 wasted if she didn't watch it tonight. Now, in no hurry, she turned almost without thought to look up at the facade of Innocent House. The bottom 2 stories were faintly lit by the lights from the forecourt, the slender marble pillars gleaming softly against the dead windows, black cavernous openings into an interior which she now knew so well, but which had become mysterious and forbidding. How odd, she thought, that everything inside would be just as it was when she had left. The 2 word processors under their covers, Miss Blackett's neat desktop with her rack of filing trays, her diary placed precisely at her right hand, the locked cabinet of files, the notice board to the right of the door. All these ordinary things remained even when there was no one there to see them. And there was no one at all. She thought of that small bare room at the top of the house, the room where 2 people had died. The chair and the table would still be in place, but there would be no bed, no woman's body, no naked man clawing at the bare boards. Suddenly she saw again Sonia Clement's body, but more real, more frightening than when she had seen it in the flesh. And then she remembered what Ken the packer had told her when she had taken a message to number 10 and had stayed gossiping. How Lady Sarah Peverell, wife of the Peverell who had built Innocent House, had thrown herself from the top balcony and smashed to death on the marble. "You can still see the mark of the blood," Ken had said, shifting a box of books from the shelf to the trolley. "Don't let Miss Frances see you looking for it, though. That's not a story the family like to have told, for they can't clean that stain away for all that, and there'll be no luck in this house till they do. And she still walks, does Lady Sarah. You ask any waterman on the river." Ken, of course, had been trying to frighten her, but that had been in late September, a day of mellow sunshine, and she had relished the story, only half believing it, feeling an agreeable shiver of self-induced fear. But she had asked Fred Bowling, and she remembered his answer. "There are ghosts enough on this river, but none walk at Innocent House." That was before the death of Mr. Gerard. Perhaps they walked now. And now the fear was becoming real. She looked up at the top balcony and imaged the horror of that fall, the flailing limbs, the single cry. Surely she must have cried out. The sickening crunch as the body hit the marble. Suddenly there was a wild scream, and she started. But it was only a seagull. The bird swooped above her, perched for a moment on the railings, then winged its way downriver. She was aware that she was getting chilled. The cold was unnatural, seeping out from the marble as if she stood on ice, and the river breeze was colder now, blowing against her face with the first chill of winter. She was taking a last look at the river, glancing down to where the launch lay silent and empty, when her eyes caught a flash of something white at the top of the railings, to the right of the stone steps which led down to the Thames. It looked at first as if someone had tied a handkerchief to the rail. Curious, she walked across, and saw that it was a sheet of paper rammed down onto one of the narrow spikes. And there was something else, a gleam of golden metal at the bottom of the rail. Squatting down, a little disorientated by self-induced fear, Mandy took some seconds to recognize it. It was the buckle of a narrow leather strap, the strap of a brown shoulder bag. The strap strained down to the puckered surface of the water, and beneath that surface something was just visible, something grotesque and unreal, like the domed head of a gigantic insect, its millions of hairy legs stirring gently in the tide. And then Mandy knew that what she was seeing was the top of a human head. At the end of the strap was a human body, and as she gazed down in horror, the body shifted in the tide, and a white hand rose slowly from the water, its wrist drooping like the stem of a dying flower. For a few seconds disbelief fought with realization, and then, half fainting with shock and terror, she sank to her knees, clutching at the iron railings. She was aware of the cold metal rasping her hands, and then the strength of it pressed against her forehead. She knelt there, powerless to move, terror squeezing at her stomach and turning her limbs to stone. In this cold nothingness only her heart was alive, a heart which had become a great ball of burning iron, thudding against her ribs, as if it could power her through the railings and into the river. She dared not open her eyes. To open them was to see what she could still only half believe, the double leather of the strap straining down to the abomination below. She didn't know how long she knelt there before she was capable of sense and movement, but gradually she became aware of the strong river smell in her nostrils, the coldness of the marble against her knees, her quietening heart. Her hands were so rigid on the railings that it took painful seconds to prise the fingers away. She drew herself up, and then suddenly found strength and purpose. Running wordlessly across the courtyard, she banged on the first door, Daunce's, and pressed his bell. Above, the windows were dark, and she wasted no time in waiting for the answer which she knew wouldn't come, but ran round the house into Innocent Walk and pressed Francis Peverell's bell, keeping her right thumb on the button while she hammered on the knocker with her left hand. The response was almost immediate. She couldn't hear the rush of feet on the stairs, But the door was thrown open. She saw James DeWitt with Francis Peverell at his shoulder. Incoherently she stammered, pointing towards the river, began running, and was aware that they were on her heels. And now they were standing together looking down into the river. Mandy found herself thinking, I'm not mad. It wasn't a dream. It's still here. She heard Miss Peverell say, Oh, no. Oh, please, God, no. Then she turned, half fainting, and was caught in James DeWitt's arms, but not before Mandy had seen her make the sign of the cross. He said, It's all right, my darling, it's all right. Her voice was half muffled in his jacket. It isn't all right. How can it be all right? Then she broke free, and said with surprising strength and calmness, Who is it? DeWitt didn't look again at the thing in the river. Instead, carefully, he prized the sheet of paper from the railing, and peered at it. He said, Esme Carling. This looks like a suicide note. Francis said, Not again, not another. What does it say? It's not easy to see. He turned and held it so that the light from the globe at the end of the railings fell on the paper. There was almost no margin, as if the page had been trimmed to fit the words, and the sharp finial of the railing had pierced and torn the paper. He said, It looks as if it's written in our own hand. It's addressed to all of us. He smoothed it out and read aloud, To the partners of Peverell Press, God rot you all. For 30 years you've exploited my talent, made money out of me, neglected me as a writer and as a woman, treated me as if my books aren't fit to bear your precious imprint. What do you know about creative writing? Only one of you has written a word, and his talent, such as it was, died years ago. It's me and writers like me who have kept your house alive, and now you've thrown me over. After 30 years I'm finished, without explanation, without the right of appeal, without a chance to rewrite or revise. Finished, dismissed, as the Peverells have casually dismissed their unwanted servants for generations. Don't you realize that this finishes me as a human being, as well as a writer? Don't you know that when a writer can no longer be published, she may as well be dead? But at least I can make your name stink throughout London, and believe me, I shall. This is only the beginning. Francis Peverell said, Poor woman. Oh, poor woman. James, why didn't she come and see us? Would that have done any good? It's the same as Sonia. If it had to be done, it could have been done differently, with compassion, with some kindness. James DeWitt said gently, Francis, there's nothing we can do for her now. We'd better call the police. But we can't leave her like that. It's too horrible. It's obscene. We must pull her out. Try artificial respiration. He said patiently, Francis, she's dead. But we can't leave her. Please, James, we must try. It seemed to Mandy that they had forgotten she was there. Now that she was no longer alone, the terrible, paralyzing fear had faded. The world had become, if not ordinary, at least familiar, manageable. She thought, he doesn't know what to do. He wants to please her, but he doesn't want to touch the body. He can't pull it out by himself and can't bear for her to help. She said, If you were going to try mouth-to-mouth breathing, you ought to have pulled her out at once. It'll be too late now. He said, it seemed to Mandy with a great sadness, it was always too late. Anyway, the police won't want the body interfered with. Interfered with? The word struck Mandy as funny. She fought an impulse to giggle, knowing that if she gave way to giggling, she would end by crying. Oh, God, she thought. Why doesn't he bloody well do something? She said, If you two stay here, I could ring the police. Give me the key and tell me where the phone is. Francis said dully, In the hall, and the door's open.
At least I think it's open. She turned to DeWitt, suddenly frantic. "Oh, my God, James, have I locked us out?"
"No," he said patiently. "I've got the key. It was in the front door." He was about to hand it to Mandy when their ears caught the sound of feet approaching down Innocent Lane, and Gabriel Dauncey and Sidney Bartram appeared. They were both wearing raincoats, and brought with them a sense of the reassuringly normal. Something about the three still figures, faces turned towards them, alerted them, and their footsteps quickened to a run. Dauncey said, "We heard voices. Is something wrong?" Mandy took the key, but did not move. There was no hurry anyway. The police couldn't save Mrs. Carling. No one could help her now. And now 2 more faces were peering down, 2 more voices murmuring their horror. DeWitt said, "She's left a note here on the railings, a fulmination against the whole lot of us." Francis said again, "Please get her out." And now it was Dauncey who took control. Looking at him, at the skin which in the light of the globes was as sickly green as river weeds, at the lines scarring the face like black wounds, Mandy thought, "He's an old man. This shouldn't happen to him. What can he do?" He said to DeWitt, "You and Sidney could lift her using the steps. I haven't the strength." His words galvanized James, who made no further objection, but began walking carefully down the slimy steps, holding on to the railings. Mandy saw his involuntary shiver at the bite of the cold water on his legs. She thought, the best way would be for Mr. DeWitt to support the body from the steps, and Mr. Dauncey and Mr. Bartram to pull on the strap. But they won't want to do it that way. And indeed, the thought of watching the drowned face rise slowly from the water while the men pulled on the strap, as if deliberately hanging her again, was so horrible that she wondered how the thought could have come into her mind. Again it seemed to her that they had forgotten her presence. Frances Peverell had moved a little apart, her hands grasping the railings, her eyes fixed on the river. Mandy guessed a little of what she was feeling. She wanted the body brought out of the water, the dreadful strap removed. She needed to stay until that was done, but she couldn't bear to watch it happening. But for Mandy, to look away was more horrible than to watch. If she had to stay, it was better to know than to imagine. And of course she had to stay. No one had again taken up her suggestion that she could take the key and ring the police. And there was no hurry. What did it matter if they came later than sooner? Nothing they brought with them, nothing they could do, could revive Mrs. Carling. Now DeWitt, descending gingerly, was in the water up to his knees. With his right hand he grasped the bottom of the railings, and with his left he fumbled for the sodden clothing and began drawing the body towards him. The surface of the river broke into ripples, and the strap slackened, then strained tight. He said, "If one of you could undo the buckle, I think I could get her onto the steps." Dauncey's voice was calm. He too was holding onto the railings as if for support. "Don't let her drift away, James, and keep hold of the railings. We don't want you in the river." It was Bartram who came down the first 2 steps, and leaned over to undo the buckle. His hands were pale in the light from the globes, his fingers like swollen sausages. He took his time, fumbling, seeming unaware how the buckle worked. When at last it was released, DeWitt said, "I'll need both hands. Grasp hold of my jacket, will you?" And now Dauncey joined Bartram on the 2nd step. Together they steadied and held tightly to DeWitt's jacket, while with both hands he drew the body towards him and released the strap from the neck. And now it lay sprawled, face downwards on the steps. DeWitt took it by the legs, which stuck out from the skirt like thin sticks, and Bartram and Dauncey each took an arm. The sodden bundle was lifted up the steps and laid prone on the marble. Gently DeWitt turned it over. Mandy had only one glimpse of the face, terrible in death, of the open mouth and protruding tongue, the eyes half opened under the craped lids, the dreadful stigmata of death round her throat, before Dauncey, with surprising speed, whipped off his coat and laid it over the body. From beneath a tweed, a trickle of water, thin at first, then stronger, crept over the marble, as dark as blood. Frances Peverell walked over to the body and knelt beside it. She said, "Poor woman. Oh, poor woman." And Mandy saw her lips move silently, and wondered if she were praying. They waited in silence, the harsh gasps of their breath sounding unnaturally loud on the quiet air. The effort of raising the body from the water seemed to have drained DeWitt and Bartram of strength and decision, and it was Gabriel Dauncey who took control. He said, "Someone had better stay by the body. Sidney and I will wait here. James, you take the women inside and phone the police, and we'll all need hot coffee, or something stronger, and plenty of it." Chapter 47. The front door of number 12 opened onto a narrow rectangular hall, and Mandy followed Frances Peverell and James DeWitt up a flight of stairs, carpeted in pale green. The staircase ended in another hall, squarer and larger, with a door immediately ahead. Mandy found herself in a sitting-room which ran the whole length of the front of the house. The two tall windows leading to the balcony were curtained against the night and the river. There was a pile of smokeless coal in the basket by the grate. Mr. DeWitt took away the brass fireguard, and settled Mandy in one of the high-backed chairs. Suddenly they were as solicitous of her as if she were a guest. Perhaps, she thought, because fussing over her at least gave them something to do. Looking down at her, Miss Peverell said, "Mandy, I'm so very sorry. 2 suicides, and you found them both. First Miss Clements, and now this. What can we give you? Coffee? Brandy? Or there's red wine. But I don't suppose you've eaten, have you? Are you hungry?" "I am, rather." She was, in fact, suddenly ravenous for food. The warm, savoury smell pervading the flat was almost intolerable. Miss Peverell looked at Mr. DeWitt. She said, "We were going to have duck à l'orange. What about you, James?" "I'm not hungry, but I'm sure Mandy is." Mandy thought, "She's only got enough for 2. Probably bought it from M&S. All right for those who can afford it." Miss Peverell had planned a cosy, intimate dinner, and trouble, she saw, had been taken. A round table at the far end of the room had been set with white linen, 3 sparkling glasses at each setting, and a couple of low silver candlesticks with the candles still unlit. Moving closer, she saw the salad had already been set out in small wooden bowls, delicate leaves in a variety of green and red, small toasted nuts, slivers of cheese. There was an open bottle of red wine, and one of white in a wine cooler. Mandy had no appetite for the salad. What she craved was hot and savoury food. She could see, too, that Miss Peverell had taken trouble with more than the meal. The blue-green pattern dress with its pleated skirt and overblouse tied with a bow at the side was real silk, and it suited her colouring. Too old for her, of course, too conventional, a bit dull, and the skirt too long. It didn't do much for her figure, which could have looked spectacular if Miss Peverell knew how to dress. The pearls gleaming against the silk were probably real. Mandy hoped Mr. DeWitt appreciated the efforts made for him. Mrs. Demery had told her that he had been in love with Miss Peverell for years. Now, with Mr. Gerard out of the way, it looked as if he was getting somewhere at last. The duck came, served with peas and small new potatoes. Mandy, her social insecurity swept away in a surge of hunger, fell upon it ravenously. They sat at the table with her. Neither ate, but they both drank a glass of red wine. They waited on her with anxious care, as if they felt somehow responsible for what had happened, and were trying to make amends. Miss Peverell pressed her to a second helping of vegetables, and Mr. DeWitt filled her glass. From time to time they went out together into the room she guessed was the kitchen, and which overlooked Innocent Passage, and she could hear the subdued mutter of their voices, and knew that they were saying things they didn't want to say in her presence, while watching and listening for the arrival of the police. Their temporary absence gave her an opportunity to look more closely at the room as she ate. Its elegant simplicity was too formal, too conventional for Mandy's more eccentric and iconoclastic taste. but she admitted to herself that it looked all right if this was the kind of thing you liked and had the money to afford. The colour scheme was conventional enough, soft blue-green with touches of rose-red. The curtains of draped satin hung from simple poles. At each side of the fireplace was an alcove fitted with bookshelves, the spines of the books gleaming in the firelight. On each top shelf was what looked like the marble head of a girl, crowned with roses and closely veiled. They were probably meant to be brides, but the veils, marvellously delicate and realistic, looked more like shrouds. Morbid, thought Mandy, cramming her mouth with duck. The picture over the mantelpiece was of an 18th century mother holding her two daughters, and was obviously original, as was a curious picture of a woman lying in bed in a room which reminded Mandy of her school visit to Venice. The two winged armchairs, one on each side of the fire, were covered in plain linen in a faded pink, but only one chair, with its creased seat and back, looked as if it were much used. So that was where Miss Peverell sat, thought Mandy, facing an empty chair, and beyond it the river. She supposed that the picture on the right-hand wall was an icon, but couldn't imagine why anyone should want a Virgin Mary who looked so old and black, or an adult-looking baby, who obviously hadn't had a decent meal for weeks. She envied neither the room nor anything in it, and thought with satisfaction of the large, low attic, which was her share of the rented house in Stratford East. The wall opposite the bed with her hats hung on a pegboard, in a riotous flowering of ribbon, flowers and coloured felt. The single bed, just wide enough for two when a boyfriend occasionally spent the night, covered with its striped blanket. The drawing-board which she used for her designs, the bean-bag cushions which littered the floor, the hi-fi and television, and the deep cupboard which held her clothes. There was only one room which she longed for more. Suddenly she paused, fork halfway to her mouth, and listened intently. Surely she could hear the grind of car wheels on the cobbles. Seconds later, James and Francis returned from the kitchen. James DeWitt said, "The police have arrived. 2 cars. We couldn't see how many people they brought." He turned to Francis Peverell, sounding for the first time uncertain, needing reassurance. "I wonder if I ought to go down." "Oh, surely not. They won't want anyone extra there. Gabriel and Sidney can give them the facts. Anyway, I expect they'll come up here when they've finished. They'll want to talk to Mandy. She is the most important witness. She was there first." She sat down again at the table and said gently, "I expect you're longing to get home, Mandy, and Mr. DeWitt or I will take you later. I think you ought to stay until the police come." It had never occurred to Mandy to do otherwise. She said, "That's okay by me. They'll think I'm bad luck, won't they? Everywhere I go I find a suicide." The words were only half in earnest, but to her surprise Miss Peverell cried out, "Don't say that, Mandy. You mustn't even think like that. That's just superstition. Of course no one will think you're bad luck. Look, Mandy, I don't like to think of you being on your own tonight. Would you like to telephone your parents, your mother? Wouldn't it be better to go home tonight? She could come here to collect you." "Like a bloody parcel," thought Mandy. She said, "I don't know where she is," and was tempted to add, "You could always try the Red Cow at Hayling Island." But the words and the kindness that prompted them touched in her a previously unacknowledged need for female comfort, for the coziness of that upstairs room off the Whitechapel Road. She wanted to smell the familiar frowst, compounded of drink and Mrs. Creeley's scent, to curl up in front of the gas fire in the low chair which enclosed her like a womb, to hear outside the comforting rumble of the traffic on Whitechapel Road. She wasn't at ease in this elegant flat, and these people, for all their kindness, weren't her people. She wanted Mrs. Creeley. She said, "I could telephone the agency. Mrs. Creeley might still be there." Francis Peverell looked surprised, but led Mandy upstairs into her bedroom. She said, "It will be more private for you here, Mandy, and there's a bathroom next door if you need it." The telephone was on the bedside table, and above it hung a crucifix. Mandy had seen crucifixes before, usually outside churches, but this one was different. The Christ, almost beardless, looked very young, and his head, instead of drooping in death, was flung back, the mouth wide as if he were crying for vengeance or pity to his God. Mandy thought it was not the kind of object she would like to find hanging beside her bed, but she knew that it had power. Religious people prayed before a crucifix, and if they were lucky, their prayers were answered. It was worth a try. Punching out Mrs. Creedy's office number, she made herself gaze hard at the silver figure, crowned with its bush of thorns, and soundlessly formed the words, "Please make her answer. Please let her be there. Please make her answer. Please let her be there." But the telephone continued its intermittent ring, and there was no reply. Less than 5 minutes later, the doorbell rang. James DeWitt went down and came back with Dauncey and Bartram. Francis Peverell said, "What's happening, Gabriel? Is Commander Dalgliesh there?" "No, just Inspector Miskin and Inspector Aaron. Oh, and there's that young detective sergeant and a photographer. They're waiting now for the police surgeon to arrive and certify that she's dead." Francis cried, "But of course she's dead. They don't need a police surgeon to tell them that." "I know, Francis, but it's normal procedure, apparently. No, I won't have any wine, thank you. Sidney and I have been drinking of the Sailor's Return since 7:30. "Coffee, then. What about coffee? You too, Sidney." Sidney Bartram seemed embarrassed. He said, "No, thank you, Miss Peverell. I really have to go. I told my wife that I was meeting Mr. Dauncey for a quick drink and would be a little late, but I'm always home before 10. "Of course you must go. She'll be getting worried. Ring her from here." "Yes, I think I'd better. Thank you." He followed her out of the room. DeWitt asked, "How are they taking it? The police, I mean." "Professionally. How else would they take it? They aren't saying much. I got the impression they were none too pleased that we'd moved the body, or even read the note, for that matter." DeWitt poured himself another glass of wine. "What the hell did they expect us to do? And the note was addressed to us. If we hadn't read it, I wonder if they would have told us what it said. They've been keeping us pretty much in the dark about Gerard's death." Gabriel said, "They'll be up here as soon as the van comes to take her away." He paused and then added, "I think I may have seen her arriving. Sidney and I agreed to be at the Sailor's Return at 7:30. When I reached Wapping Way, I saw a taxi turning into Innocent Walk." "Did you see the passenger?" "I wasn't really close enough. I probably wouldn't have noticed her anyway. But I did see the driver. He was large and black. The police think that will be helpful in tracing him. Black drivers are still in a minority." Bartram had made his call and now returned. He said with his usual nervous clearing of his throat, "Well, I'd better be off. Thank you, Miss Peverell. I won't stay for coffee. I want to get home. The police have said I needn't stay. I've told them all I know, that I was with Mr. Dauncey in the pub from 7:30. If they want me again, I'll be in the office tomorrow morning. Business as usual." The false jauntiness of his voice disconcerted them. For a moment, looking up from her meal, Mandy thought that he was going to shake hands all round. Then he turned and left, and Francis Peverell went to show him out. It seemed to Mandy that they were all glad to be rid of him. An uneasy silence fell. Ordinary conversation, the small talk of a dinner party, chat about work, all seemed inappropriate, almost indecent. Innocent House and the horror of death were all they had in common. Mandy sensed that they would have been more at ease without her, that the bonds of shared shock and terror were loosening, and that they were reminding themselves that she was only the temporary shorthand typist, Mrs. Demery's companion in gossip, that the whole story would be round Innocent House next day, and the less said by them now, the better. From time to time one of them went to telephone Claudia Etienne. From their brief subsequent conversations, Mandy gathered that she wasn't at home. There was another number they could try, but James DeWitt said, "Better leave it. We'll get her later. There's nothing she can do here anyway. And now Francis and Gabriel went out to make coffee, and this time James stayed with Mandy. He asked where she lived, and she told him. He said he didn't think she ought to go back to an empty house. Would there be anyone at home when she got there? Mandy, lying to save explanations and trouble, said that there would. After that he seemed unable to think of a further question, and they sat in silence, listening to the small sounds from the kitchen. Mandy thought that it was like waiting in hospital for some dreaded news, as she had with her mum when her gran underwent her last operation. They had waited in a sparsely furnished anonymous room, in uncompanionable silence, perched on the edge of their chairs, feeling as ill at ease as if they had no right to be there, knowing that somewhere out of sight and sound the experts in life and death were going about their mysterious business, while they themselves were powerless to do anything but wait. And this time the wait was not long. They had hardly finished their coffee when they heard the expected ring on the front door. Less than a minute later, Inspector Miskin and Inspector Aaron were with them. They were both carrying what looked like large attaché cases. Mandy wondered if these were their murder bags. Inspector Miskin said, "We'll talk at greater length after we've got the results for PM. There are just a few questions now. Who found her?" "I did," said Mandy, and wished she wasn't still sitting at the table with the smeared and empty plate in front of her. There seemed something indecent in this evidence of appetite. And why ask, anyway, she thought with a spurt of resentment. You know bloody well by now who found her. "What were you doing here? It was late to be working." It was Inspector Aaron who spoke. "I wasn't working." Mandy was aware that her voice was sulky, and took herself in hand. Briefly she described the events of her ill-fated evening. Inspector Miskin asked, "When you found your purse where you expected, what made you go to the river?" "How do I know?" "Because it was there, I suppose." She added, "I wanted to look at my watch. It was lighter by the river." "And you saw and heard no one else either then or when you arrived?" "Look, if I had, I'd have said so by now. I didn't see anyone or hear anything except the paper on the railings. So I went over to take a look, and that's when I saw the shoulder bag lying on the ground at the foot of the railings, and the straps going down into the river. When I looked down, I saw what was at the end of the strap, didn't I?" Francis Peverell broke in quietly. "It's human instinct to go to see the river, particularly at night. I always do when I'm near. Does Miss Price have to answer any more questions now? She's told you all she knows. She ought to be at home. She's had a terrible experience." Inspector Aaron didn't look at her, but Inspector Miskin spoke, and more gently. "Do you know what time you arrived back at Innocent House?" 8:20. I looked at my watch when I got to the river." Inspector Aaron said, "It was a longish way to come back from the White Horse. Didn't you think of ringing Miss Peverell or Mr. Dauncey and asking them to look for the purse?" "I did. There was no reply from Mr. Dauncey, and Miss Peverell had the answer phone on." Francis Peverell said, "I do sometimes if I have a visitor. James arrived by taxi just after 7, and I suppose Mr. Dauncey was at the Sailor's Return with Sidney Bartram." "So he has already told us. Did either of you see or hear anything unusual? Any sound from Innocent Lane, for example?" They looked at each other. Francis Peverell said, "I don't think we'd hear footsteps on the cobbles, not from this room. I was in the kitchen briefly at about 8 to prepare the salads. I always do that at the last moment. The kitchen window overlooks Innocent Lane, and I would have heard a taxi then, if it had set her down at the usual door to Innocent House. I heard nothing." James DeWitt said, "I didn't hear a taxi, and neither Miss Peverell nor I saw or heard anyone or anything in Innocent Lane after my arrival. There were the usual sounds from the river, but muted by the curtains. I think there was a certain amount of noise earlier in the evening, but I can't remember when. It certainly wasn't unusual enough to cause us to go out on the balcony and see what was happening. One gets used to noises on the river." Inspector Aaron spoke. "How did you get here tonight, sir? By car?" "By taxi. I don't drive in London." I ought to have said earlier that I came from home. I wasn't in the office this afternoon. I had a dental check-up. Suddenly, Francis Peverell said, "What was in her bag? It looked heavy." Inspector Miskin said, "It is heavy. This is why." She took the plastic bag from Inspector Aaron and tipped out the shoulder bag onto the table. They watched while she undid the straps. The manuscript was bound in a pale blue manila cover, with the name of the novel and of the author in capitals, Death on Paradise Island by Esme Carling, and written across the cover in thick red ink were scrawled the words, "Rejected," and "After 30 years," followed by 3 huge exclamation marks. Francis Peverell said, "So she brought that with her, as well as the suicide note. We're all a little to blame. We should have acted with more kindness. But to kill herself, and to do it like that, the loneliness and the horror. Poor woman." She turned away, and James DeWitt moved closer to her, but didn't touch her. He said, turning to Inspector Miskin, "Look, do we have to talk any more tonight? We're all in shock, and it's not as if there's any doubt." Inspector Miskin replaced the manuscript in the bag. She said quietly, "There is always doubt until we know the facts. When did Miss Carling learn that the firm had rejected her novel?" James DeWitt replied, "Mrs. Carling. She's a widow. She divorced some time ago, and her husband died since. She knew the morning Gerard Etienne died. She came into the office to see him, but we were at the board meeting, and she had to leave for a book signing at Cambridge. But you know all that. The signing that was cancelled before she arrived?" "Yes, that signing." "And has she been in touch with either of you since Mr. Etienne's death, or with anyone at the firm as far as you know?" Again Mr. DeWitt and Francis Peverell looked at each other. DeWitt said, "No, not with me. Has she been in touch with you, Francis?" "No, not a word. It's rather odd when you come to think of it. If only we'd been able to talk, to explain, this might not have happened." It was Inspector Aaron who suddenly broke the silence. He said, "Who was it who decided to pull her out of the river?" "I did." Francis Peverell turned on him her mild but reproachful look. "You surely didn't think you'd be able to resuscitate her?" "No, I don't think I thought that. It was so terrible to see her hanging there. So—" She paused and then said, "so inhuman." DeWitt said, "We're not all police officers, Inspector. Some of us still have human instincts." Inspector Aaron flushed, glanced at Inspector Miskin, and with difficulty controlled his temper. Inspector Miskin said quietly, "Let us hope you manage to retain them. I expect Miss Price would like to go home now. Inspector Aaron and I will drive her." Mandy said with the obstinacy of a child, "I don't want to be driven. I want to go home by myself on the bike." Francis Peverell said gently, "Your bike will be perfectly safe here, Mandy. If you like, we could lock it in the garage at number 10. "I don't want to leave it in the garage. I want to ride home on it." End of Side 10. Side 11. In the end, she had her way, but Inspector Miskin insisted on the police car driving behind her. Mandy took some pleasure in weaving in and out of the traffic, and making it as difficult as possible for them to keep up with her. When they got to her house on Stratford High Street, Inspector Miskin, looking up at the darkened windows, said, "I thought you said there would be someone at home." "There is someone at home. They're all in the kitchen. Look, I can look after myself. I'm not a kid, okay? Just get off my back, will you?" She dismounted, and Inspector Aaron got out of the car and helped her lift the Yamaha through the front door and into the hall. Without a word, she shut the door firmly after him. Chapter 48. Daniel said, "It wouldn't have hurt her to say thank you. She's a tough cookie, that one." "She's in shock." Not so shocked she couldn't eat her dinner. Wapping police station was quiet, and they saw only one officer as they mounted the stairs to the incident room. They stood for a moment at the window before drawing the curtains. The clouds had lifted now, and the river flowed wide and calm, bearing its patterns and swirls of light under the prickling of high stars. But there was always an unnatural sense of peace and isolation in a station at night, even when it was busy, and the calm momentarily broken by loud male voices and heavy footfalls. The air held a peculiar stillness, as if the world outside with its violence, its terrors, could lie in wait, but had no power to disturb that essential tranquillity. There was, too, a deepening comradeship. Colleagues talked less often, but more freely. But they could expect no comradeship at Wapping. She knew that they were to an extent intruders. The police station was offering them hospitality, affording them all the facilities they needed, but they were still outsiders. Dalgliesh was visiting the Durham Constabulary on some mysterious business of the Commissioner's, and she didn't know whether he had yet left for London. She put through her call and was told that he was thought to be still there. They would make an attempt to find him and ask him to ring back. While waiting, she said, "You were sure of her alibi? Esme Carling's, I mean. She was at home the night Etienne died." Daniel seated himself at his desk and began playing with the computer. He said, trying to keep the irritation from his voice, "Yes, I'm sure. You've read my report. She was with the kid Daisy Reed from the same block of flats. They were together the whole evening and until midnight or after. The kid confirmed it. I wasn't incompetent, if that's what you're suggesting." "I'm not. Cool it, Daniel." "But she was never really a suspect, was she? The blocked flue, the frayed cord, it all needed too much advanced planning. We never saw her as a possible murderess." "So you're suggesting that I was too easily satisfied?" "No, I'm just checking that you were satisfied." "Look, I went with Robbins and a WPC from the Juvenile Bureau. I interviewed Esme Carling and the kids separately. They were together that night. Most nights, if it comes to that. The mother would be out at her job, stripping or night-clubbing or a spot of prostitution or whatever, and the kid would wait until she'd gone, then sneak off and spend the evening with Carling. Apparently it suited them both. I checked on every detail of that Thursday night, and their accounts tallied. The kid didn't want to admit she'd been with Carling at first. She was a bit scared that her mother would stop the arrangement, or that the Juvenile Bureau would get in touch with social services, and she'd end in care. They did, of course. Get in touch with social services, I mean. They could hardly do anything else, given the circumstances. The kid was telling the truth. Why the doubt, anyway? But it's odd, isn't it? Here you have a woman whose book has been turned down after 30 years. She comes roaring in fury to Innocent House to have it out with Gerard Etienne. She's prevented from seeing him because he's in a board meeting. Then she goes off to do a signing and discovers on arrival that someone from Innocent House has cancelled it. By then I imagine she was incoherent with rage. So what would you expect her to do? Go home quietly and write a letter? Or storm back that evening to confront Etienne? She probably knew that he worked late on Thursdays. Nearly everyone concerned with Innocent House seems to have known that. And her behaviour since is odd, too. She knew that Gerard Etienne was the one principally responsible for rejecting the manuscript. Now Gerard Etienne is dead. So why didn't she come back and make another attempt to get the book accepted? She probably knew that it wouldn't be any use. The partners wouldn't like to reverse a decision of Etienne's so soon after his death. Anyway, they probably agreed with it. Kate went on. And there are several odd things about tonight, aren't there? Francis Peverell and DeWitt would almost certainly have heard the taxi, if it had come up Innocent Lane to the usual entrance. So where exactly did she ask to be dropped? Probably somewhere in Innocent Walk. Then she went on foot to the river. She knew that a taxi might be heard on the cobbles of Innocent Lane, either by Dauncey or Miss Peverell. Or she may have been dropped at the end of Innocent Passage. That's the access closest to where she was found. But the gate at the end of the passage is locked. If she'd got to the river that way, then who opened the gate for her and locked it again? And what about the message? Did it really read to you like a suicide note? It's not typical, perhaps, but then what is a typical suicide note? A jury wouldn't have much difficulty in convincing themselves that it's genuine. And written when? I suppose just before she killed herself. It's hardly the kind of thing you concoct in advance and keep handy in case you should suddenly need it. Then why no mention of Gerard Etienne's death? She must have known that he was chiefly responsible for ejecting her novel. Well, of course she knew. Mandy Price and Miss Blackett have both described how she burst into the office to see him. Surely his death must have made a difference to how she felt about Peverell Press. And even if it didn't, if she still felt the same bitterness, isn't it odd that the note doesn't even mention his death? Then the telephone rang, and Dalgliesh was on the line. Kate gave her report clearly and concisely, explaining that they hadn't been able to contact Doc Wardle, who was out on a case, but hadn't tried to find a substitute since the body had been moved. It was now at the mortuary. It seemed to Daniel that she listened for a long time without speaking, except for an occasional, "Yes, sir." Eventually she put down the receiver. She said, "He's flying back tonight. We're not to interview anyone at Innocent House until we get the results of the PM. They can wait. Tomorrow you're to try and trace the taxi and check whether anyone on the river that night saw anything, including any boat party who passed between 7 o'clock and the time before Mandy found the body. We've got the key to Carling's flat from her bag, and apparently there's no next of kin, so we're going there tomorrow morning. It's in Hammersmith, Mount Eagle Mansions. He wants Mrs. Carling's agent to meet us there at 11:30. First thing tomorrow, he and I are going to re-interview Daisy Reed. And there's something else. Damn it, Daniel, we should have thought of it ourselves. A.D. wants the scene of crime officers here first thing tomorrow to examine the launch. The Peverell Press will have to make other arrangements to collect their staff from Charing Cross. God, I feel such a bloody fool. A.D. must be wondering if we ever see ahead further than our own noses. So he thinks she used the launch to string herself up. It would certainly have been easier. Carling used it, or someone else. But the launch was tied up in its usual place on the other side of the steps. Exactly. So if it was used, then someone moved it before and after she died. Prove that, and we're getting closer to proving that this was murder. Chapter 49. By 10 o'clock, Gabriel Dauncey had gone down to let himself into his own flat, and James DeWitt and Francis were alone. Both realized that they were hungry. Mandy had finished both portions of the duck, but neither would have felt equal to its richness. They were in the uncomfortable state of needing food, but without being able to think of anything they actually wanted to eat. In the end, Francis cooked a large herb omelette, and they shared it with more pleasure than either would have thought possible. As if by an unspoken agreement, they said little about Esme Carling's death. Before Dauncey left, Francis had said, "We're all responsible, aren't we? None of us really stood up to Gerard. We ought to have insisted on a discussion about Esme's future. Someone should have seen her, talked to her." James had said gently, "Francis, we couldn't have published that book. I don't mean because it was a commercial book. We need popular fiction. But it was bad popular fiction. It was a bad book." And Francis had replied, "A bad book, the ultimate crime, a sin against the Holy Ghost. Well, she certainly paid highly for it." The bitterness, the irony had surprised him. The comment had been so unlike her. But she had lost some of her old gentleness and passivity since the break-up with Gerard. He saw the change with a tinge of regret, but recognized that this was one more manifestation of his recurrent psychological need to search out and love the vulnerable, the innocent, the hurt, and the weak, to give rather than to receive. He knew that it didn't make for an equal relationship, that a constant uncritical kindness could, in its subtle condescension, be as oppressive to the loved one as cruelty or neglect. Was this how he bolstered his ego? By the knowledge that he was needed, depended upon, admired for a compassion which, when he looked at it with honest eyes, was a particularly subtle form of emotional patronage and spiritual pride. Was he any better than Gerard, for whom sex was part of his personal power game, and who got a kick out of seducing a devout virgin, because he knew that for her surrender had been a mortal sin. He had always loved Frances. He still loved her. He wanted her in his life, in his house, in his bed, as well as in his heart. Perhaps it was possible now that they could love on equal terms. Tonight he was reluctant to leave her, but there was no choice. Rupert's buddy, Ray, had to leave by 11:30, and Rupert was too ill to be alone even for a few hours. And there was another difficulty. He felt that he could hardly suggest that he should spend the night in her spare room without presumption. She might, after all, prefer to confront her private demons alone, rather than have the inconvenience of his presence. And there was something more. He wanted to make love to her, but it was too important to happen because shock and grief had made her vulnerable, so that she came to his bed not from an equal desire, but from the need to be comforted. He thought, what a mess we're all in. How hard it is to know ourselves, and when we do, how difficult to change. But the problem solved itself when he said, "Are you sure you'll be all right alone, Frances?" She said firmly, "Of course I shall. Anyway, Rupert needs you at home. There's Gabriel downstairs if I need company. But I shan't need company. I'm used to being alone, James." She rang for a taxi, and he took the quickest way home, paying off the cab at the bank and taking the Central line to Notting Hill Gate. He saw the ambulance as soon as he turned out of Hillgate Street. His heart jolted. Breaking into a run, he saw that the paramedics were already carrying Rupert down the front steps in a chair stretcher. Nothing could be seen of him but his face above the blanket, a face which, even now in the extremity of weakness and stripped for death, had never for James lost its beauty. Watching the two men as they manoeuvred the stretcher with experienced hands, it seemed to him that it was his own arms that could feel the unbearable lightness of their burden. He said, "I'll come with you." But Rupert shook his head. "Better not. Don't want too many people in the ambulance. Ray will come." Ray said, "That's right, I'm going with him." They were anxious to get off. Already there were 2 cars waiting to pass. He climbed into the ambulance and gazed wordlessly into Rupert's face. Rupert said, "Sorry about the mess in your sitting room. I won't be coming back. You'll be able to tidy up and invite Frances now without either of you feeling the need to sterilize all the crockery." James said, "Where are they taking you? The hospice?" "No, the Middlesex." "I'll come and see you tomorrow." "Better not." Ray was already sitting in the ambulance, solidly and comfortably, as if it were his rightful place. And it was his rightful place. And now Rupert was speaking again. James bent to hear him. He said, "That story about Gerard Etienne, about me and Eric, you didn't believe it." "Yes, Rupert, I did believe it." "It wasn't true. How could it be? It was a nonsense. Surely you know about incubation periods. You believed it because you needed to. Poor James. How you must have hated him. Don't look like that. Don't look so appalled." It seemed to James that he had no voice, and when he did speak, the words horrified him by their banal futility. "You'll be all right, Rupert." "Yes, I shall be all right. I shall be finally all right. Don't worry and don't visit. Remember what G.K. Chesterton said. We must learn to love life without ever trusting it. I never have." He had no memory of climbing down from the ambulance, but he heard the soft slam of the double doors as they were closed firmly in his face. In seconds it had turned the corner, but he stood for a long time looking after it, as if it was travelling on a long straight road, and he could watch it out of sight. Chapter 50. Mount Eagle Mansions, close to Hammersmith Bridge, revealed itself as a large red-brick Victorian block, with the shabby, uncared-for look of a building languishing between owners. The huge, over-embellished Italian porch, its stucco beginning to crumble, was at odds with the plain facade, and gave the block an air of eccentric ambiguity, as if the architect had been prevented by the failure of inspiration or money from completing his original design. Judging from the porch, Kate thought this was perhaps fortunate. But the inhabitants had obviously not given up hope of preserving the value of their property. The windows, at least at ground floor level, were clean. The varied curtains hung in regular folds, and a few of the windowsills had been fitted with boxes from which ivy and trailing geraniums hung against the grimy bricks. The letterbox and door knocker in the form of an immense lion's head were polished to whiteness, and there was a large rush mat, obviously new, with Mount Eagle mansions woven into the bristles. To the right of the door was a row of doorbells, each with a name card in the adjoining slot. The card for flat 27, cut from a visiting card, read Mrs. Esme Carling in an ornate script. The card for flat 29 had the one word, Read, in printed capitals. Kate's ring was answered after a few seconds by a female voice, in which the tone of grudging resignation was clearly discerned above the crackle of the intercom. "All right. Come on up." There was no lift, although the size of the tessellated hall suggested that one had originally been intended. Along one wall was a double row of post-boxes, clearly numbered, and against the other a heavy mahogany table, its legs elaborately carved, holding a collection of circulars, readdressed letters, and a bundle of old papers tied with string. They were neatly arranged, and above them swirls of dried soapy water showed that some attempt had been made to clean the paintwork, although the result had only been to emphasize the grime. The air smelled of furniture polish and disinfectant. Neither Kate nor Dalgliesh spoke, but as they mounted the stairs past the heavy doors, with their eye-holes and double security locks, Kate was aware of a rising excitement, mixed with slight apprehension, and wondered whether this was shared by the quiet figure at her shoulder. This was an important interview. By the time they came down this stairway, the case could be solved. Kate was surprised that Esme Carling couldn't afford something better than a flat in this unimpressive block. It was hardly a prestigious address at which to receive interviewers or journalists, assuming, of course, that she did receive them. But the little they knew of her didn't suggest a literary recluse, and she was, after all, fairly well known. She, Kate, had heard of Esme Carling, even if she had never read her. That didn't, of course, mean that her income from writing was large. Hadn't she read in some magazine article that while a few very successful novelists were millionaires, the majority, even the well-regarded, had difficulty in living off their royalties? But her agent would be with them in an hour, and there was little point in wasting time cogitating about Esme Carling, the crime writer, when all the questions would so soon be answered by the person most qualified to know. Dalgliesh had chosen to see Daisy even before he examined Mrs. Carling's flat, and she thought she knew why. It was the child's information that was vital. Whatever secrets lay behind the door of number 27 could wait. The detritus of a murdered life told its own story. The evidence of the victim's pathetic leavings, letters, bills, could be misinterpreted, but artifacts didn't lie. They didn't change their story. They didn't fabricate alibis. It was the living who must be interviewed while the shock of murder was still vivid in their minds. A good detective respected grief, sometimes shared it, but was never slow to exploit it, even the grief of a child. They had reached the door, and before she could lift her hand to the bell, Dalgliesh said, "You do the talking, Kate." She replied, "Yes, sir," but her heart leapt. 2 years ago she would almost have found herself praying, "Oh, God, let me get this right." Now, more experienced, she was confident that she would. She hadn't wasted time imagining what the child's mother, Shelley Reed, looked like. In police work it was wise not to anticipate reality by premature and manufactured prejudice. But when the chain rasped back and the door was opened, she had difficulty in concealing her initial look of surprise. It was hard to believe that this chubby-faced girl, staring at them with the sulky resentment of an adolescent, was the mother of a 12-year-old. She could hardly have been more than 16 when Daisy was born. Her face, naked of makeup, still held something of the unformed softness of childhood. The sulky mouth was very full and drooped at the corners. Her wide nose was pierced at one side with a glittering stud, matching the studs in her small ears. Her hair, a bright yellow, at odds with her heavy dark brows, hung in a fringe almost to her eyes, and framed her face in crimped curls. Her eyes were widely spaced, and set at an angle under lids so heavy that they looked swollen. Only her figure hinted at maturity. Heavy breasts swung loose under a long jersey of pristine white cotton, and her long, well-shaped legs were ensconced in black tights. On her feet she wore house slippers, embroidered with lurex thread. Her hard, uncompromising eyes changed as she saw Dalgliesh to a wary respect, as if she recognized a more intractable authority than that of a social worker. And when she spoke, Kate detected a note of weary resignation in the ritual defiance. "You better come in, though I don't know what good it'll do. Your chaps have seen Daisy once. The kid has told you all she knows. We cooperated with the police, and what do we get for it but the bloody welfare on our backs? It's not their business how I earn my living. Okay, I'm a stripper, so what's wrong with that? I earn a living and I keep my kid. I'm in a job and it's legal, okay? The papers are always complaining about single mothers on Social Security. Well, I'm not on any bloody Social Security. But I will be if I have to hang about here all day answering damn silly questions. And we don't want any WPCs from the Juvenile Bureau. That one who came last time with that Jewish chap was a proper cow." She hadn't moved during this welcome, but now at last, reluctantly, she stepped aside. They moved into a hall so small that it could hardly hold the three of them. Dalgliesh said, "I'm Commander Dalgliesh, and this is Inspector Miskin, who isn't from the Juvenile Bureau. She's a detective, we both are. We're sorry to worry you again, Mrs. Reed, but we must talk to Daisy. Does she know that Mrs. Carling is dead?" "Yes, she knows. We all know, don't we? It's on the local news. The next thing you'll be saying is that it wasn't suicide and we did it." "Is Daisy distressed?" "How do I know? She isn't laughing. I never know what that kid's feeling anyway. She'll be distressed all right by the time you lot have finished with her. She's in here. I've rung the school to say she won't be in till the afternoon. And look, do me a favour. Make it quick, okay? I've got to get out to the shops. And the kid'll be looked after tonight. Don't you start fretting about Daisy. The cleaner here is coming in for the evening. After that you can bloody well ask the welfare to look after her, if they're so worried." The sitting room was narrow, and gave an impression of cluttered discomfort, and an oddness which puzzled Kate, until she saw that an artificial fireplace, the mantel-shelf crowded with good luck cards and small china ornaments, had been fitted to the external, chimneyless wall. To the right, an open door showed a double bed, partly made and strewn with clothes. Mrs. Reed went over and quickly closed it. To the right of the door was fitted a curtained rail, on which Kate could glimpse a row of tightly packed dresses. There was an immense television set to the left of the door, with a sofa facing it, and in front of the double window a square table with 4 chairs. The table was piled high with what looked like school textbooks. A child in a uniform of navy blue pleated skirt and white blouse turned and faced them. Kate thought that she had seldom seen a plainer child. She was obviously her mother's daughter, but by some trick of the genes the maternal features had been superimposed incongruously on her frail, thin face. The eyes behind the spectacles were small and too far apart, the nose broad like that of the mother. The mouth was full, and its downward turn more pronounced. But her skin was delicate, and an extraordinary colour, a pale greeny gold, like apples seen under water. Her hair, its colour between gold and a pale auburn, hung like strands of silk, framing a face which looked more mature than childlike. Kate glanced at Dalgliesh, then turned her eyes quickly away. She knew that what he was feeling was pity and tenderness. She had seen that look before, however quickly disciplined, however fleeting. She was surprised at the surge of resentment it provoked. For all his sensitivity, he was no different from any other man. His first reaction on seeing a female was an aesthetic response, pleasure in beauty, and a compassionate regret at ugliness. Plain women got used to that look. They had to. But surely a child could be spared that brutal revelation of a universal human unfairness. You could legislate for every kind of discrimination, but not this. In everything, from jobs to sex, the attractive were advantaged. the very plain denigrated and rejected. And this child hadn't even the promise of that distinctive sexually charged ugliness, which, if accompanied by intelligence and imagination, could be so much more erotic than mere prettiness. Nothing could ever be done to turn up the downward droop of that too heavy mouth, to bring the piggy eyes closer together. In the few seconds before she spoke, Kate was aware of a tumble of emotions, not least self-disgust. If Dalgliesh had felt instinctive pity, almost as if the child was maimed, then so had she, and she was a woman. She at least could have judged by different criteria. In reply to a wave of the mother's hand, Dalgliesh sat down on the sofa, and Kate took a chair opposite Daisy. Mrs. Reed plonked herself belligerently at the other end of the sofa and lit a cigarette. "I'm staying. You're not interviewing the kid without me." Dalgliesh said, "We can't talk to Daisy unless you do stay, Mrs. Reed. There are special procedures for interviewing juveniles. It would be helpful if you didn't interrupt, unless you feel we're being unfair." Kate took a chair at the table, immediately facing the child, and said gently, "We're so sorry about your friend, Daisy. Mrs. Carling was your friend, wasn't she?" Daisy opened one of her school books and made a pretense of reading. Without looking up, she said, "She liked me." "When people like us, we usually like them in return. At least I do. You know that Mrs. Carling is dead. She may have killed herself, but we can't yet be sure. We need to find out how and why she died. We want you to help us. Will you?" Then Daisy looked up at her. The small eyes, disconcertingly intelligent, were as hard as an adult's, and as judgmental as only a child's can be. She said, "I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to the boss man." She gazed across at Dalgliesh and said, "I want to talk to him." Dalgliesh said, "Well, I'm here. But it's the same, Daisy, whoever you speak to." "I won't talk, except to you." Kate, disconcerted, trying to conceal her disappointment and chagrin, rose from her seat, but Dalgliesh motioned her to stay and drew up a chair beside her. Daisy said, "You think Auntie Esme was murdered, don't you? What will you do to him when you've caught him?" "If the court finds him guilty, then he'll go to prison. But we can't be certain that Mrs. Carling was murdered. We don't yet know how or why she died." "Mrs. Summers at school says that putting people in prison doesn't do them any good." Dalgliesh said, "Mrs. Summers is right. But people aren't usually sent to prison to do them good. Sometimes it's necessary to protect other people, or to deter, or because society cares deeply about what the guilty person has done, and the punishment reflects that concern." "Oh, God," thought Kate, "are we expected to spend time discussing the case for custodial sentences and the philosophy of judicial punishment?" But Dalgliesh was obviously prepared to be patient. "Mrs. Summers says that executing people is barbaric." "We don't execute people any longer in this country, Daisy." "They do in America." "Yes, in some parts of the United States, and in other countries too. But it doesn't happen any longer in Britain. I think you know that, Daisy." The child, thought Kate, was being deliberately obstructive. She wondered what Daisy thought she was doing, apart, of course, from playing for time. Silently she cursed Mrs. Summers. She had known one or two of her kind in her old school days, principally Mrs. Crichton, who had done her best to dissuade her from joining the police, on the grounds that they were the oppressive fascist agents of capitalist authority. She would have liked to have asked the child what Mrs. Summers would have done with Mrs. Carling's murderer, if murderer there was, apart, of course, from giving him sympathy, counselling him, and sending him on a world cruise. Better still, it would have been agreeable to take Mrs. Summers to view some of the victims of murder, and to face the murder scenes she, Kate, had had to face. Irritated by the resurgence of old prejudices, old resentments which she thought she had conquered, and of memories she preferred to forget, she kept her eyes on Daisy's face. Mrs. Reed said nothing, but pulled on her cigarette vigorously. The air became disagreeably smoky. Sitting close to the child, Dalgliesh said, "Daisy, we need to find out how and why Mrs. Carling died. It could have been by her own hand, and it is possible, just possible, that she was murdered. If she was, we have to find out who was responsible. That is our job. That is why we are here. We've come because we think you can help. I've told that inspector and the woman police officer what I knew." Dalgliesh didn't reply. The silence and what it implied obviously disconcerted Daisy. After a short pause, she said defensively, "How do I know you won't try to pin Mr. Etienne's murder on Auntie Esme? She said you might try. She thought you might fit her up." Dalgliesh said, "We don't think Mrs. Carling had anything to do with Mr. Etienne's death, and we won't pin the murder on anyone. What we're trying to do is to find out the truth. I think I know 2 things about you, Daisy, that you are intelligent, and that if you promise to tell the truth, then it will be the truth. Will you promise?" "How do I know I can trust you?" "I'm asking you to trust us. You have to make up your own mind whether you can. That's an important decision for you to have to make, but you can't escape it. Only don't lie. I would rather you told us nothing than that you lied." This is a high-risk strategy, thought Kate. She hoped that they were not about to hear how Mrs. Summers had warned the children never to trust a policeman. Daisy's piggy eyes looked straight into Dalglish's. The silence seemed interminable. Then Daisy said, "All right. I'll tell the truth." Dalglish's voice didn't change. He said, "When Inspector Aaron and the WPC came to see you, you told them that you have been spending your evenings in Mrs. Carling's flat to do your homework and have supper with her. Is that true?" "Yes. I sometimes went to sleep in her spare room, and sometimes on the couch, and then Auntie Esme would wake me up and bring me back here before Mummy got home." Mrs. Reed broke in. "Look, the kid was safe here. I always double-locked the door when I left, and she had her own keys, and I left a phone number. What was I bloody well supposed to do? Take her with me to the club?" Dalgliesh ignored her. His eyes were still on Daisy. "What did you do together?" "I did my homework, and sometimes she did some writing, and then we used to watch telly. She let me read her books. She has a lot of books about murders, and she knew all about real-life murders. I used to take my supper in with me, and sometimes I would have some of hers." "It sounds as if you had happy evenings together. I expect she was glad of your company." "She didn't like being alone at night. She said she could hear noises on the stairs, and she didn't feel safe even with the door double-locked. She said that someone who had a second pair of keys could be careless with them, and then a murderer could get hold of them and come creeping up the stairs and let himself into the flat. Or, she said, he could be on the roof after dark and let himself down with a rope and get in at the window. Sometimes at night you could hear him tapping against the pane. It was always worse when there was something frightening on the telly. She never liked to watch the telly by herself." Poor kid, thought Kate. So these were the vividly imagined horrors from which Daisy, left alone night after night, had taken refuge in Mrs. Carling's flat. What, she wondered, was Esme Carling escaping from? Boredom? Loneliness? Her own imagined fears? It was an unlikely friendship, but each had met the other's need for companionship, a sense of security, the small domestic comforts of a home. Dalgliesh said, "And you told Inspector Aaron and the woman police officer from the Juvenile Bureau that you were in Mrs. Carling's flat from 6 o'clock on Thursday the 14th of October, the night Mr. Etienne died, until she took you home at about midnight. Was that true?" Here at last was the crucial question, and it seemed to Kate that they waited for it with bated breath. The child still gazed calmly at Dalgliesh. They could hear her mother pulling on her cigarette, but she didn't speak. The seconds passed. Then Daisy said, "No, it wasn't true. Auntie Esme asked me to lie for her." "When did she ask you to do that?" On Friday, the day after Mr. Etienne was killed, when she met me out of school. She was waiting at the gate. Then she came home with me by bus. We sat upstairs in the bus, where there weren't many people, and she told me that the police would be asking where she was, and I was to tell them that we had spent the evening and the night together. She said they might think she had killed Mr. Etienne, because she was a crime writer and knew all about murder, and because she was very clever at devising plots. She said the police might try to pin it on her because she had a motive. Everyone at Peverell Press knew that she hated Mr. Etienne for turning down her book. But you didn't think she'd done it, did you, Daisy? Why was that? The sharp little eyes still looked into his. You know why. Yes, and so does Inspector Miskin. But tell us. If she had done it, she would have come here late that night before Mummy was home, and asked for the alibi then. She never asked until the body was discovered, and she didn't know when it was Mr. Etienne had died. She said I was to be sure to give an alibi for the whole evening and the night. Auntie said we had to tell the same story because the police would try to catch us out. So I told that inspector everything that had happened, except for what we saw on the television. But it had all happened the night before. Dalgliesh said, "That's the most reliable way of fabricating an alibi. Essentially, you're telling the truth, so you don't have to fear that the other person will say something different." Was that your idea? Yes. We must hope, Daisy, that you don't go in for crime in a serious way. Now, this is very important, and I want you to think hard before you answer any of my questions. Will you do that? Yes. Did your Aunt Esme tell you what happened at Innocent House on that Thursday night, the night that Mr. Etienne died? She didn't tell me very much. She said that she'd been there and seen Mr. Etienne, but that he was alive when she left. Someone had rung him to go upstairs, and he told her he wouldn't be long. But he was long, so she got tired of waiting. She said in the end she left. She left without seeing him again. That's what she said. She said she waited and then she got frightened. It's terrible at Innocent House when all the staff have gone and it's cold and silent. There was a lady who killed herself there, and Mrs. Carling says that sometimes her ghost walks. So she didn't wait for Mr. Etienne to come back. I asked her if she'd seen the murderer, and she said, "No, I didn't see him. I don't know who did it, but I know who didn't do it." Did she say who? No. Did she tell you whether it was a man or a woman, the person who didn't do it? No. Daisy, did you gain any impression that she was speaking of a man or a woman? No. Did she tell you anything else about that night? Try to remember her exact words. She did say something, but it didn't make sense, not then. She said, "I heard the voice, but the snake was outside the door. Why was the snake outside the door? And it was a funny time to borrow a vacuum cleaner." She said it very low, as if she was speaking to herself. Did you ask her what she meant? I asked her what kind of snake. Was it a poisonous snake? Did the snake bite Mr. Etienne? And she said, "No, it wasn't a real snake, but maybe it was lethal enough in its way." Dalgliesh said, "I heard the voice, for the snake was outside the door, and it was a funny time to borrow a vacuum cleaner." Are you sure of those words? Yes. She didn't say his voice or her voice? No, she said what I told you. I think she wanted to keep some of it secret. She likes secrets and mysteries. When did she next speak to you about the murder? The day before yesterday, when I was here doing my homework. She said she was going on Thursday night to Innocent House to see somebody. She said, "They'll have to go on publishing me now. I can make sure of that anyway." She said she might want me to give her another alibi, but she wasn't sure yet. I asked her who she was going to see, and she said she wouldn't tell me for the time being. It had to be a secret. I don't think she was ever going to tell me. I think it was too important to tell anyone. I said, if you're going to see the murderer, he might kill you too. And she said she wasn't that silly. She wasn't going to see any murderer. She said, I don't know who the murderer is, but I may do after tomorrow night. She didn't say anything else. Dalgliesh held out his hand across the table, and the child clasped it. He said, Thank you, Daisy. You've been very helpful. We shall have to ask you to write this down and sign it, but not now. And I won't be put in care? I don't think there's any chance of that, is there? He looked at Mrs. Reed, who said grimly, That kid goes into care over my dead body. She was seeing them out when, apparently on impulse, she slipped out after them and closed the door. Ignoring Kate, she spoke directly to Dalgliesh. Mr. Mason, he's Daisy's headmaster, says she's clever. I mean really clever. I think she is, Mrs. Reed. You should be proud of her. He thinks she could get one of them government grants to go to a different school, a boarding school. What does Daisy think? She says she wouldn't mind. She isn't happy at the school where she is. I think she'd like to go, but she doesn't like to say so. Kate felt a spurt of mild irritation. They needed to get on. There was Mrs. Carling's flat to examine, and the literary agent was expected at 11:30. But Dalgliesh showed no sign of impatience. He said, Why don't you and Daisy talk it over at length with Mr. Mason? Daisy has to be the one to decide. Mrs. Reed still lingered, looking at him as if there was something else she needed to hear, some reassurance that only he could give. He said, You mustn't think that it's necessarily wrong for Daisy, because it happens to be convenient for you. It could be the right thing for both of you. Thank you. Thank you, she whispered, and slipped back into the flat. Chapter 51. Mrs. Carling's flat was one floor down and at the front of the building. The heavy mahogany door was fitted with a keyhole and with 2 security locks, a Banham and an Ingersoll. The keys turned easily, and Dalgliesh pushed open the door against the shifting weight of a pile of post. The hall smelled musty and was very dark. He felt for the light switch, and pressed it down to reveal at a glance the simple layout of the flat, a narrow hall with 2 doors facing him and one at each end. He bent down to pick up the assorted envelopes, and saw that they were merely circulars, with 2 obvious bills and an envelope which exhorted Mrs. Carling to open it immediately and win the chance of $500,000. There was also a sheet of folded paper with a message in a laborious hand. Sorry I can't come tomorrow. Have to go to clinic with Tracy on account of high blood pressure. Hope to see you next Friday. Mrs. Darlene Morgan. Dalgliesh opened the door immediately ahead and switched on the light. They found themselves in the sitting room. The 2 windows overlooking the street were close shut, the curtains of red velvet half drawn. At this height there was no risk of prying eyes even from the top deck of buses, but the bottom halves of both windows were curtained in a patent net. The main artificial light came from an inverted glass bowl, painted with a faint design of butterflies, which hung from a central rose on the ceiling, the glass spotted with the black shriveled bodies of trapped flies. There were 3 table lamps with pink fringed shades, one on a small table beside a fireside chair, one on a square table set between the 2 windows, and the third on a huge roll-top desk against the left-hand wall. As if desperate for light and air, Kate drew back the curtains and pushed open one of the windows, then went round the room and switched on all the lights. They breathed the cool air, which gave the illusion of country freshness, and looked round at a room they could at last see clearly. The immediate impression, emphasized by the pink glow of the lamps, was of a cushioned, old-fashioned coziness, which was the more appealing because the owner had made no concessions to popular contemporary taste. The room could have been furnished in the 1930s, and left virtually undisturbed. Most of the pieces looked as if they had been inherited. The roll-top desk which held her portable typewriter, the 4 mahogany dining chairs of discordant shape and age, an Edwardian glass-fronted cabinet, in which assorted china objects and part of a tea service had been piled and stacked rather than arranged, 2 faded rugs, so inappropriately placed that Dalgliesh suspected they were concealing holes in the carpet. Only the sofa and 2 matching armchairs which surrounded the fireplace were comparatively new, furnished with plump cushions, and covered in linen patterned with pale pink and yellow roses. The fireplace itself looked original, an ornate contrivance in grey marble with a heavy overmantel, the grate surrounded by a double row of ornamental tiles, of flowers, fruits, and birds. At each end of the mantelshelf, 2 collared Staffordshire dogs with golden chains stared with bright-eyed intensity at the opposite wall. Ranged between them was a clutter of ornaments, a George VI and Queen Elizabeth coronation mug, a black japanned box, 2 diminutive brass candlesticks, a modern porcelain figure of a crinolined woman holding a lapdog, a cut-glass vase containing a bunch of imitation primroses. Behind the ornaments were 2 coloured photographs. One looked as if it had been taken at a prize-giving. Esme Carling stood, pointing an imitation gun, surrounded by grinning faces. In the second she was at a book signing. The picture had obviously been carefully posed. A purchaser stood expectantly at her side, head unnaturally bent, to get it in the picture, while Mrs. Carling, pen raised from the page, smiled beguilingly into the camera. Kate briefly studied it, trying to superimpose on the square marsupial features, the small mouth and slightly hooked nose, that appallingly drowned and violated face which was the first glimpse she had had of Esme Carling. Dalgliesh could understand the attraction this homely, soft-cushioned room had held for Daisy. On this broad sofa she had read, watched television, briefly slept before being half carried back to her own room. Here was a refuge from the terror of her imaginings in simulated terror, neatly contained within the covers of books, sanitized, fictionalized, to be tasted, shared, put aside, no more real than, and as easily turned off as the dancing flames of the artificial log fire. There had been security here, companionship, and, yes, love of a kind, if love was the meeting of mutual need. He glanced at the books. The shelves held paperback copies of crime and detective stories, but he noticed that few of the writers were living. Mrs. Carling's taste was for women writers of the Golden Age. They all looked well read. Below them was a shelf of real-life crime, books on the Wallace case, on Jack the Ripper, on the more famous Victorian murders, Adelaide Bartlett and Constance Kent. The lower shelves held leather-bound and gold-titled copies of her own works, an extravagance, Dalgliesh thought, unlikely to have been subsidized by Peverell Press. The sight of this harmless vanity depressed him, evoking a spasm of pity. Who would inherit this accumulated record of a life lived by murder and ended by murder? On what shelf in drawing-room, bedroom, or lavatory would they find an honoured or tolerated place? Or would they be bought as a job lot by some second-hand bookseller and priced as a set, their value enhanced by the horror and appalling appropriateness of her death? Surveying the titles so reminiscent of the 1930s, of village policemen cycling to the scene of the murder, tugging their forelocks to the gentry, of autopsies undertaken by eccentric general practitioners after evening surgery, and unlikely denouements in the library, he took them out and glanced at them at random. Death by dancing, apparently set in the world of formation ballroom competitions. Cruising to murder, death by drowning, the mistletoe murders. He replaced them carefully, feeling no condescension. Why should he? He told himself that she had probably given pleasure to more people with her mysteries than he had with his poetry. And if the pleasure was different in kind, who was to say that one was inferior to the other? She had at least respected the English language, and used it as well as lay in her power. In an age rapidly becoming illiterate, that was something. For 30 years she had purveyed the fantasy of murder, the acceptable face of violence, the controllable terror. He hoped that when she had come at last face to face with reality, the encounter had been brief and merciful. Kate had moved into the kitchen. He joined her, and together they surveyed the mess. The sink was piled with dirty crockery, the unwashed frying pan was on the stove, and the waste bin was spilling its tins and squashed cartons onto the grimy floor. Kate said, "She wouldn't have wanted us to find it looking like this. Tough on her that her Mrs. Morgan couldn't come this morning." Glancing at her, he saw the flush rise from her throat. and knew that the remark had suddenly struck her as irrational and foolish, and that she wished it unspoken. But their minds had moved in tandem. "Lord, let me know mine end, and the number of my days, that I may be certified how long I have to live." Surely few people could pray that prayer with any sincerity. The best one could hope for or want was enough time to tidy away the personal debris, consign one's secrets to the flames or the dustbin, and leave the kitchen tidy. For a couple of seconds, even as he opened the drawers and cupboards, he was back in that Norfolk graveyard, hearing his father's voice, an instantaneous image, powerful in its intensity, and bringing with it the smell of cut hay, newly turned Norfolk earth, of the intoxication of lilies. The parishioners liked the rector's son to be present at village funerals, and during the school holidays he always attended, finding a village burial more of an interest than an imposition, sharing the funeral tea afterwards, trying to contain his boyish hunger, while the mourners pressed on him the traditional cooked ham and rich fruit cake, and murmured their thanks. "Good of you to come, Mr. Adam. Dad would have appreciated it. He was very fond of you as Dad." His mouth sticky with cake, murmuring the expected lie. "I was very fond of him, Mrs. Hodgkin." He would stand there watching while old Goodfellow, the sexton, and the undertaker's men tilted the coffin into that neatly accommodating pit, hearing the soft thud of Norfolk earth on the lid, listening to his father's grave, scholarly voice as the breeze lifted his greying hair and billowed his surplice. And he would picture the man or woman he had known, the shrouded body encased in padded imitation silk, more ostentatiously bedded than it had ever been in life, and would picture every stage of his dissolution, the rotting shroud, the slowly decaying flesh, the final falling in of the coffin lid on the denuded bones, and had never from childhood been able to believe that magnificent proclamation of immortality, "And though worms destroy this body, yet in my flesh shall I see God." They moved into Mrs. Carling's bedroom, but did not linger. It was large, over-furnished, untidy, and not very clean. The 1930s dressing-table, with its triple mirror, held a plastic tray patterned with violets, containing a jumble of half-empty bottles of hand and body lotions, greasy jars, lipsticks, and eye makeup. Without thinking, Kate unscrewed the largest jar of foundation cream, and saw its single indentation, where Mrs. Carling had drawn her finger across the surface. The mark, so ephemeral, yet for a moment seeming permanent and ineradicable, brought the dead woman's image so vividly to mind that she froze, the jar in her hand, as if she had been caught out in an act of private violation. The eyes in the mirror stared back at her, guilty and a little ashamed. She made herself go over to the wardrobe and open its door. There came out, with the rustle of the hanging clothes, a smell that brought back other searches, other victims, other rooms, the sweet, sour, musty smell of age and failure and death. She closed its door quickly, but not before she had seen the 3 whiskey bottles hidden among the row of shoes. She thought, "There are moments when I hate my job." But these moments were few, and they never lasted long. The guest bedroom was a narrow, ill-proportioned cell, the one high window giving a view of a brick wall grimed with decades of London dirt and angled with heavy drain pipes. But some attempt, even if misguided, had been made to make the room inviting. The walls and ceiling were covered with a paper of twining honeysuckle, roses, and ivy. The curtains, elaborately pleated, were of a matching material, and the single divan placed under the window had a pale pink coverlet, obviously chosen to match the pink of the roses. The attempt to prettify, to impose on bleak nothingness a feminine intensity, served only to emphasize the room's defects. The decor had obviously been designed for a female guest, but Dalgliesh couldn't imagine a woman sleeping peacefully in this claustrophobic, over-patterned cell. Certainly no man could, with the ceiling's synthetic sweetness pressing down on him, the bed too narrow for comfort, the bedside table a fragile reproduction, too small to hold more than the bedside lamp. The time looking round the flat had not been wasted. Kate remembered one of the first lessons she had been taught as a young detective constable. Know the victim. Every victim dies because of who he is, where he is at one moment of time. The more you know about the victim, the closer you are to his murderer. But now, as they sat down at Esme Carling's desk, they were in search of more specific evidence. They were rewarded as soon as they opened it. The desk was tidier and less cluttered than they had expected, and lying on top of a pile of recent unpaid bills were 2 sheets of paper. The first was obviously a draft of the note found on the railings at Innocent House. There were few alterations. Mrs. Carling's final version was little different from her first outpouring of pain and anger. But the writing was a scrawl compared with the firm and careful calligraphy of the final note. Here was confirmation, if it had been needed, that they were her words and written in her hand. Underneath was a draft of a letter in the same hand. It was dated Thursday the 14th of October. Dear Gerard, I have just heard news from my agent. Yes, from my agent. You haven't even the decency or the courage to tell me direct. You could have asked me to come to talk to you at the office, or it wouldn't have hurt you to take me out to lunch or dinner to break the news. Or are you as mean as you are disloyal and cowardly? Perhaps you were afraid that I would disgrace you by howling in the soup. I am a great deal tougher than that, as you will discover. Your rejection of death on Paradise Island would still have been unfair, unjustified, and ungrateful. But at least I could have said these things to your face. And now I can't even reach you by telephone. I'm not surprised. That bloody woman, Miss Blackett, is good at blocking calls, if nothing else. At least it shows that even you are capable of some shame. Have you any idea what I have done for Peverell Press, long before you had any power? And what a disastrous day for the firm that has proved. I have produced a book a year for 30 years, all reliable sellers. And if sales of the last were disappointing, whose fault is that? What have you ever done to promote me with the vigour and enthusiasm my reputation demands? I'm off to do a signing at Cambridge this afternoon. Who persuaded the bookshop to put that on? I did. I shall go alone, as usual. Most publishers see that their top authors are properly accompanied and looked after. But the fans will be there, and they'll buy. I have devoted readers who look to me to provide what no other detective writer apparently does. A fair mystery, with good writing and an absence of that sex, violence, and filthy language which you apparently think people today want. Well, they don't. If you have so little idea of what readers really want, you'll drive Peverell Press to bankruptcy even quicker than the publishing world predicts. I shall, of course, have to consider how best to safeguard my interests. If I move to another publisher, I shall expect to take my backlist with me. Don't think you can throw me overboard and still exploit that valuable asset. And there's something else. These mysterious mishaps which are taking place at Peverell Press only began when you took over as managing director. If I were you, I'd take care. There have already been 2 deaths at Innocent House. Kate said, I wonder if this too was just a preliminary draft, or whether she actually sent in the final version. She usually typed her letters, but there's no carbon here. If she did post it, perhaps she thought it would be more forceful handwritten. This could be the copy. The letter wasn't among the correspondence in his office. My guess is that it wasn't sent. Instead, she called at Innocent House demanding to see him. When that failed, she went to do her Cambridge signing, discovered that it had been cancelled by someone at Peverell Press, returned to London in a state of high indignation, and decided to call on Etienne that evening. Most people seem to have known that he worked late on Thursdays. It's possible that she telephoned and told him that she was coming. He could hardly, after all, prevent her. And if she did telephone using his private number, the call wouldn't have gone through Miss Blackett. Kate said, It's odd if she took the first paper with her, that she didn't take this letter and leave it with him. I suppose it's possible she did, and that either Etienne tore it up or the murderer found it and destroyed it. Dalgliesh said, Unlikely, I think. What seems more likely is that she took with her the fulmination addressed to the partnership, perhaps with the object of pinning it to the notice board in the reception room. That way the partners would see it, and so would all members of the staff and visitors. They'd hardly have left it up, sir. Of course not. But she probably hoped that quite a number of people would see it before it was drawn to the partners' attention. At least it would cause a stir. The fulmination was probably intended as the first blow in her campaign of revenge. She must have had some very bad hours when she first heard of Gerard's death. If she did in fact leave the notice, and possibly also the manuscript of her novel, in the reception room, their presence would prove that she had called at Innocent House that night, and after most of the staff had left. She must have been waiting for us to appear, knowing that the presence of the note made her one of the chief suspects. So she arranges her alibi with Daisy, and then when the police do arrive, nothing is said about the note. So either we've missed its significance, which is unlikely, or someone has removed it. And then the person who did take it down from the notice board telephones to reassure her. He or she is able to reassure her because Carling is confident that she is talking to an ally, not to a murderer. It hangs together, sir. It's logical and it's credible. It's conjecture, every part of it, Kate. It can't be proved. None of it would stand up in court. It's an ingenious theory which fits all the facts as we know them so far, but it's circumstantial. There's just one small piece of corroborative evidence. If she pinned the false suicide note to the notice board before she left Innocent House, there would have been the marks of one or more drawing pins in the paper. Was that the reason why it was so neatly trimmed down before it was spiked on the railings? There was little else of interest in the desk. Mrs. Carling received few letters, or if she did, she destroyed them. Those she kept included a bundle of airmail forms tied with a ribbon and kept together in one of the cubbyholes. They were from a woman friend in Australia, a Mrs. Marjorie Rampton, but the correspondence had gradually grown more perfunctory and seemed to have petered out. Apart from this, there were bundles of letters from fans, all with a carbon of the reply attached to the original letter. Mrs. Carling had obviously taken considerable trouble to satisfy her admirers. In the top drawer of the desk there was a file labelled Investments, with letters from her stockbroker. She had capital of just over £32,000, carefully invested between gilts and equities. In another file was a copy of her will. It was a short document in which she left a legacy of £5,000 to the Authors' Foundation and to a crime writers' club, and the bulk of her estate to the friend in Australia. Another file contained papers relating to her divorce 15 years earlier. Glancing quickly through them, Dalgliesh saw that it had been acrimonious, but from her point of view, not particularly advantageous. The payments had been small and had stopped with Raymond Carling's death 5 years later. And that was all. The contents of the desk confirmed what Dalgliesh had suspected. Here was a woman who lived for her work. Take that away, and what had she left? Chapter 52. Velma Pitt Cowley, Mrs. Carling's literary agent, had agreed to be at the flat at 11:30, and arrived 6 minutes late. She was hardly inside the door before it became apparent that she was in none too good a temper. She burst into the room when Kate opened the door, with a speed that suggested that it was she who had been kept waiting, flung herself into the nearer of the two armchairs, then leaned forward to slip the gold chain of her bag from her shoulder, and to deposit a bulging briefcase on the carpet beside her. Only then did she deign to bestow any attention on Kate or Dalgliesh. When she did, and her eyes met Dalglish's, her mood subtly changed, and her first words showed that she was prepared to be gracious. "Sorry to be late and in such a rush, but you know how it is. I had to go into the office first, and I've got a luncheon guest at the Ivy at 12:45. It's pretty important, as a matter of fact. The author I'm meeting flew in especially from New York this morning, and things cropped up as they always do if you show your face in the office. You can't trust people with the simplest jobs nowadays. I left as soon as I could, but the taxi got snarled up in Theobald's Road. My God, this is terrible about poor Esme. It's really terrible. What happened? She drowned herself, didn't she? Drowned or hanged herself, or both. I mean, that's really sick." Having expressed appropriate outrage, Mrs. Pitt Cowley settled herself more elegantly in the chair, and drew up the skirt of her formal black suit almost to her crotch, to reveal a pair of very long and shapely legs, enclosed in nylon so fine that they were no more than a dull sheen on the sharp bones. She had obviously dressed with care for her 12:45 luncheon appointment, and Dalgliesh wondered what privileged client, present or prospective, warranted a smartness which carefully combined professional competence with sexual allure. Beneath the well-fitting jacket with its row of brass buttons, she wore a high-necked silk shirt. A hat of black velvet, speared at the front with a golden arrow, was crushed over light brown hair cut in a fringe, just touching the thick level eyebrows, and falling in well-brushed swathes almost to her shoulders. As she spoke, she gesticulated. The long fingers, heavily ringed, restlessly patterned the air as if she were communicating to the deaf, and from time to time her shoulders hunched in sudden spasms. The gestures seemed oddly unrelated to her words, and it seemed to Dalgliesh that the affectation was less a symptom of nervousness or insecurity than a trick, originally designed to draw attention to her remarkable hands, but which had now become an unbreakable habit. Her initial testiness had surprised him. In his experience, people involved in a spectacular murder, provided they neither grieved for the victim nor felt themselves at risk from the police inquiry, usually relished the vicarious excitement of their brush with violent death and the notoriety of being in the know. He was used to encountering eyes slightly ashamed, but avid with curiosity. Bad temper and a preoccupation with one's own concerns at least made a change. She gazed round the room at the open desk, with a pile of papers on the table, and said, "God, it's too awful sitting here in her flat. You having to rummage through her things. I know you have to do it. It's your job. But it's sort of uncanny. She seems more present now than when she was actually here. I keep thinking I'll hear her key in the lock and she'll come in, find us like this uninvited, and raise hell." Dalgliesh said, "Violent death destroys privacy, I'm afraid. Did she commonly raise hell?" As if she hadn't heard him, Mrs. Pitt Cowley said, "Do you know what I'd really like now? What I really need is a good, strong black coffee. There's no chance of any, I suppose?" It was Kate she looked at, and Kate who replied. "There's a jar of coffee grains in the kitchen, and a carton of milk in the fridge unopened. Strictly speaking, I suppose we should get the bank's permission, but I doubt whether anyone would object." When Kate made no immediate move towards the kitchen, Velma gave her a long, speculative stare, as if assessing the possible nuisance value of a new typist. Then, with a shrug and a flurry of fingers, she decided on prudence. "Better not, I suppose. Although she won't be needing it herself now, will she? But I can't say I fancy drinking it out of one of her cups." Dalgliesh said, "Obviously it's important for us to learn as much about Mrs. Carling as we can. That's why we're grateful to you for meeting us here this morning. Her death must have been a shock, and I realize that it can't be easy for you coming here, but it is important." Mrs. Pitt Cowley's voice and look expressed a passionate intensity. "Oh, I do see that. I mean, I understand absolutely that you have to ask questions. Obviously, I'll help all I can. What do you want to know?" He asked, "When did you hear the news?" "This morning, shortly after 7, before your people rang to ask me to meet you here. Claudia Etienne telephoned. Woke me up, actually. Not exactly pleasant news to start the day. She could have waited, but I suppose she didn't want me to read it in the evening paper, or hear it when I got to the office. You know how fast gossip travels in this town. After all, I was, Esme's agent, and I suppose she thought that I ought to be one of the first to know, and that she ought to be the one to tell me. But suicide! It's bizarre. It's the last thing I'd have expected Esme to do." "Well, of course it was the last thing she did." "Oh, God, I'm sorry. Nothing one says seems adequate at a time like this." "So you were surprised at the news?" "Isn't one always? I mean, even when people who threaten suicide actually do it, it always seems surprising, a bit unreal. But Esme, and to kill herself like that, I mean, it wasn't the most comfortable way to go. Claudia didn't seem very sure how exactly she died. She just said that Esme had hanged herself from the railings at Innocent House, and that the body was found under water. Did she drown, or strangle herself, or what exactly?" Dalgliesh said, "It is possible Mrs. Carling died by drowning, but we shan't know the cause of death until after the autopsy." "But it was suicide. I mean, you're sure about that?" "We're not sure yet of anything. Can you think of any reason why Mrs. Carling should have wanted to end her life?" "She was upset about Peverell Press rejecting death on Paradise Island. You've heard about that, I suppose. But she was more angry than distressed. Furiously angry, in fact. I can imagine her seeking some kind of vengeance on the firm, but not by killing herself. Besides, that takes guts. I don't mean that Esme was a coward, but I can't somehow see her throttling herself or throwing herself in the river. What a way to die. If she really wanted to do away with herself, there are easier ways. Take Sonia Clemens. You know about that, of course. Sonia killed herself with drugs and booze. That would be my way. I'd have thought it would be Esme's. Kate said, but less effective as a public protest. Not so dramatic, I agree. But what's the good of a dramatic public protest if you aren't there to enjoy it? No, if Esme decided to kill herself, it would be in bed, clean sheets, flowers in the room, her best nightdress, a dignified farewell note on the bedside cabinet. She was a great one for appearances. Kate, remembering the rooms of suicide she had been called to, the vomit, the soiled bedclothes, the grotesque bodies stiffened in death, reflected that suicide was seldom as dignified in practice as in imagination. She said, "When did you last see her?" "On the evening of the day after Gerard Etienne's death. That would be October the 15th, Friday." Dalgliesh asked, "Here or in your office?" "Here in this room. It was fortuitous, really. I mean, I hadn't planned to call. I was dining with Dickie Mulchester of Hearn and Illingworth to discuss a client, and it occurred to me that his firm might be interested in Death on Paradise Island. It was a long shot, but they are taking on a few crime writers. I was driving past here to the restaurant when I noticed there were some parking spaces free down the side road, and I thought I'd call in and borrow Esme's copy of the manuscript. The traffic was lighter than I expected, and I had 10 minutes at hand. We hadn't spoken since Gerard's death. It's odd, isn't it, how small things decide one's actions. I probably wouldn't have bothered if I hadn't seen the empty space. I was interested, too, in hearing Esme's reaction to Gerard's death. I couldn't get much out of Claudia. I thought Esme might have picked up some of the details. She was a great one for gossip. Not that I had much time to spare then. The main reason for calling was to collect the manuscript. Dalgliesh asked, "How did you find her?" Mrs. Pitcowley didn't immediately reply. Her face was thoughtful, the restless hands momentarily stilled. Dalgliesh thought that she was evaluating the interview in the light of subsequent events, seeing it perhaps as more significant than it had seemed at the time. At last she said, "Looking back on it, I think she behaved rather oddly. I would have expected her to want to talk about Gerard, how he died, why he died, whether it was murder. She wouldn't discuss it. She said it was too dreadful and too painful, that she'd been published by Peverell Press for 30 years, and however badly they treated her, his death had shocked her profoundly. Well, it had shocked us all, but I didn't expect Esme to feel much personal sorrow." End of Side 11. Side 12. She did tell me that she had an alibi for the previous evening and the night. Apparently she had a neighbour's child in here with her. I remember thinking it a little odd at the time that she bothered to tell me that. After all, no one was going to suspect Esme of throttling Gerard with a snake, or however it was he died. Oh, and I remember she did ask whether I thought that the partners would change their minds about Paradise Island, now that Gerard was dead. She always held him mainly responsible for its rejection. I didn't hold out much hope. I pointed out that it had probably been a decision from the whole book committee, and that anyway the partners wouldn't like to go against Gerard's wishes now that he was dead. Then I suggested that Hearn and Illingworth might be interested, and asked to borrow her manuscript. She was odd then, too. She said she wasn't sure where she'd put it. She looked for it that morning and couldn't find it. Then she said that she was too upset to think about Paradise Island so soon after Gerard's death. That hardly rang true. After all, she'd asked me only a couple of minutes earlier whether I thought that the partners would change their minds and take it. I don't think she had the manuscript. Either that or she didn't want me to have it. I left soon afterwards. I was only here for about 10 minutes in all. And you have spoken to her since?
No, not once. That's odd, too, when I come to think of it. After all, Gerard Etienne was her publisher. I'd have expected her to come into the office if only for a gossip. Usually you couldn't keep her away.
How long have you been her agent? Did you know her well?
Less than 2 years, actually. But yes, even in the short time, I did get to know her quite well. She saw to that. Actually, I inherited her. Her old agent was Marjorie Rampton, and Marge took her on with her first book. That's 30 years ago. They were really close. There often is personal friendship between agent and author. You can't do your best for a client if you don't get on with them, as well as respecting the work. But with Marge and Esme, it went deeper. Don't misunderstand me. I'm talking about friendship. I'm not hinting at anything, well, sexual. I suppose they had quite a lot in common, both being widows, both childless. They used to take holidays together, and I think Esme asked Marge to be her literary executor. That's going to be a nuisance for someone if she didn't change her will. Marge went to Australia to stay with her nieces as soon as she'd sold the agency to me, and she's still there as far as I know.
Dalgliesh said, "Tell us about Esme Carling. What sort of woman was she?"
Oh, God, this is awful. I mean, what can I say? It seems so disloyal, indecent almost, criticizing her when she's dead. But I can't pretend she was easy. She was one of those clients who are always on the phone or calling in at the office. Nothing's ever right. They always feel you can do more, squeeze a higher advance from the publisher, sell the film rights, get them a TV series. I think she resented losing Marge and thought I wasn't giving her the attention her genius warranted. But actually I was giving her more time than was really justified. I mean, I do have other clients, and most of them are damn sight more profitable.
Kate said, "More trouble than she was worth." Mrs. Pitt Cowley turned on her a speculative, then dismissive glance.
I wouldn't have put it like that myself, but if you want the truth, I wouldn't have broken my heart if she decided to look for another agent. Look, I hate saying this, but anyone in my office will tell you the same. A lot of it was loneliness, missing Marge, resenting Marge for abandoning her. But Marge was an old toughie. When it came to choosing between her precious nieces and Esme, it was no contest. And I think Esme knew that her talent was running out. We were in for big trouble. Peverell Press turning down Death on Paradise Island was just the beginning.
Was that Gerard Etienne?
Basically, yes. What Etienne wanted went at Peverell Press. But I doubt whether anyone there really wanted her, except perhaps James DeWitt, and he doesn't cut much ice at Peverell's. I rang and made a fuss, of course, as soon as I got Gerard's letter. I wasn't getting anywhere. And, honestly, the new book really wasn't up to standard, even her standard. Do you know her work at all?
Dalgliesh said carefully, "I have heard of her, of course, but never read her."
She wasn't that bad. I mean, she could write literate prose, and that's rare enough nowadays. Peverell Press wouldn't have published her otherwise. She wasn't consistent. Just when you thought, God, I can't go on with this boring drivel, she'd produce a really good passage, and the book would suddenly come alive. And she had an original idea for her detectives, rather. She had a retired married couple, the Mannerings, Malcolm and Mavis. He was a retired bank manager, and she'd been a teacher. It was quite neat. Went down well with an aging population. Reader identification and all that. Bored retired couple, herring off after the clues. Plenty of time to make murder their hobby. Using a lifetime of experience to put one over on the police. The wisdom of old age triumphing over the crass immaturity of youth. That sort of thing. A nice change to have a detective with a touch of arthritis. But they were getting a bit tiresome. The Mannerings, I mean. Esme had the bright idea of involving Malcolm with young female suspects, and Mavis having to rescue him from his entanglements. I suppose she was aiming for light relief, but it had become a bore. I mean, geriatric sex is all right if that happens to turn you on, but people don't want it in popular fiction. And Esme was getting more explicit with each book. Bodice rippers with blood.
as not really her market. It wasn't in Malcolm Mannering's character. And, of course, she couldn't plot. Oh, God, I hate saying this, but she couldn't. You did say you wanted the truth. She used to steal ideas from other writers, only dead writers, of course, and add her own twists. It was becoming a bit obvious. That's what gave Gerard Etienne his chance to turn down Death on Paradise Island. He said it was a boring read, and the only parts that weren't boring were too like Agatha Christie's Murder Under the Sun. I believe he actually uttered the dread word plagiarism. Then, of course, there was Esme's other trouble, which didn't make her any easier to deal with. Velma sketched in the air the outline of St. Paul's Cathedral, complete with dome, and ended with a pantomime of raising a glass to her lips. Are you saying that she was an alcoholic? Getting on that way. You didn't get a hell of a lot of sense out of Esme after midday. It had got worse in the last 6 months. So she wasn't making much money. Never did. Esme was never in the big league. Still, she was doing all right until the last 3 years. She could live on her writing, which is more than most authors can. She had quite a faithful following of old aficionados who'd grown up with the Mannerings, but as they died off, she wasn't attracting younger readers. Last year there was a big slump in paperback sales. I was afraid we were going to lose that contract. Kate said, which perhaps accounts for this flat. It isn't exactly a fashionable address. Well, it suited her. She was a protected tenant, and the rent was low. I mean, really low. She'd have been crazy to leave. Actually, she told me that she planned to buy a country cottage in the Cotswolds or Herefordshire, and was saving her capital for that. Saw herself among the roses and wisteria, I suppose. Personally, I think she'd have died of boredom. I've seen it happen before. Dalgliesh asked, she wrote crime novels, detective stories. Would she be likely to fancy herself as an amateur detective? Try a hand at solving a crime if one came her way? You mean tangling with a real-life murderer? With whoever it was killed Etienne? She'd be crazy. Esme wasn't a great brain, but she wasn't stupid either. I'm not saying that she lacked courage. She had plenty of guts, especially after a few whiskies. But that would have been plain stupid. She might not think she was tangling with a murderer. Suppose she got an idea about the murder. Would she be likely to bring it to us, or be tempted to do a little private investigating? She might, if she thought it was safe, and she could get something out of it. It would be quite a triumph, wouldn't it? Publicity-wise, I mean. Woman crime writer outwits Scotland Yard. Yes, I can see her mind working like that. But you're not suggesting that she tried something like that? I was interested whether you thought it was in character. Let's say it wouldn't surprise me. She was fascinated by real-life crime, detection, murder trials, that sort of thing. Well, you've only got to look at her bookcase. And she had a high opinion of her own cleverness. And she might not see the danger. I don't think she had much imagination, not about real life. Okay, I know that sounds odd when I'm talking about a novelist, but she lived with fictional murder for so long that I don't think she realized that real-life murder is different, that it isn't something you can control and write up into a plot and neatly solve in the last chapter. And she didn't see Gerard Etienne's body, did she? I don't think she ever saw a dead person in real life. She could only imagine it, and death probably seemed no more real or frightening than her other imaginings. Am I being too sophisticated? I mean, do say if I'm talking the most utter nonsense. Performing a complicated manoeuvre with her hands, Mrs. Pitt Cowley cast on Dalgliesh a look of histrionic sincerity, which didn't quite conceal the sharper look of inquiry. Dalgliesh reminded himself not to underestimate her intelligence. He said, "You're not talking nonsense. What will happen now about her latest book?" "Oh, I doubt where the Peverell Press will take it. It would be different, of course, if Esme had been murdered. A double murder, publisher and writer brutally done to death within a fortnight. Still, even suicide has publicity value, particularly if it's dramatic. I ought to be able to negotiate quite a satisfactory contract with someone." Dalgliesh was tempted to say, "It's a pity we don't still have the death penalty. You could time publication to coincide with the execution date." Mrs. Pitt Cowley, as if aware of his thought, looked for a moment slightly embarrassed, then shrugged and went on. Poor Esme! If she did have the bright idea of getting some free publicity, she certainly succeeded. Pity she won't benefit. Nice for her heirs, though. Nice for you, too, thought Kate. She asked, Who does get her money, do you know? No, she never told me that. As I said, Marge was her executor, or one of them. But I'm grateful to say that she never suggested transferring that privilege when I took over the agency. Not that I would have taken it on. I did a lot for Esme, but there are limits. Honestly, you've no idea what some authors expect. Find them commissions, get them on TV chat shows, feed the cat when they're on holiday, hold their hand through their divorces. For 10% of home sales, I'm expected to be agent, nurse, confidant, friend, the lot. I do know that she had no family. At least her ex-husband has a daughter and grandchildren somewhere, in Canada, I believe. I can't see Esme leaving anything to them. But there will be some money, no doubt about that. And my guess is that Marge will get it. I may be able to negotiate a reprint of the early paperbacks. Dalgliesh said, A profitable client, after all, in death, if not in life. Well, it's a funny old world, isn't it? And with this echo of a lady with whom she had otherwise little in common, Mrs. Pitt Cowley glanced at her watch, and bent down to pick up her briefcase and bag. But Dalgliesh wasn't yet ready to let her go. He said, I assume Mrs. Carling told you about the cancellation of her Cambridge signing session. Did she not? Actually, she rang me from the shop. I tried to phone Gerard Etienne, but I imagine he was at lunch. I got through to him later in the afternoon. Esme was absolutely incoherent with rage. I mean, really incoherent. Perfectly justified, of course. Peverell Press have a lot of explaining to do. I was sorry for the people in the shop. She was obviously taking it out on them, but it was hardly their fault. At least, I suppose you could argue that they should have rung Peverell Press as soon as the fax was received to check that it wasn't a hoax, and they probably would have done if the press had been less secretive about the trouble they were having. The manager was out when the fax came through, and the girl who first saw it naturally assumed it was genuine. But it was genuine in the sense that it came from Peverell Press. To calm Esme, I told her I would take it up with Gerard myself. I would have done too, but for the murder. That did rather put Esme's grievance into perspective. I still intend to take the matter up with the firm, for there is a time and a place. Is it all right if I go now? I do have that luncheon appointment. Dalgliesh said, I've only a few more questions. What was your relationship with Gerard Etienne? You mean my professional relationship? Your relationship. Velma Pitt Cowley sat for a moment entirely in silence. They saw that she was gently smiling, a look that was lubricious, reminiscent. Then she said, It was professional. I suppose we spoke on the phone about twice a month on average. I haven't seen him for the last 4 months. We did sleep together once. That was nearly a year ago. We'd both been to the same launch party. We both stayed to the bitter end. It was nearly midnight, and I was rather drunk. Drink wasn't his thing. Gerard hated being out of control. He offered to drive me home, and the night ended in the usual way. I suppose you'd call it a one-night stand, except that the word stand isn't really appropriate. It never happened again. Kate asked, Did either of you want it to? Not really. He sent me a spectacular bunch of flowers next day. Gerard wasn't exactly subtle, but I suppose that's some improvement on leaving 50 quid by the bedside. No, I didn't want it to go on. I've got a healthy sense of self-preservation. I don't go round inviting heartbreak, but I thought I'd better mention it. There were plenty of people at that party who might just have guessed how the evening ended. God knows how these things get out, but they always do. In case you're wondering, the events of that night, and particularly the next morning, which I remember more clearly, left me well disposed towards him, rather than the opposite. But not so well disposed that I invited a second encounter. I suppose you want to ask me where I was on the night he died. Dalgliesh said gravely, That would be a help, Mrs. Pitt Cowley. Oddly enough, I was at that poetry reading at the Connaught Arms, when Gabriel Dauncey read. I left shortly after he'd done his stint. I was with a poet, or someone who describes himself as a poet, and he wanted to stay on. But I'd had enough of the noise, uncomfortable chairs, and cigarette smoke. Everyone was well tanked up by then, and the party showed no signs of breaking up. I suppose I left at about 10 and drove home, so I've no alibi for the rest of the evening. And last night, when Esme died. But that was suicide, you said so yourself. However she died, it is helpful to know where people were at the time. But I don't know when she died. I was at the office until 6:30 and then at home. I was at home all evening and I was alone. Is that what you wanted to know? Look, Commander, I really must go.
Dalgliesh said, "Just 2 final questions. How many copies of the manuscript of Death on Paradise Island were in existence? And was Mrs. Carling's copy distinctive?"
I think there were about 8 in all. I had to send 5 to Peverell Press, 1 for each of the partners. I don't see why they couldn't have copied the manuscript themselves. That's how they liked it. I only had a couple of copies. Esme always had her copy bound with a pale blue cover. A bound copy isn't much use for editing purposes. In fact, it's a bloody nuisance. Publishers and readers prefer manuscripts to be submitted with the pages tagged together in chapters, or not tagged at all. But Esme always wanted her copy bound.
And when you called in here to see Mrs. Carling on October the 15th, the evening after Gerard Etienne died, did you get the impression that she was reluctant to hand over her manuscript, pretending, perhaps, that she couldn't find it, or that she didn't, in fact, any longer have it in her possession?
As if recognizing the importance of the question, Mrs. Pitt Cowley took her time in answering. Then she said, "How can I tell? But I do remember that the request disconcerted her. I think she was flustered. And it's difficult to see how she can actually have mislaid the manuscript. She wasn't careless about possessions which were important to her. And it's not as if there's a lot of space here in the flat. She didn't trouble to look for it either. If you asked me to make a guess, I'd say that the manuscript wasn't any longer in her possession."
Chapter 53. When they got back to the car, Dalgliesh said, "I'll drive, Kate." She took the left-hand seat and buckled her belt in silence. She liked to drive, and knew that she did it well, but when, as now, he chose to take over, she was content to sit quietly beside him, and occasionally watch the strong, sensitive hands lying lightly on the wheel. Now, glancing quickly at him as they crossed Hammersmith Bridge, she saw in his face a look with which she was familiar, a stern, withdrawn self-absorption, as if he was stoically enduring a private pain. When she was first recruited to his team, she thought that the look was one of controlled anger, and feared the sudden bite of cold sarcasm, which she suspected was one of his defences against lack of control, and which his subordinates had come to dread. They had gathered vital evidence during the last 2.5 hours, and she longed to hear his reaction, but she knew better than to break the silence. He was driving with his usual quiet competence, and it was difficult to believe that part of his mind was elsewhere. Was he worrying about the vulnerability of that child, as well as mentally reviewing the evidence she had given? Was he grimly containing his outrage at the planned barbarity of Esme Carling's death, a death which they now knew had been murder? In other senior officers, this look of stern withdrawal could have been anger at Daniel's incompetence. If Daniel had extracted from the child the truth about what had happened on that Thursday night, Esme Carling might be alive now. But could it really be called incompetence? Both Carling and the child had told the same story, and it was a convincing one. Children were good witnesses, and they very seldom lied. If she had been sent to interview Daisy, would she have done any better? Would she have done any better this morning if Dalgliesh hadn't been there to intervene? She doubted whether Dalgliesh would say a word of blame, but that wouldn't prevent Daniel from blaming himself. She was heartily glad that she wasn't in his shoes. They had driven over Hammersmith Bridge before he spoke. "I think Daisy told us everything she knew, but the omissions are frustrating, aren't they? That one missing word would have made all the difference. The snake was outside the door. Which door?" She heard a voice.
Male or female? Someone was carrying a vacuum cleaner. Man or woman? But at least we don't have to rely on the implausibility of that suicide note to be sure now that this was murder. In the Wapping incident room, Daniel was working alone. Kate, embarrassed for him, wanted to leave him with Dalgliesh, but it was difficult without the ruse appearing too obvious. Dalgliesh briefly reported the result of their morning visits. Daniel stood up. The action, reminding Kate of a prisoner under sentence, seemed instinctive. His strong face was very pale. "I'm sorry, sir, I should have broken that alibi. It was a bad mistake." "An unfortunate one, certainly." "I ought to say, sir, that Sergeant Robbins wasn't convinced. He thought from the first that Daisy was lying and wanted to press her." Dalgliesh said, "That's never easy with a child, is it? If it came to a battle of wills between Daisy and Sergeant Robbins, I'm not sure I wouldn't back Daisy." It was interesting, thought Kate, that Robbins hadn't trusted the child. He seemed to be able to combine a belief in the essential nobility of man with a reluctance to believe anything any witness said. Perhaps being religious, he was more ready than Daniel to believe in original sin. But it was generous of Daniel to say what he had. Generous, but perhaps if she was being cynical and knowing A.D., it had also been judicious. He said, as if doggedly determined to make the worst of it, "But if I hadn't been satisfied, Esme Carling would be alive today." "Possibly. Don't overindulge in guilt, Daniel. The person responsible for Esme Carling's death is the person who killed her." "What about the post-mortem? Anything unexpected?" "Death by vagal inhibition, sir. She died as soon as the strap tightened round her neck. She was dead when she was put in the water." "Well, at least it was swift." "What about the launch? Any news from Ferris?" "Yes, sir, good news." Daniel's face lightened. "He's found some minute fibres of cloth caught on a small splinter of wood on the cabin floor. They're pink, sir. She was wearing a pink and fawn tweed jacket. With luck, the lab will be able to get a match." They glanced at each other. Kate knew that each was feeling the same contained exultation. A physical clue at last, something that could be tagged, measured, scientifically examined, produced in court as evidence. They had already checked with Fred Bowling that Esme Carling hadn't been in the launch since the previous summer. If the fibres matched, then they had proof that she had been killed in the launch, and if she had, who had subsequently moved it to the other side of the steps? Who else but her killer? Dalgliesh said, "If the fibres match, we can prove that she was in the cabin of the launch yesterday night. The obvious inference is that she died there. It would be a sensible plan on the part of the murderer to choose. He could wait with the body concealed until the river was quiet, and choose his moment to string her up unobserved. But even if the fibres connect her to the launch, that doesn't mean they will connect her to the killer. We need to collect the coats and jackets of all the suspects who were on the scene and get them to the lab. Will you see to that, Daniel?" "Including Mandy Price and Bartram." "All of them." Kate said, "All we need now is the minutest thread of pink fibre on one of the coats." Dalgliesh said, "Not all we need. There's one depressing fact, Kate. Most of them will be able to claim that they knelt close to Esme Carling's body, even touched her. There is more than one way in which a fibre could have got on their clothes." Daniel added, "And what's the betting that this murderer knew damn well what he was about? He'll have taken off his coat before he got close to her, and made damn sure afterwards that he was clean." Chapter 54. Mandy had meant to get to work early next morning, but to her astonishment, on waking, found that she had overslept, and that it was already 8:45. She would probably have slept on if Maureen and Mike hadn't indulged in one of their arguments about the availability and the state of the bathroom, carried on as usual by Maureen shouting from the top of the stairs, and Mike yelling back from the kitchen. A minute later there was a bang on her bedroom door, followed immediately by Maureen bursting in. It was obvious that she was in one of her moods. "Mandy, that bloody bike of yours takes up all the hall. Why can't you leave it in the front garden like anyone else?" This was a perennial complaint. Mandy awoke to instant indignation. Because some arsehole would steal it, that's why. That bike's staying in the hall. She added sulkily, I suppose it's too much to hope that the bathroom's free. It's free if you can put up with the state it's in. Mike's left the bath filthy as usual. If you want a bath, you'll have to clean it yourself. And he's forgotten that this is his week to buy the toilet paper. I don't see why I should do all the thinking and all the work in this house. It was obviously going to be one of those days. Neither Maureen nor Mike had been in when she had arrived the previous evening. She had gone to bed, but had tried to stay awake, listening for the door, longing to pour out her story. But it hadn't happened that way. She had fallen asleep despite herself. And now she heard them leave, 2 loud bangs of the door in quick succession. Maureen hadn't even bothered to inquire why she hadn't returned to the gig. Things didn't improve when she got to Innocent House. She had looked forward to being first with the news, but there was no chance of that now. The partners had all come in early. George, busy taking a call, threw her a look of desperate appeal as she came in, as if any help would be welcome. It was apparent that the news had spread further than Innocent House. Yes, I'm afraid it is true. Yes, it does look like suicide. No, I'm afraid I haven't any details. We don't yet know how she died. I'm sorry. Yes, the police have been here. I'm sorry. No, Miss Etienne isn't available at the moment. No, Mr. DeWitt isn't free either. Perhaps one of them could ring you back. No, I'm sorry. I don't know when they'll be available. He replaced the receiver and said, One of Mr. DeWitt's authors. I don't know how he learned the news. Perhaps he rang publicity and Maggie or Amy told him. Miss Etienne has instructed me to say as little as possible, but it isn't easy. People aren't satisfied with speaking to me. They want to talk to one of the partners. Mandy said, I shouldn't bother with them. Just say, wrong number and hang up. If you keep on doing it, they'll soon get fed up. The hall was empty. The house felt strangely different, unnaturally quiet, a house in mourning. Mandy had expected that the police would be there, but there was no sign of their presence. In the office, Miss Blackett was sitting at her word processor, staring at the screen as if mesmerized. Mandy had never seen her look so ill. She was very pale, and her face seemed suddenly to have become the face of an old woman. Mandy said, Are you all right? You look awful. Miss Blackett made an effort at dignified control. Of course I'm not all right, Mandy. How can any of us be all right? This is the 3rd death we've had in 2 months. It's dreadful. I don't know what's happening to the firm. Nothing's gone right with Peverell Press since Mr. Peverell died. And I'm surprised you managed to look so cheerful. After all, you found her. She looked close to tears. And there was something else. Miss Blackett was afraid. Mandy could almost smell her terror. She said uneasily, Yes, well, I'm sorry she's dead. But it's not as if I knew her, is it? And she was old. And she did do it herself. It was her choice. She must have wanted to die. Only it's not like Mr. Gerard's death. Miss Blackett, face flushed, cried out, She wasn't old. How can you say that? And what if she was? The old have as much right to life as you. I never said they hadn't. That's what you implied. You should think before you speak, Mandy. You said that she was old and her death didn't matter. I didn't say that it didn't matter. Mandy felt that she was becoming embroiled in a vortex of irrational emotion, which she had no hope of understanding or controlling. And now she saw that Miss Blackett was almost crying. She was relieved when the door opened and Miss Etienne came in. Oh, here you are, Mandy. We wondered if you were going to appear. You all right? Yes, thank you, Miss Etienne. It seems that next week we shall be rather thin on the ground. I expect you'll want to leave too, once the initial excitement is over. No, Miss Etienne, I'd like to stay. She added with a flash of financial acumen, If some of the staff are leaving, and there's more work, I think I ought to have a rise. Miss Etienne gave her a look, which Mandy interpreted as more cynically amused than disapproving. After a few seconds' pause, she said, All right, I'll speak to Mrs. Creeley. An extra £10 a week. But the rise won't be a reward for staying. We don't bribe staff to work at Peverell Press, nor do we submit to blackmail. You'll get it because your work warrants it." She turned to Miss Blackett. "The police will probably be here this afternoon. They may want to use Mr. Gerard's... my office again. If so, I'll move upstairs with Miss Frances." After she had left, Mandy said, "Why don't you ask for a rise too? We're going to have to take on an extra load unless they recruit some replacements, and that may not be too easy. It's like you said. 3 deaths in 2 months. People may think twice about working here." Miss Blackett had begun typing, eyes fixed on her shorthand notebook. "No, thank you, Mandy. I don't take advantage of my employers in their hour of need. I have some principles." "Oh, well, you can afford them, I dare say." "Seems to me they've been taking advantage of you for the last 20-odd years. Still, please yourself. I'll just have a word with Mrs. Creeley, then I'll make the coffee." Mandy had tried to phone Mrs. Creeley's office before leaving home, but there had been no reply. Now there was, and she gave the news succinctly, keeping to the bare facts and omitting any reference to her own emotions. With Miss Blackett listening with repressive disapproval, it was wise to be as brief and matter-of-fact as possible. The details could wait for their evening session together in the cosy. She said, "I've asked for a rise. They're giving me another £10 a week." "Yeah, that's what I thought." "No, I said I'd stay on. I'll come into the office straight from work and we can have a talk." She replaced the receiver. It was, she thought, a measure of Miss Blackett's odd mood that she omitted to remind her that she was not supposed to use the office telephone for her private calls. There were more people in the kitchen than was normal before 10 o'clock. Those of the staff who preferred to brew their own morning coffee rather than pay their weekly sub for Mrs. Demery's version of the drink seldom appeared before 11. Pausing at the door, Mandy could hear the low buzz of gossiping voices. It stopped when she opened the door, and they looked up guiltily, then greeted her with relief and flattering attention. Mrs. Demery was there, of course, and so was Emma Wainwright, Miss Etienne's anorexic former PA, who was now working for Miss Peverell, together with Maggie Fitzgerald and Amy Holden from Publicity, Mr. Elton from Contracts and Rights, and Dave from the warehouse, who had apparently come over from number 10 with the unconvincing excuse that the warehouse was out of milk. There was a strong smell of coffee, and someone had been making toast. The kitchen was cosily conspiratorial, but even here, Mandy could sense fear. Amy said, "We thought you might not come in. Poor Mandy. Must have been absolutely ghastly. I should have died. If there's a body on the premises, trust you to find it. Go on, tell. Was she drowned, or hanged, or what? None of the partners will tell us anything." Mandy could have pointed out that it hadn't been she who had found Gerard Etienne's body. Instead, she gave her account of the previous night, but even as she spoke, was aware that she was disappointing them. She had looked forward to this moment, but now that she was the centre of their curiosity, she felt a curious reluctance to pander to it, almost as if there was something indecent in making Mrs. Carling's death the subject of gossip. The picture of that dead, sodden face, the make-up washed away so that it looked stripped and defenceless in its ugliness, floated between her and their avid eyes. She couldn't understand what was happening to her, why her emotions should be so confused, so disturbing in their perplexity. What she had said to Miss Blackett had been the truth. She hadn't even known Mrs. Carling. She couldn't be feeling grief. She had no reason to feel guilty. What then was she feeling? Mrs. Demery was unaccountably silent. She was quietly setting out cups and saucers on her trolley, but her sharp little eyes darted from face to face, as if each held a secret which a moment's inattention might miss. Maggie said, "Did you read the suicide note, Mandy?" "No, but Mr. DeWitt did. It was all about how badly the partners had behaved to her, how she was going to get her own back. Make their names stink. I think that's what she wrote. I can't really remember." Mr. Elton said, "You knew her better than most, Maggie. You did that big publicity tour with her 18 months ago. What was she like?" "She was no trouble. I got on all right with Esme. She could be a bit demanding, but I've been on tours with far worse. And she did care about her fans. Nothing was too much trouble. Always a word when they queued for a signing, and she would personalize every book for them, any message they wanted. Not like Gordon Holgarth. All they ever get from him is a scrawled signature, a scowl and a puff of cigar smoke in the face. Do you think she was the suicidal type? Is there a suicidal type? I'm not sure what the words mean. But if you're asking me if I'm surprised that she's killed herself, the answer is yes, I am surprised. Very surprised. Mrs. Demery spoke at last. If she did... She must have done, Mrs. Demery. She left a note. A funny kind of note, if what Mandy remembers is right. I'd need to have a look at that note before I was satisfied. And it's obvious the police aren't. If they were, why have they taken the launch? Maggie said, Is that why we were collected from Charing Cross by taxi instead of the launch this morning? I thought the launch had broken down. Fred Bowling never said anything about the police when he met us. Told not to, I dare say. But they've taken it all right. Came first thing in the morning and towed it away. I thought they might have done when it wasn't here, so I asked him. It's over at Wapping Police Station. Maggie was pouring hot water onto the coffee grains. She paused, kettle poised. You're not saying, Mrs. D, that the police think Mrs. Carling was murdered? I don't know what the police think. I know what I think. She wasn't one to commit suicide, not Esme Carling. Emma Wainwright was sitting at the end of the table, her skeletal fingers wrapped round a mug of coffee. She had made no attempt to drink, but was staring down at the thin swirl of foaming milk, as if mesmerized with disgust. Now she looked up, and said in her harsh, rather guttural voice, This is the second body you've found, Mandy, since you arrived at Innocent House. We've never had any of this trouble before. They'll be calling you the typist of death. If you go on like this, you'll find it difficult to get another job. Mandy, enraged, spat out her retort. Not so difficult as you will. At least I don't look as if I'd come out of a concentration camp. You should see yourself. You look disgusting. For a few seconds there was a horrified silence. 6 pairs of eyes glanced quickly at Emma, then looked away. She sat very still, then suddenly stumbled to her feet and hurled the coffee cup across the room into the sink, where it smashed spectacularly. Then she gave a high wail, burst into tears, and rushed out of the room. Amy gave a little cry and wiped a splash of hot coffee from her cheek. Maggie was shocked. You shouldn't have said that, Mandy. That was cruel. Emma's ill. She can't help it. Of course she can help it. She only does it to upset other people. And she started the row. She called me the typist of death. I'm not bad luck. It's not my fault I found them. Amy looked at Maggie. Do you think I ought to go to her? Better leave her alone. You know how she is. She's upset because Miss Claudia has taken over Blackie as her PA instead of her. She's already told Miss Claudia that she wants to leave at the end of the week. If you ask me, I think she's plain scared. I'm not sure that I blame her. Torn between angry self-justification and a remorse which was the more disagreeable because she suffered from it so rarely, Mandy felt that she too would enjoy the relief of hurling crockery across the room and bursting into tears. What was happening to them all? To Innocent House? To herself? Was this what violent death did to people? She had expected the day to be pleasantly exciting, filled with comfortable gossip and speculation, herself at the heart of all the interest. Instead, it had been hell from the start. The door opened and Miss Etienne appeared. She said coldly, Maggie, Amy, and Mandy, there's work to be done. If you've no intention of doing it, it would be better if you said so frankly, and went home. Chapter 55. Dalgliesh had said that he wanted to see all the partners in the boardroom at 3 o'clock, and that Miss Blackett should be with them. None of them made any objection either to the summons or to her proposed presence. They had handed over the clothes they had been wearing when Esme Carling's body was found, without argument or question. But then, thought Kate, they were all intelligent people. They hadn't needed to ask why. None of them had requested the presence of a solicitor, and she wondered whether they feared that this might look suspiciously premature, had confidence in their ability to look after their own interests, or were fortified by the knowledge of their innocence. She and Dalgliesh sat one side of the table, with the partners and Miss Blackett facing them. At their last meeting in the boardroom after Gerard Etienne's death, she had been aware of a mixture of emotions emanating from them: curiosity, shock, grief and apprehension. Now all she could smell was fear. It was like a contagion. It seemed that they infected each other, and even the air of the room. Only Miss Blackett showed it outwardly. Dauncey looked very old, and sat with the resignation of a geriatric patient awaiting admission. DeWitt had seated himself close to Francis Peverell. His eyes were watchful under the heavy lids. Miss Blackett sat forward in her chair with the quivering intentness of a trapped animal. Her face was very white, but from time to time hectic blotches spread over her cheeks and forehead like the visitation of a disease. Francis Peverell's face was taut. She ran her tongue over her lips. On her other side, Claudia Etienne was outwardly the most composed. She looked as elegant as always, and Kate saw that her makeup had been applied with care, and wondered whether this was a gesture of defiance or a small but gallant attempt to impose normality on the psychological chaos of Innocent House. Dalgliesh had laid on the table Esme Carling's final message. It was now enclosed in a plastic cover. He read it through, his voice almost expressionless. No one spoke. Then, without commenting on it, he said quietly, "We now believe that Mrs. Carling came to Innocent House on the evening of Mr. Etienne's death." Claudia's voice was sharp. "Esme came here? Why?" "Presumably to see your brother. Is that so improbable?" She had learned only the previous day that her new novel had been rejected by Peverell Press. She had tried to see Mr. Etienne first thing that morning, but had been refused access to him by Miss Blackett. Blackie cried, "But he was in the partners' meeting. No one interrupts the partners' meeting. I was specifically told not even to put through urgent telephone calls." Claudia's voice was impatient. "No one's blaming you, Blackie. Of course you were right not to admit the woman." As if there had been no interruption, Dalgliesh continued. "She went straight from this office to Liverpool Street and her signing at Cambridge, only to find that someone from here had sent a fax cancelling it. Was it likely that she would go quietly home and do nothing? You all knew her. Wasn't it much more likely that she would come here and make another attempt to confront Mr. Etienne with her grievances, arriving at a time when she expected to find him alone, unprotected by his secretary? It seems to have been generally known that he worked late on Thursdays." DeWitt said, "But you must surely have checked, asked her where she was that evening. If you seriously suspect that Gerard was murdered, then Esme Carling had to be among the suspects." "We did check. She provided a very convincing alibi. A child who claimed to have spent the hours from 6:30 to midnight with her in her flat. Her name is Daisy, and she has now told us everything she knows. Mrs. Carling persuaded her to provide her alibi for that night, and admitted that she had been in Innocent House." Claudia said, "And now you're condescending to tell us. Well, that makes a change, Commander. It's time we were told something positive. Gerard was my brother. You've been suggesting from the first that his death wasn't an accident, and you seem no nearer to explaining how or why he died." DeWitt said quietly, "Don't be naive, Claudia. The Commander isn't confiding in us out of consideration for your sisterly feelings. He's telling us that the child, Daisy, has been questioned and has told everything she knows, so there's no point in anyone trying to trace her, suborn her, bribe her, or silence her in any way." The implication of his words was plain, and was so appalling that Kate half expected a chorus of outraged protestations. None came. Claudia flushed deeply, and looked as if she were about to remonstrate, then thought better of it. The rest of the partners froze into silence, apparently unwilling to meet each other's eyes. It was as if the remark had opened vistas of conjecture so unwelcome and horrifying that they were best left unexplored. Dauncey said, his voice a little too carefully controlled, "So you have one suspect who is known to have been here, and probably at the relevant time. If she had nothing to hide, why didn't she come forward?" DeWitt added, "And it's odd when you think of it that she's been so silent since. I don't suppose you were expecting a letter of condolence, Claudia, but I'd have expected some word, perhaps a fresh attempt to get us to accept the novel." Francis said, She probably thought it was tactful to wait a little. It would look pretty callous if she began badgering us so soon after Gerard's death. DeWitt added, "It would certainly have been the least propitious time to try to get us to change our mind." Claudia said sharply, "We wouldn't have changed our mind. Gerard was right. It's a bad book. It wouldn't have done our reputation any good, or hers either, for that matter." Francis said, "But we could have rejected it with more kindness, seen her, tried to explain to her." Claudia turned on her. "For God's sake, Francis, don't start reopening all that old argument. What good would it have done? Rejection is rejection. She would have resented the decision even if it had been broken to her over champagne and lobster thermidor at Claridge's." Dauncey seemed to have been pursuing his private line of thought. He said, "I don't see how Esme Carling could have had anything to do with Gerard's death, but I suppose it's possible she was responsible for putting the snake round his neck. That would seem rather more her style." Claudia said, "You mean she found the body and decided to add a personal comment, as it were?" Dauncey went on, "But then it's hardly likely, is it? Gerard must have been alive when she arrived here. Presumably he let her in." Claudia said, "Not necessarily. He could have left the front door open or ajar that night. It's unlike Gerard to be careless about security, but it's not impossible. She could somehow have gained access after he was dead." DeWitt said, "Even if she did, why should she go up to the little archives room?" They seemed for a moment to have forgotten the presence of Dalgliesh and Kate. Francis said, "To look for him." Dauncey said, "But wouldn't she be more likely to wait for him in his office? She would have known that he was somewhere in the building. His jacket was still slung over the back of his chair. Sooner or later he'd be back. And then there's the snake. Would she have known where to find it?" Having demolished his case, Dauncey sank again into silence. Claudia glanced from partner to partner, as if inviting silent assent to what she proposed to say. Then she looked full at Dalgliesh. "I can see that this new information that Esme Carling was in Innocent House on the night Gerard died does put her suicide in a different light. But however she died, the partners couldn't have been concerned. All of us can account for our movements." Kate thought, "She doesn't want to use the word alibi." Claudia went on, "I was with my fiancé. Francis and James were together. Gabriel was with Sidney Bartram." She turned to him, her voice suddenly hard. "Brave of you, Gabriel, to walk to the Sailor's Return alone so soon after your mugging." "I have walked alone in my capital city for over 60 years. One mugging isn't going to stop me. And it was convenient that you happened to be leaving just as Esme's taxi was arriving." DeWitt said quietly, "Fortuitous, Claudia, not convenient." But Claudia was looking at Dauncey as if he were a stranger. "And the pub may be able to confirm when you and Sidney arrived. But it is, of course, about the busiest on the river, and with the longest bar, as well as access from the river walk, and you arrived separately. I doubt whether they'll be able to be precise, even if anyone remembers 2 particular customers. You didn't draw attention to yourselves, I suppose." Dauncey said quietly, "That was not our intention in going there." "Why did you? I didn't know you used the Sailor's Return. I shouldn't have thought it was your choice of watering hole, altogether too raucous. And I hadn't realized that you and Sidney were drinking pals." It was, thought Kate, as if they were suddenly conducting a private war. She heard Francis' soft, anguished cry, "Oh, don't! Please don't!" DeWitt said, "Is your alibi any more reliable, Claudia?" She turned on him. "Or yours, come to that. Are you saying that Francis wouldn't lie for you?" "She might. I don't know. As it happens, she isn't required to. We were together from 7 o'clock. Claudia said, "Noticing nothing, seeing nothing, hearing nothing, totally occupied with each other." Before DeWitt could reply, she went on, "It's odd, isn't it, how momentous events begin with something quite small. If someone hadn't sent that fax cancelling Esme's signing, She might not have come back here that night, wouldn't have seen what she did, may not have died. Blackie could bear it no longer, their barely concealed antipathy, and now this horror. She leapt up and cried, "Stop it! Please stop it! And it isn't true. She killed herself. Mandy found her. Mandy saw. You know she killed herself. The facts has nothing to do with it." Claudia said sharply, "Of course she killed herself. Any other idea is wishful thinking on the part of the police. Why accept suicide when you can go for the more exciting option? And that fax may have been the last straw for Esme. Whoever sent it bears a heavy responsibility." She was gazing fixedly at Blackie, and the heads of the others turned as if Claudia had pulled on an invisible string. Claudia suddenly said, "It was you. I thought so. It was you, Blackie. You sent it." They watched appalled as Blackie's mouth slowly and silently opened. For what seemed minutes rather than seconds, she held her breath, and then she burst into uncontrollable sobbing. Claudia got up from her seat and took her by the shoulders. For a second it looked as if she were going to shake her. "And what about the rest of the mischief? What about the altered proofs, the stolen artwork? Was that you too?" No, I swear it. Just the facts, nothing else, only that one. She was so unkind about Mr. Peverell. She said terrible things. It isn't true he thought I was a nuisance. He cared about me. He relied on me. Oh, God, I wish I were dead like him." She stumbled to her feet, and still howling, blundered to the door, holding out a hand before her like a blind woman feeling for her way. Francis half rose, and DeWitt was already on his feet when Claudia grasped his arm. "For God's sake, leave her alone, James. We don't all welcome your shoulder to cry on. Some of us prefer to bear our own misery." James flushed and immediately sat down. Dalgliesh said, "I think we had better stop now. When Miss Blackett is calmer, Inspector Miskin will talk to her." DeWitt said, "Congratulations, Commander. It was clever of you to get us to do your job for you. It would have been kinder to have questioned Blackie in private, but that would have taken longer, wouldn't it, and might have been less successful." Dalgliesh said, "A woman has died, and it is my job to discover how and why. I'm afraid that kindness isn't my first priority." Francis said, almost in tears, looking across at DeWitt, "Poor Blackie. Oh, my God. Oh, poor Blackie. What are they going to do with her?" It was Claudia who replied, "Inspector Miskin will comfort her, and then Dalgliesh will grill her. Or, if she's lucky, the other way round. You needn't worry about Blackie. Sending that fax isn't a hanging matter. It isn't even an indictable offence." She turned violently and spoke to Dauncey. "Gabriel, I'm sorry. I'm so terribly sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me. My God, we've got to stand together." When he didn't reply, she said almost beseechingly, "You don't think it was murder, do you? Esme's death, I'm saying. You don't think someone killed her?" Dauncey said quietly, "You've heard the Commander read that message she wrote for us. Did that really sound to you like a suicide note?" Chapter 56. Mr. Winston Johnson was large, black, amiable, apparently unworried by the ambience of a police station, and philosophical about losing possible fares by the necessity to call in at Wapping. His voice was a deep, attractive bass, but its accent was pure Cockney. When Daniel apologized for the need to encroach on his working time, he said, "Don't reckon I've lost much. Picked up a fare wanting Canary Wharf on the way here. Couple of American tourists. Good tippers, too. That's why I'm a bit late." Daniel passed over a photograph of Esme Carling. "This is the fare we're interested in. Thursday night to Innocent Walk. Recognize her?" Mr. Johnson took the photograph in his left hand. "That's right. Hailed me at Hammersmith Bridge at about 6:30. Said she wanted to be at number 10 Innocent Walk by 7:30. No problem there. It wasn't going to take the best part of an hour, not unless the traffic was extra bad or we'd had a bomb alert, and your chaps had closed down one of the roads. We made good time. You mean you got there before 7:30? Would have done, but she tapped the glass when we got to the tower and said she didn't want to be early. Asked me to kill time. I asked her where she'd like to go, and she said, anywhere so long as we get to Innocent Walk at 7:30. So I took her as far as the Isle of Dogs and drove round a bit, then came back down to the highway. It put a few bob on the fare, but I reckon that wasn't her worry. £18 in all that cost her, and she gave me a tip. How did you approach Innocent Walk? Left off the highway down Garnet Street, then right off Wapping Wall. Did you see anyone in particular? Anyone in particular? There were one or two chaps around, but I can't say I noticed anyone particular. Watching the road, wasn't I? Did Mrs. Carling speak to you on the journey? Only what I told you, that she didn't want to get to Innocent Walk until 7:30. So would I drive around like? And you're sure she wanted number 10 Innocent Walk, not Innocent House? Number 10 is what she asked for, and number 10 is where I dropped her. By the iron gates at the end of Innocent Passage. Seemed to me she was anxious not to go further down Innocent Walk. She tapped on the window as soon as I turned into it and said that's as far as she wanted. Did you see whether the gate into Innocent Passage was open? It wasn't standing open. That's not to say it was locked. Daniel asked, knowing what the answer would be, but needing to get it on record. She didn't mention why she was going to Innocent Walk, whether she was meeting anyone, for example. Wasn't my business, was it, Gav? Maybe not, but fares do chat occasionally. Darn sight too much, some of them, but this one didn't. Just sat there clutching her bloody great shoulder bag. Another photograph was passed over. This shoulder bag? Could be, looks like it. Mind you, I couldn't swear to it. Did the bag look full, as if she was carrying something heavy or bulky? Can't help you there, mate. But I did notice that it was slung round her shoulder, and it was large. And you can swear that you drove this woman from Hammersmith to Innocent Walk on Thursday, and left her alive at the end of Innocent Passage at 7:30. Well, I certainly didn't leave her dead. Yes, I can swear to that, all right. Do you want me to make a statement? You've been very helpful, Mr. Johnson. Yes, we'd like a statement. We'll take it next door. Mr. Johnson went out, accompanied by the detective constable. Almost immediately the door opened and Sergeant Robbins put his head in. He made no attempt to disguise his excitement. Just checking on the river traffic, sir. We've just had a telephone call from the Port of London Authority. It's in reply to that ring I gave them about an hour ago. Their launch, Royal Nor, was passing Innocent House last night. Their chairman had a private dinner party on board. The meal was at 8, and 3 of his guests were anxious to see Innocent House, so they were out on deck. They reckon the time was about 20 to 8. They can swear, sir, that the body wasn't suspended then, and that they saw no one on the forecourt. And there's another thing, sir. They're adamant that the launch was to the left, not to the right of the steps. I mean to the left, looking from the river. Daniel said slowly, Bloody hell. So A.D.'s instinct was right. She was killed in the launch. The killer heard the Port of London Authority boat approaching and kept the body out of sight before he strung her up. But why that side of the railings? Why move the boat? In the hope that we wouldn't realize that that's where she was killed. The last thing he wants is to have seen of crime officers crawling over that launch. And there's another thing. He met her inside the wrought iron gates at the bottom of Innocent Passage. He had a key and was waiting for her, standing in the side doorway. It would be safer to keep to that end of the forecourt, as far as possible from Innocent House and number 12. Robbins had thought of an objection. Wasn't it risky moving the launch? Miss Peverell and Mr. DeWitt might have heard it from her flat. If they had, surely they'd have come down to investigate. They claim they couldn't even hear a taxi unless it was actually driven over the cobbles of Innocent Lane. It's something we can check, of course. If they did hear an engine, they probably thought it was any passing launch on the river. They had the curtains drawn, remember? Of course, there's always another possibility. What's that, sir? That it was they who moved the launch. Chapter 57. It was only just 5:30 on Saturday, normally a busy day, but the shop was locked, with the closed notice showing through the glass. Claudia rang the bell at the side, and within seconds Declan's figure appeared, and the door was unbolted. As soon as she was through, he gave a quick look down both sides of the street, then locked the door again behind her. She said, "Where's Mr. Simon?" "In hospital. That's where I've been. He's very ill. He thinks it's cancer." "What do they say, the people at the hospital?" "They're going to do some tests. I could see that they think it's serious. I made him call in Dr. Cohen, that's his GP, this morning, and he said, 'For God's sake, why didn't you see me earlier?' Simon knows he isn't going to come out of hospital. He told me. Look, come into the back room, won't you? It'll be more comfortable there." He neither kissed her nor touched her. She thought, "He's speaking to me as if I were a customer." Something had happened to him, something more than old Simon's illness. She had never seen him like this before. He seemed to be possessed by a mixture of excitement and terror. His eyes looked almost wild, and his skin glistened with sweat. She could smell him, an alien, feral smell. She followed him into the conservatory. All 3 bars of the wall-mounted electric fire were on, and the room was very warm. The familiar objects looked strange, diminished, the petty leavings of dead and unregarded lives. She didn't sit, but stood watching him. He seemed unable to keep still, pacing the few yards of free space like a caged animal. He was more formally dressed than usual, and the unfamiliar tie and jacket were at odds with his almost manic restlessness, the dishevelled hair. She wondered how long he had been drinking. There was a bottle of wine, 2/3 empty, and a single stained glass among the clutter on one of the tables. Suddenly he stopped the restless pacing and turned to her, and she saw in his eyes a look of mingled pleading, shame and fear. He said, "The police have been here. Look, Claudia, I had to tell them about Thursday, the night that Gerard died. I had to tell them that you left me at Tower Pier, that we weren't together all the time." She said, "Had to? What do you mean, had to?" "They forced it out of me." "What with? Thumbscrews and hot pincers? Did Dalgliesh twist your arms and slap your face? Did they take you to Notting Hill Nick and punch you up, cleverly leaving no bruises? We know how good they are at that. We watch the TV." "Dalgliesh wasn't here. It was that Jew boy and a sergeant. Claudia, you don't know what it was like. They think that novelist, Esme Carling, was murdered." "They can't know that." "I'm telling you, that's what they think. And they know I had a motive for Gerard's murder." "If it was murder?" "They knew that I needed cash, that you'd promised to get it for me. We could have moored the launch at Innocent House and done it together." "Only we didn't." "They don't believe that." "Did they say that directly? Any of it?" "No, but they didn't need to. I could see what they were thinking." She said patiently, "Look, if they seriously suspected you, they would have had to question you under caution at a police station and tape-record the interview. Is that what they did?" "Of course not." "They didn't invite you to go with them to the station? Tell you that you could call a lawyer?" "Nothing like that. They did say at the end that I must call in at Wapping and make a statement." "So what did they really do?" "Kept on about, was I really sure that we'd been together all the time, that you'd driven me back here from Innocent House, how much better it was to tell the truth. The inspector used the words accessory to murder. I'm sure he did." "Are you?" "I'm not." "Anyway, I told them." She said quietly, and through lips that no longer seemed her own, "You realize what you've done. If Esme Carling was murdered, then probably Gerard was too. And if he was, the same person was responsible for both deaths. It would be too much of a coincidence to have 2 murderers in one firm. All you've done is to get yourself suspected of 2 deaths, not 1. He was almost crying. "But we were together here when Esme died. You came here straight from work. I let you in. We were together the whole evening. We were making love. I told them that." "But Mr. Simon wasn't here when I arrived, was he? No one saw me but you. So what proof have we?" "But we were together. We've got an alibi. We both have an alibi." "But are the police going to believe it now?" You've admitted that you lied about the night of Gerard's death. Why shouldn't you be lying again about the night when Esme died? You were so anxious to save your own skin that you hadn't the sense to see that you were dropping yourself deeper in the shit. He turned from her and poured more wine into the glass. He held out the bottle and said, "Do you want some? I'll get a glass." "No, thank you." Again he turned away from her. "Look," he said, "I don't think we ought to see each other again. Not for quite a time, anyway. I mean, we oughtn't to be seen together until all this is cleared up." She said, "Something else has happened, hasn't it? It's not only the alibi." It was almost laughable how his face changed. The look of shame and fear gave way to a flush of excitement, a sly satisfaction. How like a child he is, she thought, and wondered what new toy had come within his grasp. But she knew that the contempt she felt was more for herself than for him. He said, willing her to understand, "There is something else. It's rather good, really. It's Simon. He's sent for his solicitor. He's going to make a will leaving me the whole of the business and the property. Well, there's no one else to leave it to, is there? He's got no relations. He knows he'll never get to the son now, so I might as well have it. He'd rather me than the government." "I see," she said. And she did see. She was no longer necessary. The money she had inherited from Gerard was no longer required. She said, keeping her voice calm, "If the police seriously suspect you, and I very much doubt whether they do, not seeing each other isn't going to make any difference. If anything, it will look more suspicious. That's exactly how two guilty people would behave. But you're right. We won't see each other again. Not ever, if I can help it. You don't need me, and I certainly don't need you. You have a certain farouche charm and a mild entertainment value, but you're hardly the world's greatest lover, are you?" She was surprised that she could walk to the door without faltering, but she had a little difficulty with the bolts. She found that he was close behind her. He said, his voice almost pleading, "But you can see how it looked. You asked me to go on the river with you. You said it was important." "It was important. I was going to speak to Gerard after the partners' meeting, remember. I thought I might have something good to tell you." "And then you asked me for an alibi. You asked me to say that we were together until 2 o'clock. You rang from the archives room as soon as you were alone with the body. You just had time. And it was the first thing you thought about. You told me what to say. You forced me to lie." "And you've told the police that, of course." "You could see how it looked to them, how it looked to anyone. You took the launch back on your own. You were alone at Innocent House with Gerard. You've inherited his flat, his shares, his life assurance money." She felt the strength of the door against her back. She turned to face him, and she saw the dawning of fear in his eyes as she spoke. "So aren't you afraid to be with me? Aren't you terrified to be here alone with me? I've already killed 2 people. Why should I worry about a 3rd? Perhaps I'm a homicidal maniac. You can't be sure, can you?" "God, Declan! Do you really believe I killed Gerard, a man worth 10 of you, just to buy this place and that pathetic collection of junk, which you acquire to try and convince yourself that your life has a meaning, that you're a man?" She couldn't remember opening the door, but she heard it close firmly behind her. The night seemed to her very cold, and she found that she was shivering violently. So it has ended, she thought. Ended in bitterness, acrimony, cheap sexual insult, humiliation. But then doesn't it always? She pushed her hands deep into her coat pockets, and hunching her shoulders into her collar, walked briskly to where she had parked the car. Book 5. Final Proof. Chapter 58. It was early Monday morning, and Daniel was working alone in the archives room. He wasn't sure what had brought him back to these close-packed, musty-smelling shelves, unless it was to perform a self-imposed penance. It seemed that he couldn't even for a moment put out of his mind his blunder over Esme Carling's alibi. It wasn't only Daisy Reed who had deceived him. Esme Carling had too, and he could have pressed more strongly. Daniel hadn't referred again to the mistake, but it wasn't one he was likely to forget. Daniel didn't know which was worse, A.D.'s forbearance or Kate's tact. He worked on, taking each pile of about 10 files into the little archives room. It was warm enough. He had been provided with a small electric fire. But the room wasn't comfortable. Without the fire, the cold struck with an immediate chill, which was almost unnatural. With it, the room soon became unpleasantly warm. He wasn't superstitious. He had no sense that the ghosts of the unquiet dead were the watchers of his solitary, methodical search. The room was bleak, soulless, commonplace, evoking only a vague unease, born paradoxically not of horror's contagion, but of its absence. He had taken out the next tranche of files on a top shelf, when he saw behind them a small parcel of brown paper, done up with old string. Taking it to the table, he struggled with the knots, and finally got it undone. It was an old leather-covered prayer book, measuring about 6 inches by 4, with the initials F.P. engraved in gold on the cover. The prayer book had obviously been well used. The initials were almost indecipherable. He opened it at the first brown, stiff page, and saw in crude writing the superscription, "Printed by John Basket, printers to the King's Most Excellent Majesty, and the assigns of Thomas Newcomb and Henry Hills, deceased, 1716. Cum privilegio." He turned the pages with some interest. There were thin red lines down each margin and the middle of the page. He knew little of the Anglican prayer book, but he turned the stiff brown pages with some interest, noting that there was a special form of prayer with thanksgiving to be used yearly upon the 5th of November, for the happy deliverance of King James I and Parliament from the most traitorous and bloody intended massacre by gunpowder. He doubted whether this was still part of the Anglican liturgy. It was then that the sheet of paper fell out of the back of the book. It was folded once, whiter than the pages of the prayer book, but as thick. There was no superscription. End of Side 12. Side 13. The message was written in black ink, the hand uncertain, but the words were as plain as the day they were penned. I, Francis Peverell, write this with my own hand on the 4th of September, 1850, at Innocent House, in my last agony. The disease that has laid its hold on me for the past 18 months will soon have finished its work, and by the grace of God I shall be free. My hand has written those words, by the grace of God, and I shall not delete them. I have neither strength nor time for rewriting, but the most that I can expect from God is the grace of extinction. I have no hope of heaven, and no fear of the pains of hell, having suffered my hell here on earth for the last 15 years. I have refused all palliatives for my present agony. I have not touched the laudanum of oblivion. Her death was more merciful than mine. This, my confession, can bring no relief to mind or body, since I have not sought absolution, nor confessed my sin to a living soul. Nor have I made restitution. What restitution can a man make for the murder of his wife? I write these words because justice to her memory demands that the truth be told. Yet I still cannot bring myself to make public confession, nor to lift from her memory the stain of suicide. I killed her because I needed her money to finish the work on Innocent House. I had spent what she brought me as a marriage portion, but there were funds tied up and denied to me that would come to me on her death. She loved me, but she would not pass them over. She saw my love of the house as an obsession and a sin. She thought that I cared more for Innocent House than for her or for our children. And she was right. The deed could not have been more easy. She was a reserved woman whose shyness and disinclination for company meant that she had no intimate acquaintances. All her family were dead. She was known by the servants to be unhappy, and in preparation for her death, I confided to certain of my colleagues and friends that I was worried about her health and spirits. On the 24th of September, on a calm autumnal night, I called her up to the 3rd floor, telling her I had something to show her. We were alone in the house, except for the servants. She came out to me where I stood on the balcony. She was a slight woman, and it was only a second's work to lift her bodily and cast her to her death. Then, without hurrying, I went swiftly downstairs to the library, and was there, sitting quietly reading, when they brought me the terrible news. I was never suspected. Why should I be? They would not suspect a respected man of murdering his wife. I have lived for Innocent House and killed for it, but since her death the house has given me no joy. I leave this confession to be handed in each generation to the eldest son. I implore all who read it to keep my secret. It will come first to my son, Francis Henry, and then in time to his son, and to all my descendants. I have nothing to hope for in this world or the next, and no message to give. I write because it is necessary before I die, that I tell the truth. At the bottom he had signed his name and the date. After reading the confession, Daniel sat still for a full 2 minutes, considering. He wondered why these words, speaking to him over a century and a half, should have affected him so powerfully. He felt that he had no right to read them, that the proper course was to replace the paper in the prayer book, rewrap the book, and place it back on the shelf. But he supposed that he ought at least to let Dalgliesh know what he had found. Was this confession the reason why Henry Peverell had been so unwilling to have the archives examined? He must have known of its existence. Was he shown it when he came of age, or had it been mislaid before then and become part of family folklore, whispered about but never actually acknowledged? Had Frances Peverell been shown it when she came of age, or had the words eldest son always been taken literally? But it surely had no relevance to Gerard Etienne's murder. This was a Peverell tragedy, a Peverell shame, as old as the paper on which it was confessed. He could understand that the family would want it kept secret. It would be disagreeable whenever the house was admired to have to confess that it had been built with money obtained by murder. After a little thought he replaced the paper, carefully reparcelled the prayer book, and left it on one side. There were footsteps, light but definite, approaching through the archives room. And now, for a second, remembering that murdered wife, he was touched with a slight shiver of superstitious awe. Then sense reasserted itself. These were the footsteps of a living woman, and he knew whose. Claudia Etienne stood in the doorway. She said without preamble, "Will you be long?" "Not very long. Perhaps an extra hour, maybe less." "I shall be leaving at 6:30. I'm turning off the lights except on the stairs. Will you turn those off when you leave and set the alarm?" "Of course." He opened the nearer file and appeared to be studying it. He didn't want to talk to her. It would be unwise now to be drawn into any conversation without the presence of a third party. She said, "I'm sorry I lied about my alibi for Gerard's death. It was partly fear, mostly the wish to avoid complications. But I didn't kill him. None of us did." He didn't reply, nor did he look at her. She said with a note of desperation, "How long is this going to go on? Can't you tell me? Haven't you any idea? The coroner hasn't even released my brother's body for cremation. Can't you understand what that's doing to me?" Then he looked up at her. If he had been capable of pity for her, seeing her face, he would have felt it then. "I'm sorry," he said. "I can't discuss it now." Without another word, she turned abruptly and left. He waited till the footsteps had faded, then went out and locked the door of the archives room. He should have remembered that Dalgliesh wanted it kept secure at all times. Chapter 59. At 6:25, Claudia locked away the files she had been working on, and went upstairs to wash and fetch her coat. The house was ablaze with light. Since Gerard's death, she had hated working alone in the darkness. Now chandeliers, wall sconces, the great globes at the foot of the stairs illumined the splendour of painted ceilings, the intricacies of carved wood, and the pillars of coloured marble. Inspector Aaron could turn the lights off on the way down. She wished she hadn't given way to the impulse to go to the little archives room. She had hoped that, seeing him alone, she might have extracted some information about the progress of the inquiry, some idea when it was likely to end. The thought had been folly, the result humiliation. She wasn't a person to him. He didn't see her as a human being, a woman who was alone, afraid, burdened with unexpected and onerous responsibilities. To him, to Dalgliesh, to Kate Miskin, she was only one, and perhaps the chief of their suspects. She wondered whether every murder investigation dehumanized all those caught up in it. Most of the staff parked their cars behind the locked gate in Innocent Passage. Claudia was the only one who used the garage. She was very fond of her Porsche 911. It was now 7 years old, but she wanted no replacement, and disliked leaving it ungaraged. She unlocked the door of number 10, moved across the passage, and opened the door into the garage. Putting up a hand to the light, she pressed it down. There was no response. Obviously the bulb had gone. And then, as she stood there irresolute, she was aware of the sound of gentle breathing, the knowledge, immediate and terrifying, that someone was standing there in the darkness. And at that moment the noose of leather came down over her head and tightened round her neck. She was jerked violently backwards and felt the crack of the concrete momentarily stunning her, and then its scrape against the back of her skull. It was a long strap. She tried to reach out to struggle with whoever was holding it, but there was no strength in her arms, and every time she tried to move, the noose tightened, and her mind swam through an agony of pain and terror into brief unconsciousness. She thrashed feebly on its end like a hooked and dying fish, her feet scrabbling ineffectively for a hold on the rough concrete. And then she heard his voice saying, "Lie still, Claudia. Lie still and listen. Nothing will happen while you lie still." She ceased her struggles, and at once the dreadful throttling eased. His voice was speaking quietly, persuasively. She heard what he said, and her numbed brain at last understood. He was telling her that she had to die, and why. She wanted to shout out that it was a terrible mistake, that it wasn't true, but her voice was throttled, and she knew that only by lying, totally motionless, could she stay alive. He was explaining now that it would look like suicide. The strap would be tied to the fixed wheel of the car. The engine would be left running. She would be dead by then, but it was necessary to him that the garage should be full of fatal gas. He explained this to her patiently, almost kindly, as if it were important to him that she should understand. He told her that she had no alibi for either of the murders now. The police would think she had killed herself from fear of arrest or remorse. And now he had finished. She thought, "I won't die. I won't let him kill me. I won't die. Not here, not like this, hauled about like an animal on this garage floor." She summoned up her will. She thought, "I must pretend to be dead, fainted, half dead. If I can get him off his guard, I can twist round and seize the strap. I can overpower him, if only I can get to my feet." She summoned up her strength for this last move. But he had been waiting for just this. He was ready. As soon as she moved, the noose was jerked taut again, and this time it did not slacken. He waited until at last the body's dreadful contortions were stilled, the last gurglings silenced. Then he let go of the strap and, bending, listened for the absent breath. He got up and, taking the bulb from his pocket, stretched up and replaced it in the socket in the low ceiling. Now, with the garage lit, he could see to take the keys from her pocket, unlock the car, and tie the end of the strap round the wheel. His gloved hands worked swiftly and without fumbling. Lastly, he turned on the engine. Her body lay sprawled as if she had flung herself from the open door of the car, knowing that either the noose or the fatal exhaust fumes would finish her off. And it was at that moment that he heard the footsteps coming down the passage towards the garage door. Chapter 60. It was 6:27. In Francis Peverell's flat, the phone rang. As soon as James spoke her name, she knew that something was wrong. She said at once, "James, what is it?" "Rupert Farlow is dead. He died in hospital an hour ago."
Oh, James, I'm so terribly sorry. Were you with him?
No, Ray was. He only wanted Ray.
It's so strange, Francis. When he was living here, the house was almost intolerable. Sometimes I dreaded coming home to the mess, the smells and the disruption. But now he's dead, I want it to look as it did then. I hate it. It's prissy, affected, boringly conventional. Just a show house for someone who's dead at heart. I want to smash it. She said, would it help if I came over?
Would you, Francis? She heard the note of relief in his voice with joy. You're sure it won't be any trouble?
Of course it won't be a trouble. I'll come at once. It's not 6:30 yet. Claudia may still be here. If she is, I'll get her to drop me at the bank and take the Central line. That'll be the quickest. If she has left, I'll call a cab.
She put down the receiver. She was sorry about Rupert, but she had only met him once, years before, when he had come to Innocent House. And surely for him this long-expected death, awaited in such uncomplaining agony, must have come as a release. But James had called for her, needed her, wanted her to be with him. She was possessed with joy. Grabbing her jacket and scarf from the hall peg, she almost flung herself down the stairs and ran into Innocent Lane. But the door to Innocent House was locked, and there was no light shining through the window of the reception room. Claudia had left. She ran into Innocent Walk, thinking that she might still catch her getting out the car, but could see that the garage door was closed. She was too late. She decided to call for a cab from the wall telephone in the passage at number 10. That would be quicker than going back to her own flat. It was as she came up to the garage doors that she heard unmistakably the sound of a running engine. This surprised and disconcerted her. Claudia's Porsche, her beloved 911, was too old to have a catalytic converter. Surely she realized that it was unsafe to run her engine in a closed garage. It was unlike Claudia to be careless. The door to number 10 was locked. That wasn't surprising. Claudia always came into the garage this way and locked the door behind her. But it was strange to find the light still on in the passage, and the side door to the garage ajar. Calling Claudia's name, she dashed to it and threw it open. The light was on, a harsh, cruel, shadowless light. She stood transfixed, every nerve and muscle paralyzed by a second of instantaneous revelation and horror. He was kneeling by the body, but now he got to his feet and came quietly across to her, blocking the door. She looked into his eyes. They were the same eyes, wise, a little tired, eyes that had seen too much and for far too long. She whispered, "Oh, no. Gabriel. Not you. Oh, no." She didn't scream. She was as incapable of screaming as she was of movement. When he spoke, it was in the same gentle, remembered voice. "I'm sorry, Francis. You do see, don't you, that I can't possibly let you go." And then she swayed and felt herself falling into the merciful dark. Chapter 61. In the little archives room, Daniel looked at his watch. 6 o'clock. He had been here for 2 hours. But the time hadn't been wasted. At least he had found something. The 2 hours of searching had been rewarded. It might not be relevant to the investigation, but it had some interest. When he showed the confession to the team, A.D. might feel that his hunch had been vindicated, even if less fruitfully than he had hoped, and call off the search. There was no reason why he shouldn't stop now. But success had revived his interest, and he was nearly at the end of a row. He might as well take down and examine the last 30 or so files along the top shelf. He preferred a job to have a defined and tidy ending, and it was still early. If he left, he would feel obliged to go back to Wapping. He didn't feel at the moment that he wanted to confront either Kate's understanding or her pity. He moved the stepladder further along the row. The file, bulky but not abnormally so, was lodged tightly between 2 others, and as he pulled at them it slipped from the shelf. A few papers, detached, fell over his head like heavy leaves. He carefully dismounted and gathered them up. The rest of the papers were tagged together, presumably in date order. two things struck him. The file cover was of heavy manila, and obviously very old, while some of the papers looked fresh and clean enough to have been filed within the last 5 years. The file was unnamed, but among the early papers he was scrabbling together, the word Jew caught his eye time and time again. He took it with him to the table in the little archives room. The papers were not numbered, and he could only assume that they were in the correct order, but one, undated, caught his eye. It was a proposal for a novel, inexpertly typed and unsigned. It was headed, Submission to the Partners of the Peverell Press. He read, "The background and the universal and unifying theme of this novel, provisionally to be called Original Sin, is the cooperation of the Vichy regime in France with the deportation of Jews from France between 1940 and 1944. During these 4 years, nearly 76,000 Jews were deported, the great majority to die in concentration camps in Poland and Germany. The book will tell the story of one family divided by war, in which a young Jewish mother and her 4-year-old twins are trapped in France by the invasion, are hidden by friends, and are provided with false papers, but are subsequently betrayed to be deported and murdered in Auschwitz. The novel will explore the effect of this betrayal, one small family among thousands of the victims, on the woman's husband, on the betrayed, and on the betrayers." Working through the papers, he could see no response to this proposal and no communication from the Peverell Press. The file contained what were obviously working and research papers. The novel had been well researched, extraordinarily well researched for a proposed work of fiction. The writer had either visited or written to a remarkable variety of international and national organizations over the years: the Archives Nationales in Paris and Toulouse, the Centre de Documentation Juive Contemporaine in Paris, Harvard University, the Public Record Office and the Royal Institute of International Affairs in London, and the West German Federal Archives in Koblenz. There were extracts, too, taken from the journals of the resistance movement: L'Humanité, Témoignages Chrétiens, and Le Franc-Tireur, and minutes from prefects in the unoccupied zone. He let them pass in front of his eyes: letters, reports, scraps of official documents, copies of minutes, eyewitness accounts. The record was both broad-based and in places peculiarly precise. The number of deportees, the times of the trains, the part played by the policy of Pierre Laval, even changes in the German power hierarchy in France during the spring and summer of 1942. It was quickly apparent that the researcher had taken care to ensure that nowhere should his name appear. Letters from him had his signature and address cut off or blacked out. Letters to him had the name and address of the sender, but all other identifying marks had been obliterated. There was no evidence that any of this particular research had been used, that the book had even been started, let alone finished. It increasingly became apparent that the researcher was particularly interested in one region and one year. The novel, if that was what it was becoming more focused. It was as if a cluster of searchlights had played over a wide terrain, highlighting an incident, an interesting configuration, a single figure, a moving train, but had now coordinated their beams to illumine a single year, 1942. It was a year in which the Germans had demanded a great increase in deportations from the unoccupied zone. The Jews, after being rounded up, had been taken either to the Veldiv or to Drancy, a huge apartment complex in a suburb northeast of Paris. It was this camp which served as the staging post to Auschwitz. There were 3 eyewitness reports in the file. One was from a French nurse who had worked with a pediatrician in Drancy for 14 months, until she could no longer stand the accumulated misery, and 2 from survivors, apparently in reply to a specific inquiry from the researcher. One woman wrote, "I was rounded up on 16th of August 1942 by the Garde Mobile. I was reassured because they were French and were very correct at the time I was arrested. I did not know then what would happen to me, but I remember that I did not feel that it would be too bad. I was told what possessions I could take with me, and medically examined before I was in transit. I was sent to Drancy, and it was there I met the young mother with the twins. Her name was Sophie. I cannot recall the names of the children. She had been first in Veldiv, but was later transferred to Drancy. I remember her and the children well, although we did not speak very often. She told me little about herself, except that she had been living under a false name near Aubière. All her concern was for her children. At the time we were in the same hut with 50 other inmates. We lived in great squalor. There was a shortage of beds and straw for mattresses. The only food was cabbage soup, and we were suffering from dysentery. Many people died in Drancy. I think over 400 in the first 10 months. I can remember the wails of the children and the groans of the dying. For me, Drancy was as bad as Auschwitz. I went merely from one room in hell to another. The second survivor from the same camp wrote of the same horrors, although more graphically, but had no memory of a young mother or her twins. Daniel was turning the papers as if in a trance. He knew now where the journey was leading him, and here at last was the proof. A letter written by a Marie-Louise Robert from Quebec. It was handwritten in French with a typed translation attached. My name is Marie-Louise Robert, and I am a Canadian citizen, the widow of Émile Edouard Robert, a French-Canadian. I met him and married him in Canada in 1958. He died 2 years ago. I was born in 1928, so was 14 in 1942. I lived with my widowed mother and grandfather on his small farm on the Puy-de-Dôme area of France, outside Aubière, which is just southeast of Clermont-Ferrand. Sophie and the twins came to us in April 1941. It is difficult now that I am old to remember how much I knew at the time and how much I learned afterwards. I was an inquisitive girl and resented being kept out of the adults' concerns and treated as if I were a child, too immature to be trusted. I was not told at the time that Sophie and the children were Jews, but I learned that later. There were many people and organizations in France at that time which helped Jews at great risk to themselves, and Sophie and the twins were sent to my parents by a Christian organization of this kind. I never knew its name. At the time I was told she was just a friend of the family, who had come to us to be safe from bombing. My uncle Pascal worked for Monsieur Jean-Philippe Etienne at his publishing and printing firm in Clermont-Ferrand. I think I did know at the time that Pascal was part of the resistance, but I'm not sure that I knew that Monsieur Etienne was head of the organization. It was in July 1942 that the police came to take Sophie and the twins away. As soon as they arrived, my mother told me to get out of the house and stay in the barn till she called me. I went to the barn, but I crept back and listened. I could hear screaming and the children crying. Then I heard a car and a van being driven away. When I went back into the house, my mother was crying too, but wouldn't tell me what had happened. That night, Pascal came to the house, and I crept down the stairs to listen. My mother was angry with him, but he said he hadn't betrayed Sophie or the twins, that he wouldn't have put my mother and grandfather in danger, that it must have been Monsieur Etienne. I forgot to say that it was Pascal who forged the false papers for Sophie and the twins. That was his job in the resistance, although I'm not sure whether I knew this at the time. He told my mother to do nothing, to say nothing. There were reasons for these things. However, my mother did go to see Monsieur Etienne the next day, and when she came back she spoke to my grandfather. I don't think that they cared then whether I heard or not. I was sitting quietly reading in the room when they spoke. She said to my grandfather that Monsieur Etienne had admitted that he had betrayed Sophie to the authorities, but that it had been necessary. It was because he was trusted, and his friendship valued, that she would not be punished for harboring Jews. It was thanks to his relationship with the Germans that Pascal had not been deported as slave labor. He had asked my mother what was more important to her, the honor of France, the safety of her family, or 3 Jews. Afterwards, no one ever spoke about Sophie and the twins. It was as if they hadn't existed. If I asked after them, my mother would just say, "It is finished. It is over." The money from the organization kept coming, although it was not very much, and my grandfather said that we should keep it. We were very poor at the time. I think someone did write to inquire about Sophie 18 months after she and the children were taken away, but my mother wrote back that the authorities were becoming suspicious, and that Sophie had left and gone to friends at Lyon, and she didn't know the address. Then the money stopped. I am the only member of my family left. My grandfather died in 1946, and my mother of cancer a year later. Pascal was killed on his motorcycle in 1954. After my marriage, I never went back to Haute-Pierre. There is nothing else I can remember about Sophie and the children, except that I missed the children very much when they were gone. That paper was dated the 18th of June, 1989. Dauncey had taken over 40 years of his part-time searching to find Marie-Louise Robert and his final proof. But he had gone even further. The last paper on the file, dated the 20th of July, 1990, was in German, again with a translation attached. He had tracked down one of the German officers at Clermont-Ferrand. In bald sentences and official language, an old man, retired and living in Bavaria, had for a few minutes relived one small incident of a half-remembered past. The truth of the betrayal was confirmed. There was one final piece of evidence on the file, and it was in an envelope. Daniel opened it and found a photograph, black and white, over 50 years old and fading, but still clear. It had obviously been taken by an amateur, and it showed a smiling, dark-haired girl, gentle-eyed, with an arm round each of her children. The children, unsmiling, leaned against their mother, and gazed huge-eyed at the camera, as if knowing the importance of this moment, that the click of the shutter would fix forever their frail mortality. He turned it over and read, Sophie Dauncey, 1920 to 1942. Martin and Ruth Dauncey, 1938 to 1942. He closed the file and sat for a moment so still that he might have been a statue. Then he got up and, moving into the archives room, began pacing between the racks, stopping occasionally to thump his palm against the metal struts. He was possessed by an emotion which he recognized as anger, but which was like no anger he had ever felt before. He heard a strange inhuman noise, and knew that he was groaning aloud with the pain and horror of it. He had no thought of destroying the evidence. That he couldn't do, and didn't for one moment consider. But he could warn Dauncey, let him know that they were already close, and that at last they had the missing motive. He was for a moment surprised that Dauncey hadn't retrieved and shredded the papers. They weren't needed anymore. No court of law would see them. They hadn't been collected with such patience, such thoroughness over half a century to be presented to a court of law. Dauncey had been judge and jury, prosecutor and plaintiff. Perhaps he would have destroyed them if the room hadn't been locked, if Dalgliesh hadn't reasoned that the motive for this crime lay in the past, and that the missing evidence could be evidence in writing. Suddenly the telephone rang, harsh and insistent as an alarm. He stopped his pacing and stood frozen, as if to answer it could shatter his intense preoccupation with the clamorous irrelevancies of the outside world. But it continued to ring. He went to the wall telephone and heard Kate's voice. "You were a long time answering." "I'm sorry. I was pulling out files." "Are you all right, Daniel?" "Yes. Yes, I'm all right." She said, "We've heard from the lab. The fibers match. Carling was killed in the launch, but there are no fibers on any of the suspects' clothing. I suppose that was too much to hope. So we're a little further on, but not much. A.D. is thinking of questioning Dauncey tomorrow, tape-recorded and under caution. We shan't get anywhere, but I suppose we have to try. He's not going to crack. None of them will. He heard for the first time in her voice the faint, questioning note of despair. She said, "Have you found anything interesting?" "No," he said. "Nothing interesting. I'm leaving now. I'm going home." Chapter 62. He put the photograph back in the envelope, and the envelope in his pocket. Then he replaced all the files on the top shelf, the manila folder among them. He put out the lights and unlocked and relocked the door. Claudia Etienne had left all the lights on the stairs shining for him, and as he descended he turned them off one by one. He turned on the lights on the ground floor to see his way. Each action was deliberate, portentous, as if each had a unique value. He took a final look at the great domed ceiling, plunged the hall into darkness, set the alarms, and finally turned out the light in the reception room, and left Innocent House, locking the door behind him. He wondered if he would ever enter it again, and smiled ironically at the thought that he, resolved on the unforgivable perfidy, the great iconoclasm, could still be meticulous about the things which didn't matter. There was no sign of life from the small side windows of number 12. He rang Dauncey's bell, looking up at the darkened windows. There was no reply. Perhaps he was with Francis Peverell. He hurried down the lane into Innocent Walk, and it was then that, glancing to the left, he saw Dauncey's cream Rover, just moving off from in front of the garage. Instinctively he ran a few steps toward it, but realized that there was no point in calling after it. Dauncey wouldn't hear above the sound of the engine and the rumble of wheels on the cobbles. He dashed to where his Golf GTI was parked in Innocent Lane and set off in pursuit. He had to see Dauncey tonight. Tomorrow might be too late. Dauncey had only half a minute's start, but that could be crucial if he had a clear turn at the top of Garnet Road and into the highway. But he was lucky. He was in time to see the car turn right, heading east towards the Essex suburbs, not towards central London. For the next 5 miles he was able to keep the Rover within sight. The homeward-bound build-up of traffic was still heavy, a glittering, slow-moving mass of metal, and even by skilful weaving and driving which was more selfish than orthodox, he was making slow progress. From time to time he lost Dauncey, only to find, when the traffic slightly cleared, that he was still on the same road. And Daniel guessed now where he was heading. He grew more certain with every mile, and when at last they approached the A12, he no longer had any doubt. But at every light, every pause, every stretch of clear road, his mind focused on the 2 murders which had led him to this chase, to this resolve. He saw the whole plan now in its brilliance, its initial simplicity. Etienne's murder had been planned to look like an accident, had been devised in all its details over weeks, probably months, the ideal moment patiently awaited. The police had always known that Dauncey was the obvious suspect. No one could more easily work undisturbed in the little archives room. He had probably locked the door while he dismantled the fire, dislodged the rubble from the chimney lining, replaced the fire with its flue effectively blocked. The window cord had been deliberately weakened over weeks. And he had chosen the obvious night for the murder, a Thursday when Etienne was known to work late and alone. He had timed it for 7:30, just before he left for the Connaught Arms. Had that engagement been fortuitous, arising by luck on the night he had chosen, or had he chosen that particular night because of the poetry reading? It would have been easy enough to concoct some other appointment, but it had always seemed strange that he bothered with the poetry reading. No other well-known poet had been present, and the event was hardly of major literary importance. He would have waited his moment to slip into Innocent House unobserved, once everyone but Etienne had left, would have crept up quietly to the little archives room. But even if Etienne had come out of his office unexpectedly and seen him, he would have made no comment. Why should he? Dauncey had a key to the building. He was a partner. He could come and go as he chose. Etienne would have assumed he was going upstairs to fetch a necessary paper or papers from his third-floor office before leaving for the Connaught Arms. And then what? The final preparations would have been made about an hour earlier. Daniel could picture every action and the sequence of every action. Dauncey had carried the table and the chair and placed them in the space outside the door. It was important that Etienne should have no way of reaching the window. The room was cleaned. There must be no dust or dirt in which Etienne could smear his killer's name. His diary with the pencil attached had already been stolen, in case Etienne brought it up in his jacket or trouser pocket. Next, Dauncey lit the gas fire and turned it full on before removing the tap, so that the fumes would begin to build up before his victim arrived. Lastly, the tape recorder was placed on the floor and plugged in. Dauncey had wanted Etienne to know that he was about to die, that there was no chance of escape, that in this isolated and empty building no one would hear the shouting and banging on the door, exertion which would only make his end more speedy, that his death was as inevitable as if he had been thrust into the gas chamber at Auschwitz. Above all, he had needed Etienne to know why it was that he had to die. So the scene was set for murder. Then, just before 7:30, Dauncey had rung Etienne's office from the telephone by the door of the little archives room. What would he have said? "Come up at once, I've found something here, it's important." Etienne would of course have come. Why not? Mounting the stairs, he might have wondered whether Dauncey had discovered a clue to the identity of the practical joker. It hardly mattered what he thought. The call was from a man he trusted and had no reason to fear. The voice would have been urgent, the message intriguing. Of course he would have gone up. The killing ground had been prepared, cleaned, and empty. And what then? Dauncey would have been waiting by the door. There would have been no more than a quick exchange of words. "What is it, Dauncey?" Had his voice been impatient, a little arrogant? "It's here in the little archives room. See for yourself. There's a message on that tape recorder. Listen to it and you'll understand." And Etienne, puzzled but unsuspecting, had walked into the room, and to his death. The door was quickly closed, the key turned and removed. Hissing Sid had already been hidden among the files in the archives room. Dauncey laid the snake along the bottom of the door, ensuring that even this small amount of ventilation was blocked. There was nothing more to do at present. He could leave for his poetry reading. He had planned to be back from the Connaught Arms by about 10 to do what he had to do. And he could take his time. The door would have to be opened for some minutes to disperse the fumes. Then he would replace the tap on the gas fire and restore the room to its previous appearance. The tables and chairs would be carried back, the filing trays arranged as they were on the table. Wasn't there something else he must have thought of? It would be sensible to add another file to the existing pile, papers which Etienne might reasonably have discovered, searched for, been interested in, a file which could have brought him up to the little archives room, an old contract, something relating perhaps to Esme Carling. Dauncey could have extracted it earlier and kept it hidden, misfiled among other papers ready for use. He would then have left, making sure that the door key was on the inside of the lock, taking the snake with him. He could have worked without hurry, probably moving through Innocent House by torchlight, but knowing that he could safely put on the light once he was in the little archives room. He would have gone down to Etienne's office and brought up his jacket and keys, hanging the jacket on the back of the chair, placing the keys on the top of the table. Of course he couldn't have replaced the dust on the mantel-shelf above the fire and on the floor, but would anyone really have noticed the exceptional cleanliness of the room if the death had from the start looked accidental? And the scene would have spoken for itself. Here was Etienne studying a file which obviously interested him. He must have been prepared to work there for some time, since he had come up with his jacket and his keys and had lit the fire. He had closed the window, snapping the cord as he did so. The body would probably have been found either slumped over the table or on its face, as if crawling towards the fire. The only puzzle would have been why he hadn't realized what was happening to him and at once opened the door. But one of the earliest symptoms of carbon monoxide poisoning was disorientation. There would have been no broken rigor of the jaw, no need to stuff the snake head into the mouth. It would have been an almost perfect example of accidental death. But for Dauncey it had gone dreadfully wrong. The mugging, the hours wasted in hospital, the late return had upset all his plans. Now, home at last and with Francis waiting, he had very little time and must act with extraordinary speed, and when he was physically at his weakest. But his mind was still functioning. He turned on the bath tap very slowly, so that the bath would be about filled by the time he returned. He had probably thrown off his clothes and worn only his dressing gown. There would be an advantage in entering the little archives room naked. But he had to go back, and go back that night. After the accident, it would be highly suspicious if he were first in Innocent House the next morning. Most vital of all, he needed to retrieve that tape, that damning tape with its confession of murder. Etienne had listened to the tape. Dauncey at least had had that satisfaction. His victim had known that he was doomed, but he had, brilliantly, hit on his own small revenge. Determined that the evidence should be found, he had placed the tape in his mouth. And then, disorientated, he had obviously had some idea of trying to put out the fire by smothering it with his shirt, and had been crawling across the floor when unconsciousness supervened. How long had it taken Dauncey to find the tape? Obviously not very long. But he had had to break the rigour of the jaw to get it, and he knew now that there was no longer any hope that this death could be passed off as accidental. Was that why he had later cooperated so fully with the police, had drawn attention to the missing tape recorder, even to the cleanliness of the room? They were facts which the police would find out from other people. It was prudent to get in first, and there had been no time to do more than hurriedly replace the table and chair. He hadn't even noticed that the table had been replaced with the other side next to the wall, so that the position of the files was altered, or that there was a small mark on the wall which showed that it had been moved. And there was no time now to find Etienne's jacket and keys. But what to do about the forcing open of the mouth? Hissing Sid, the snake, must have been an inspiration. There it was, ready to hand. He need waste no time fetching it. All he had to do was wind it round Etienne's neck and stuff its head into his mouth. He had embarked on the series of malicious pranks to confuse the investigation if Etienne's death wasn't accepted as suicide. He couldn't have guessed how vital that ploy was to prove. But leaving, he had noticed Esme Carling's blue-bound manuscript on the low table in the reception room, and seen her message pinned to the wall. It must have been a moment of panic, but it would quickly have subsided. Esme Carling had almost certainly left Innocent House before he called Etienne upstairs. Perhaps he had paused for a moment, wondering whether to check, and then decided that this was pointless. Obviously she had gone, leaving the manuscript and the message as a public proclamation of our outrage. Side 14, Chapter 63. Frances slipped in and out of full consciousness, waking to a half-fuddled comprehension, then sinking back as her mind briefly touched reality, rejected its horror, and took refuge again in oblivion. When she became fully conscious, she lay for a few minutes, totally still, hardly breathing, assessing her situation in small mental steps, as if this gradual acceptance could make reality more bearable. She was alive. She was lying on her left side on the floor of a car, covered by a rug. Her ankles were bound, and her hands tied behind her back. She was gagged with something soft. She thought it must be her silk scarf. The car's progress was uneven, and once it stopped, and she felt the gentle jar as the brakes were applied. They must be halted at a traffic light. That meant they were travelling in traffic. She wondered if she could manage to dislodge the blanket by wriggling, but with her hands and feet tied, found that it was too firmly tucked round her. But at least she could vigorously move her body. If they were in traffic, it was possible that a passing motorist might look through the window and see the heaving blanket, and wonder. Hardly had the thought come to her than the car started again, and moved smoothly on. She was alive. She must hang on to that. Gabriel might intend to kill her, but he could easily have done so while she lay unconscious in the garage. Why hadn't he? It couldn't be that he wanted to show her mercy. What mercy had he shown to Gerard, to Esme Carling, to Claudia? She was in the hands of a murderer. The word, thudding into her mind, woke the terror which had been lying dormant ever since she had regained consciousness. It swept over her, primitive, uncontrollable, a humiliating wave, annihilating thought and will. She knew now why he hadn't killed her in the garage. Claudia's murder, like the other two, was to look like accidental death or suicide. He couldn't leave two bodies on the garage floor. He had to get rid of her, but it must be in a different way. What had he in mind? Her complete disappearance? A killing which Dalgliesh would have no hope of solving, since there would be no body? She remembered reading somewhere that it wasn't necessary to produce a body to prove murder, but Gabriel might not realize that. He was mad. He had to be mad. Even now he might be planning, thinking, wondering how best to dispose of her. Whether to drive to the edge of a cliff and tumble her into the sea, to bury her in some ditch, still bound, to tip her into an old mine shaft where she would die of thirst and hunger, alone, never to be found. Image succeeded image, each more horrifying than the last. The terrifying fall through the dark air into the crashing waves, the suffocating wet leaves and earth stamped down into her eyes and mouth, the vertical tunnel of the mine shaft, where she would slowly starve to death in claustrophobic agony. The car was riding more smoothly now. They must have thrown off the last tentacles of London and be in open country. By an effort of will she calmed herself. She was alive. She must hold on to that. There was still hope, and if in the end she had to die, she would try to die bravely. Gerard and Claudia, both agnostics, would have died with courage, even if they hadn't been allowed to die with dignity. What was her religion worth if it couldn't help her to do the same? She said an act of contrition, then prayed for the souls of Gerard and Claudia, and, last of all, prayed for herself and for her own safety. The well-worn, comforting words brought their assurance that she was not alone. Then she tried to plan. Not knowing what he had in mind for her, it was difficult to decide on alternative courses of action. But one fact was certain. She couldn't believe he was strong enough to carry her body unaided. That meant he would at least have to free her ankles. She was younger, stronger than he, and could easily outdistance him. If she had the chance, she would run for her life. But whatever happened, at the end, she wouldn't plead for mercy. In the meantime, she must try to prevent her limbs from becoming too stiff. Her hands, wrenched behind her back, were tied with something soft, perhaps his tie or socks. He would not, after all, have come prepared for more than one victim. But he had done the job efficiently. She could not wriggle free. Her ankles were as strongly, if more comfortably, tied. But even bound, she could tense and relax the muscles of her legs, and to make even this small preparation for escape gave her strength and courage. She told herself, too, that she mustn't lose hope of rescue. How long would James wait before he discovered she was missing? He would probably take no action for an hour, imagining that she was held up in the traffic or the underground. But then he would ring number 12, and getting no answer would try Claudia's Barbican flat. Even then he might not be seriously worried. But surely he wouldn't wait more than an hour and a half. Perhaps he would take a taxi to number 12. Perhaps, if she were lucky, even hear the sound of the running engine in the garage. Once Claudia's body was found and Dauncey's absence known, all police forces would be alerted to intercept the car. She must hang on to that hope. And still he drove. Unable to see her watch, she could only guess at the time, and had no idea of the direction in which they travelled. She didn't waste energy wondering why Gabriel had killed. That was fruitless. Only he could tell her that, and perhaps at the end he would. Instead, she thought about her own life. What had it been but a series of compromises? What had she given her father but a timid acquiescence, which had only reinforced his insensitivity and contempt? Why had she come so meekly into the firm at his bidding, to be trained to take over contracts and rights? She could do the work well enough. She was conscientious and methodical, punctilious about detail. But it wasn't what she had wanted to do with her life. And Gerard? In her heart she had known his sexual exploitation for what it was. He had treated her with contempt because she had made herself contemptible. Who was she? What was she? Frances Peverell, meek, obliging, gentle, uncomplaining, the appendage of her father, her lover, the firm. Now, when her life might be nearing its end, she could at least say, I am Frances Peverell. I am myself. If she lived to marry James, she could at least be offering an equal partnership. She had found the courage to face death, but that, after all, was not so difficult. Thousands, including children, did it every day. It was time she found an equal courage to face life. And now she felt curiously at peace. From time to time she said a prayer, mentally spoke the lines of a favourite poem, looked back on moments of joy. She even tried to doze, and might have succeeded if the car hadn't suddenly jolted her mind awake. Gabriel must be driving over rough country. The Rover lurched, rolled, struck potholes, bounded from side to side, and she rolled with it. And then there was another stretch, but less uneven. Probably, she thought, a country track. And then the car stopped, and she heard him open his door. Chapter 64. In Hillgate village, James glanced at the carriage clock on the mantelpiece. It was 7:42, just over an hour since he had rung Francis. She should have arrived by now. He did again the quick calculation he had been making during the last 60 minutes. There were 10 stations between the bank and Notting Hill Gate. Allow 2 minutes per station, say 20 minutes for the journey, and 15 to get to the bank. But perhaps she had missed Claudia and had had to ring for a taxi. Even so, the journey shouldn't have taken 60 minutes, not even in the rush hour and in central London. Not unless there had been an unusual hold-up, roads closed, or a terrorist alert. He rang Francis' flat again. As expected, there was no reply. Then once more he tried Claudia's number, again unsuccessfully. That didn't surprise him. She might have driven straight on to see Declan Cartwright, or had a theatre or a dinner engagement. There was no reason why Claudia should be at home. He switched on the radio to the local London station. Another 10 minutes passed before there was a news flash. Travellers were warned of a hold-up on the Central line. No reason was given, which usually meant an IRA alert, but 4 stations between Holborn and Marble Arch were closed. So that was the explanation. It could be another hour before Francis arrived. There was nothing to do but wait in patience. He paced the sitting room. Francis was slightly claustrophobic. He knew how much she hated using the Greenwich Foot Tunnel. She disliked travelling by underground. She wouldn't be trapped there now if she hadn't wanted to hurry to his side. He hoped that the lights were on in the train, that she wasn't sitting there unfriended in total darkness. And suddenly he had an extraordinarily vivid and disturbing image of Francis, abandoned, dying in a dark enclosing tunnel somewhere far from him, unreachable and alone. He thrust it out of his mind as morbid imagining, and looked at the clock again. He would wait half an hour and try to get through to London Transport, and find out if the line was open, how long the delay was likely to be. He went over to the window, and moving behind the curtains, stared down on the lighted street, willing her to appear. Chapter 65. And now at last Daniel was on the A12 and the road was clearer. He kept within the speed limit. It would be disastrous if he were caught by a police patrol. But Dauncey would be equally careful not to attract attention, not to be held up. To that extent they were driving on equal terms, but he had the faster car. He planned how best to get ahead once his quarry was in sight. In normal circumstances, Dauncey would almost certainly know the car, would probably recognize him even at a glance, but it was unlikely that he knew he was being followed. He wouldn't be watching for a pursuer. The best plan would be to wait until the road was busy, then take his chance to overtake in a stream of traffic. And now, for the first time, he remembered Claudia Etienne. It horrified him that the possibility of her danger hadn't occurred to him in his concern to get to Dauncey and warn him. But she would be all right. He had last seen her when she proposed to go home, and she must be safe now. Dauncey was ahead of him in his Rover. The only risk was that she had decided to visit her father, and might even now be on her way to Athoner House. But there was one more reason for getting there first. There was no point in trying to stop Dauncey, to overtake him, wave him down. Dauncey wouldn't stop unless forced to. Daniel needed to speak to him, to warn him, but in calmness, not by ramming his car. The last scene of this tragedy was to be played out in peace. And then at last he caught sight of the Rover. They were now nearing the Chelmsford bypass, and the traffic was building up. He waited his moment, and then joined the stream of cars in the overtaking lane and shot past. Esme Carling must have had a few very bad days after the news of the discovery of the body. She would have expected the police to arrive with questions about the notice pinned to the board, the discarded manuscript. But he and Robbins had come with their harmless questions about an alibi, and the alibi had been provided. She had kept her nerve admirably. He had to give her that. Never once had he suspected that there was more to learn. And after that, what thoughts had gone through her mind? Had Dauncey telephoned her first, or had she got in touch with him? Almost certainly the latter. Dauncey would have had no need to kill her if she hadn't told him that she'd actually seen him walking downstairs carrying the vacuum cleaner. He, too, must have had some very bad moments. He, too, had kept his nerve. Esme Carling had said nothing, and he must have thought he was safe. And then would have come the telephone call, the suggestion that they should meet, the implied threat that unless her book was published, she would go to the police. The threat was, of course, baseless. She couldn't go to the police without revealing that she, too, had been in Innocent House that night. She had as strong a motive for getting rid of Etienne as anyone. But she was a woman whose mind, ingenious, scheming, devious, a little obsessional, had its limitations. She was not clear-thinking, nor was she highly intelligent. How exactly, he wondered, had Dauncey enticed her to that meeting? Did he say that he knew or suspected who had killed Etienne, and that together they could arrive at the truth and enjoy a joint triumph? Had they reached at least a provisional understanding that she would remain silent, and he would return the manuscript and the paper, and ensure that her book was published? She had told Daisy Reed that Peverell Press would have to publish. Who else but one of the partners could have given her that assurance? Had he presented himself in that brief conversation as her defender and saviour, or as a fellow conspirator? They would now never know unless Dauncey chose to tell them. One thing was certain. Esme Carling had gone to that interview without fear. She hadn't known who the murderer had been, but she was confident she knew who it couldn't have been. She had been the visitor in Etienne's office when the call came through, and at first had waited for him to return. Then, growing impatient, she had gone up to the little archives room, glimpsing Dauncey carrying down the vacuum cleaner as she was about to leave Miss Blackett's office. Outside the door she had seen the snake and heard the voice. Someone inside the room was speaking. The door was not substantial, and she probably realized that it wasn't Etienne's voice. When the body was discovered, she could be certain that Dauncey at least was innocent. She had seen him herself walking down the stairs while Etienne was still alive, and in the little archives room talking with his killer. How had he managed that alibi for Esme Carling's murder? But of course, he and Bartram had been the only two left alone with her body before the police arrived. Wasn't it Dauncey who had suggested that the women should be taken indoors, that he and Bartram would wait by the body? He must have arranged his alibi then. But it was surprising that Bartram had agreed. Had Dauncey promised to support him in keeping his job, to get him promotion? Or was there an existing obligation to be repaid? Whatever the reason, the alibi had been given, and the pub at which they had met half an hour later than they claimed had been well chosen. No one at the sailor's return had been able to say precisely when two particular customers had entered that large, raucous and overcrowded tavern. The murder itself would have presented few problems. The only moment of danger, the moving of the launch. But that, of course, would have been necessary. He needed the launch. Only in the safety of its cabin could he kill, unseen both from the land and the river. Esme Carling had been a thin woman and not heavy, but Dauncey was 76, and it would have been easier to string her up from the launch than to manoeuvre her body, dead or alive, down the slippery tide-washed steps. And moving the launch would be safe enough if he kept the engine low. The only person living close was Frances, and Dauncey knew from experience how little could be heard from her sitting-room with the curtains drawn. And even if she had heard the noise of an engine, would she really have taken the trouble to investigate? This, after all, was a common sound of the river. But after the murder, the launch had to be moved back. He couldn't be certain that there wouldn't be a trace of her, however small, in the cabin, particularly if there was a struggle. It was important that no one should associate the launch with her death. She had come to this last fatal appointment by taxi. That must have been Dauncey's suggestion, and his suggestion, too, that she should be put down at the end of Innocent Passage. He would be waiting there in the shadows, standing in the doorway. What had he told her? That they could speak in greater privacy if they went on the river? He would have placed the manuscript and her message to the partners, ready in the cabin. What else would have been there? A rope for the strangling, a scarf, a belt. But he must have hoped that she would be carrying her usual shoulder bag with a strong strap. He must have seen her with it often enough. And now, with his eyes fixed on the road ahead, his hands lightly on the wheel, Daniel pictured the scene in that narrow cabin. How long would they have talked? Perhaps not at all. She must already have told Dauncey on the telephone that she had seen him at Innocent House, coming down the stairs, carrying the vacuum cleaner. That in itself was damning. There was nothing else he needed to know from her. It would have been easiest and safest to waste no time. Daniel could see Dauncey standing a little aside, politely waiting for her to enter the cabin first, the strap of her bag over her shoulder, then the quick flick upwards of the strap, the falling and thrashing on the cabin floor, the old hands ineffectively clutching at the leather noose as with both hands he tugged it tight. There must have been at least a second of horrified realization before merciful unconsciousness blacked out her mind forever. And this was the man he was driving to warn, not because there could now be any escape for him, but because even the horror of Esme Carling's death seemed only one small and inevitable part of a greater and more universal tragedy. All her life she had fabricated mysteries, exploited coincidence, arranged facts to conform to theory, manipulated her characters, relished the self-importance of vicarious power. It was her tragedy that in the end she had confused fiction with real life. It was after he had left Malden and turned south by the B1018 that Daniel got lost. He had earlier stopped the car in a lay-by for a minute to consult the map, resenting every second of lost time. The shorter route to Bradwell-on-Sea was by a left-hand turn off the B1018 and through the villages of Steeple and St. Lawrence. He folded the map away and drove on through the dark, desolate landscape. But the road, wider than he had expected, stretched on with two left-hand turns which he hadn't remembered from the map, and with no sign of the first village. Some instinct which he had never been able to explain told him that he was driving south, not east. He stopped at a crossroad to consult a signpost, and by the lights of the car saw the name Southminster. Somehow he had got himself onto the more southerly and longer road. The darkness was intense and thick as a fog. And then the clouds moved from the moon, and he saw a roadside pub, closed and derelict, two brick-built cottages with dim lights behind their curtains, and a single wind-distorted tree with a fragment of a white notice nailed to the bark, fluttering like a pinioned bird. On either side of the road the desolate country lay wind-scoured and eerie in the moon's cold light. He drove on. The road with its twists and turns seemed endless. The wind was strengthening now, gently buffeting the car. And here at last was the right-hand turn to Bradwell-on-Sea, and he saw that he was passing through the outskirts of the village to the squat tower of the church and the lights of the pub. He turned once again towards the marshlands and the sea. There was no sign of Dauncey's car, and he couldn't tell which of them would reach Athona House first. He only knew that for both of them this would be the journey's end. Chapter 66. He opened the rear door. After the enclosing darkness, the smell of petrol, of the rug, of her own fear, the fresh moonlit air touched her face like a blessing. She could hear nothing but the sighing of the wind, see nothing but his dark form leaning over her. His hands stretched towards her, and he fumbled the gag. She felt the brush of his fingers momentarily against her cheek. Then he bent and untied her ankles. The knots were not difficult. If her hands had been free, she could have untied them herself. He didn't need to cut them free. Did that mean that he hadn't a knife? But she was no longer worried about her own safety. Suddenly she knew that he hadn't brought her here to kill her. He had other, and for him more important, preoccupations. He said, with a voice as ordinary, as gentle, as the voice she had known, relied upon, liked to hear, "Francis, if you turn over, I can get more easily at your hands." It could have been her rescuer speaking, not her jailer. She turned, and it took only a few seconds to free her. She tried to ease her legs out of the car, but they were stiff, and he put out his hand to help. She said, "Don't touch me." The words were indistinct. The gag had been tighter than she had thought, and her jaw was fixed in a painful rictus. But he understood. He stepped back at once and watched while she dragged herself out and stood upright, leaning against the car for support. This was the moment for which she had planned, the chance to outrun him. It hardly mattered where. But he had turned from her, and she knew that there was no need to run, no point in trying to escape. He had brought her here from necessity, but she was no longer dangerous, no longer important. His thoughts were elsewhere. She could try to stumble away on her cramped legs, but he wouldn't prevent her, and he wouldn't follow. He was moving away from her, staring at the dark outline of a house, and she could feel the intensity of his gaze. For him, this was the end of a long journey. She said, "Where are we? What place is this?" He said, his voice carefully controlled, "Orthona House. I've come to see Jean-Philippe Etienne." They went together to the front door. He rang the bell. She could hear its peal even through the strong oak. The wait was not long. They could hear the rasp of the bolt, the turn of the key in the lock, and the door opened. The stocky figure of an old woman dressed in black stood outlined against the light of the hall. She said, "Monsieur Etienne vous attend." Gabriel turned to Francis. "I don't think you've met Estelle, Jean-Philippe's housekeeper. You're all right now. In a few minutes you can telephone for help. Estelle will look after you in the meantime, if you go with her." She said, "I don't need looking after. I'm not a child. You brought me here against my will. Now I'm here, I'm staying with you." Estelle led them down a long stone-floored passage to the back of the house, and motioned them to enter. The room, obviously a study, was dark-panelled, the air stagnant with the pungent sweetness of wood smoke. In the stone fireplace the flames leapt like tongues, and the wood crackled and hissed. Jean-Philippe Etienne was seated in a high-winged chair to the right of the fire. He didn't get up. Standing against the window facing the door was Inspector Aaron. He was wearing a sheepskin jacket, its bulkiness emphasizing the stockiness of his figure. His face was very pale, but as a log of wood crashed and flared, it glowed for a moment into ruddy life. His hair was windswept, dishevelled. He must, thought Francis, have arrived just before them, and parked his car out of sight. Ignoring her, he said directly to Dauncey, "I've been following you. I need to talk to you." He took an envelope from his pocket, and drawing out a photograph, laid it on the table. He watched Dauncey's face in silence. No one moved. Dauncey said, "I know what you've come to say, but the time for speaking is over. You are here not to talk, but to listen." And now for the first time Aaron seemed aware of Francis' presence. He said sharply, almost accusingly, "Why are you here?" Francis' mouth still ached, but her voice was strong and clear. "Because I was brought here by force. I was bound and gagged. Gabriel has killed Claudia. He strangled her in the garage. I saw her body." "Aren't you going to arrest him?" "He's killed Claudia, and he killed the other two." Etienne had got to his feet, but now he gave a curious sound, something between a groan and a sigh, and sank back into his chair. Francis ran to him. She said, "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I should have told you more gently." Then, looking up, she saw Inspector Aaron's horrified face. He turned to Dauncey and said almost in a whisper, "So you did finish the job." Don't blame yourself, Inspector. You couldn't have saved her. She was dead before you left Innocent House. He spoke directly to Jean-Philippe Etienne. Stand up, Etienne. I want you to stand. Etienne rose slowly from his chair and reached for his cane. With its help he got to his feet. He made an obvious effort to steady himself, but swayed, and might have fallen if Frances hadn't moved forward and put her arms around his waist. He didn't speak, but gazed at Dauncey. Dauncey said, Stand behind your chair. You can use it for support. I don't need support. Firmly he removed Frances' arm. It was only a temporary stiffness after sitting. I am not standing behind the chair as if I were in the dock. And if you have come here as a judge, I thought it was usual to take the plea before the trial, and to punish only if there is a verdict of guilty. There has been a trial. I've conducted the trial for over 40 years. Now I'm asking you to admit that you handed over my wife and children to the Germans, that in fact you sent them to be murdered in Auschwitz. What were their names? Sophie Dauncey, Martin and Ruth. They were going under the name Loire. They had forged documents. You were one of the few people who knew that they were Jews, who knew where they were living. Etienne said calmly, Their names mean nothing. How can I be expected to remember? They weren't the only Jews I informed on to Vichy and the Germans. How am I expected to remember the individual names or the families? I did what was necessary at the time. A great number of French lives depended on me. It was important that the Germans continued to trust me if I were to get my allocation of paper, ink, and resources for the underground press. How can I be expected to remember one woman and 2 children after 50 years? Dauncey said, I remember them. And now you have come for your revenge. Is it still sweet even after 50 years? This isn't revenge, Etienne. This is justice. Oh, don't deceive yourself, Gabriel. This is revenge. Justice doesn't require that you come finally to tell me what you have done. Call it justice if it comforts your conscience. It's a strong word. I hope you know what it means. I'm not sure that I do. Perhaps the representative of the law can help us. Daniel said, It means an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Dauncey was still gazing at Jean-Philippe. I have taken no more than you took, Etienne. A son and a daughter for a son and a daughter. You murdered my wife, but yours was already dead when I learned the truth. Yes, she was beyond your malice and mine. He said the last 2 words so quietly that Frances wondered if she had really heard them. Gabriel went on, You killed my children. I have killed yours. I have no posterity. You will have none. After Sophie's death, I could never love another woman. I don't believe that our existence here has a meaning or that we have any future after death. Since there is no God, there can be no divine justice. We have to make justice for ourselves and make it here on earth. It has taken me nearly 50 years, but I have made my justice. It would have been more effective if you had acted sooner. My son had his youth, his young manhood. He had success, the love of women. You couldn't take those away from him. Your children had none of them. Justice should be speedy as well as effective. Justice doesn't wait for 50 years. What has time to do with justice? Time takes away our strength, our talent, our memories, our joys, even our capacity to grieve. Why should we let it take away the imperative of justice? I had to be certain, and that too was justice. It took me over 20 years to trace 2 vital witnesses. Even then I was in no hurry. I couldn't have stood 10 years or more of prison, and now I shan't have to. Nothing is impossible to bear at 76. Then your son got engaged. There might have been a child. Justice required that only 2 should die. Etienne said, "And is that why you left your publishers and came to Peverell Press in 1962? Did you suspect me then?" I was beginning to. The strands of my inquiry were beginning to come together. It seemed sensible to get close to you. And you were, I remember, glad enough to have me and my money. Of course. Henry Peverell and I thought that we were getting a major talent. You should have kept your energies for your poetry, Gabriel, not wasted them on a useless obsession born of your own guilt. It was hardly your fault that your wife and children were trapped in France. You were imprudent in leaving them at that time, of course, but no more. You left them and they died. Why try to purge that guilt by murdering the innocent? But murdering the innocent is your forte, isn't it? You took part in the bombing of Dresden. Nothing I have done can compete with the horror and magnitude of that achievement. Daniel said, almost in a whisper, "That was different. That was the awful necessity of war." Etienne turned on him. "And so it was for me. The necessity of war." He paused, and when he spoke again, Francis could hear in his voice the barely controlled note of triumph. "If you want to act like God, Gabriel, you should first ensure that you have the wisdom and knowledge of God. I have never had a child. I caught a viral infection when I was 13. I am totally infertile. My wife needed a son and a daughter, and to satisfy her maternal obsession, I agreed to provide them. Gerard and Claudia were adopted in Canada and brought back with us to England. They are not related by blood, either to each other or to me. I promised my wife that the truth would never be publicly known. But Gerard and Claudia were both told when they were 14. The effect on Gerard was unfortunate. Both children should have been told from the start." Francis knew that Gabriel didn't need to ask if this was the truth. She had to force herself to look at him. For a moment she saw him physically crumble, the muscles of face and body seeming to disintegrate even as she watched. He had been an old man, but one with force, intelligence, and will. Now everything that was alive in him drained away in front of her eyes. Quickly she moved towards him, but he put out a restraining hand. Now, slowly and painfully, he forced himself to stand upright. He tried to speak, but no words came. Then he turned and made for the door. No one spoke, but they followed him out through the hall and into the night, and watched while he walked towards the narrow ridge of rock at the edge of the marsh. Francis ran after him, and catching him up, seized him by his jacket. He tried to shake her off, but she clung on, and his strength was failing. It was Daniel running up behind them, who clasped her in his arms and carried her bodily away. She tried to struggle free, but his arms were like iron bands. She watched helplessly as Gabriel walked forward into the marsh. Daniel said, "Let him be. Let him be." She called back to Jean-Philippe Etienne, "Go after him. Stop him. Make him come back." Daniel said quietly, "Come back for what?" "But he'll never reach the sea." It was Etienne coming up beside them who spoke. "He doesn't need to reach it. Those pools are deep. A man can drown in a foot of water if he wants to die." They stood watching. Francis was still held in Daniel's arms. Suddenly she was aware of the beating of his heart thudding against her own. The stumbling figure was dark against the night sky. It rose, then fell, then reared itself up and fought on. Again the clouds moved, and by the light of the moon they could see him more clearly. From time to time he would fall, but then would rise to his feet again, looking immense as a giant, arms raised as if in a curse or a last beseeching gesture. Francis knew that he was fighting to reach the sea, longing to walk out into its cold immensity, further and deeper, until he could splash forward into that final blessed oblivion. And now he was down again, and this time he didn't rise. Francis thought she could see the glitter of the moonlight on the surface of the pool. It seemed to her that almost all his body was submerged. But she could no longer see him clearly. He was just one more dark, low hump amongst all the tussocks of this sodden wasteland. They waited in silence, for there was no movement. He had become part of the marshland and of the night. Now Daniel released her, and she moved and stood a little apart. The silence was absolute. And at last she thought she could hear the sea, a faint susurration, less a sound than a pulse beat on the quiet air. They were turning towards the house when the night vibrated with a harsh metallic groan which grew rapidly into a rattle. Overhead were the twin lights of a helicopter. They watched as it circled 3 times, then landed on the field beside Athona House. Francis thought, so they have found Claudia's body. James must have got tired of waiting for her, and in the end gone back to Innocent House to search. She stood on the edge of the field, still a little apart from the others, and saw the 3 figures running crouched under the great blades, then standing upright and moving towards her over the gritty field and the wind-torn grass, Commander Dalgliesh, Inspector Miskin, and James. Etienne moved forward to meet them. They stood in a group, talking together. She thought, let Etienne tell them. I shall wait. Then Dalgliesh detached himself and came up to her. He didn't touch her, but he bent from his tall height and looked intently into her face. Are you all right? I am now. He smiled and said, We'll talk very soon. DeWitt insisted on coming with us. It was less trouble to let him have his way. He walked on to join Etienne and Kate, and together they went towards Athona House. Francis thought, I am myself at last. I have something worth giving him. She didn't run towards the waiting figure. She didn't call out to him. It was slowly, but with all the intensity of her being, that she walked over the wind-swept grass and into his waiting arms. Daniel heard the approach of the helicopter, but he didn't move. He stood on the narrow ridge of rock, still looking out over the saltings to the sea. He waited in solitary patience until he heard the approaching footsteps, and Dalgliesh was at his side. He said, Was he under arrest? No, sir. I didn't come to arrest him. I came to warn him. I didn't caution him. I did speak, but they weren't the words you would have spoken. I let him go. You let him go deliberately. He didn't break free. No, sir. He didn't break free. He added, so softly that he doubted whether Dalgliesh heard the words, but he's free now. Dalgliesh turned away and went back to the house. He had learned what he needed to know. No one else came near. Daniel felt isolated in a moral quarantine, standing on the edge of the marshes, on the edge of the world. He thought he saw a trembling light, bright as phosphorus, burning and darting among the humps of marram grass and the black pools of stagnant water. He couldn't see the small breaking waves, but he could hear the sea, a soft eternal moaning like a universal grief. And then the clouds moved, and the moon with its shaved side, so nearly full, shed its cold light on the marsh, and on that distant fallen figure. He sensed a shadow at his side. Turning, he saw that it was Kate. It was with astonishment and pity that he realized her face was wet with tears. He said, I wasn't trying to help him escape. I knew that there could be no escape. But I couldn't bear to see him handcuffed, in the dock, in prison. I wanted to give him the chance to take his own path home. She said, "Daniel, you fool. You bloody fool." He turned to her and said, "What will he do?" "A.D.? What do you think he'll do?" "Oh, God, Daniel, you could have been so good. You were so good." He said, Etienne couldn't even remember their names. He could hardly remember what he'd done. He felt no guilt, no remorse. A mother and 2 small children. They didn't exist. They weren't human. He would have given more thought to putting down a dog. He didn't think of them as people. They were expendable. They didn't count. They were Jews. She cried, "And Esme Carling? Old, plain, childless, alone? Not a very good writer? Was she expendable? All right, she didn't have a lot. A flat, someone else's kid to spend the evenings with, a few photographs, her books. What right had he to decide that her life didn't count?" He said bitterly, "You're so confident, aren't you, Kate? So certain you know what's right. It must be comforting never having to face a moral dilemma. The criminal law and police regulations, they provide all you need, don't they?" She said, "I'm certain about some things. I'm certain about murder. How could I be a police officer if I weren't?" Dalgliesh came over to them. He said, in a voice as ordinary, as if they were companionably together in that whopping incident room, "The Essex police won't attempt to recover the body until daylight. I want you to drive Kate back to London. Do you feel able to do that?" "Yes, sir. I'm perfectly fit to drive." "If you aren't, Kate will take over. Mr. DeWitt and Miss Peverell will come with me in the helicopter. They'll want to get back as soon as possible. I'll see you both later tonight at Wapping." He stood with Kate at his side until the 3 figures had joined the pilot and entered the helicopter. The machine roared into life, and the great blades slowly revolved, spun into a haze, became invisible. The helicopter lifted and lurched into the sky. Etienne and Estelle were on the edge of the field, looking up at it. He thought bitterly, "They look like sightseers. It's a wonder they're not waving goodbye." He said to Kate, "There's something I've left in the house." The front door stood open. She came with him through the hall and into the study, walking behind him so that he shouldn't feel like a prisoner under escort. The light had been turned off in the room, but the flames of the fire threw dancing ghouls over the walls and ceilings, and stained the polished surface of the table with a ruddy glow, as if it had been smeared with blood. The photograph was still there. He was for a moment surprised that Dalgliesh hadn't taken it. But then he remembered. It didn't matter. There would be no trial now, no exhibits, no need to produce it as evidence in court. It wasn't needed any more. It was of no importance. He left it on the table, and, turning to join Kate, walked with her in silence to the car.
That was Original Sin by P.D. James. Read by Michael Jayston. We do hope you have enjoyed listening to this Chivers audiobook. For details of other Chivers recordings, please contact us and we'll be delighted to send you a catalogue listing all our titles, as well as information about our most recent releases. Our telephone number and address can be found on the box cover or catalogue.